and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of The Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
There we go. Ring the bell. TS taking stock. I'm guessing another New York Stock Exchange company going public. That's what they usually do when they're on that balcony at Broad and Wall, New York Stock Exchange, folks. Interesting day, very quiet in the markets because all eyes were on D.C. This was a day people were waiting to see what's going to go on with the big meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and President Trump and the other 7 or 8 world leaders, global leaders at the White House today. A lot of traders on the side. Also, there's a big event happening Friday. Expect Friday to be a big monster move for the markets. You may see quiet markets jockeying back and forth between up and down for the week, but Friday will be the big kahuna when Jerome Powell makes some comments from a summit out west, and that will tell you the direction of interest rates likely going forward. That will dictate where prices are going. Right now, Dow Jones down a little bit, couple 30 points or so. S&P almost flat, look like less than $0.50 difference. NASDAQ up 5 a touch. A couple of the other markets we've been watching, importantly, oil. Oil's up a little bit more again, another 50 cents a barrel, up to 63.5. I want to get down under 60. Get down under 60. Get gasoline under $2.50 a gallon nationally. Will be much stronger as an economy. Gold playing around the 3375, 3380 level. Still very strong. And crypto, boy, that was really strange. So Friday, crypto got a little bit weaker. Over the weekend, it was kind of holding its own around 118, 117,000. I watched it this morning, early this morning, like 4 in the morning. Bitcoin dropped to 114, almost 113,000, and then for whatever reason, kind of recovered a bit to 116, maybe even pushing 117,000. You're looking at Ethereum right there, Ethereum at 43.59 as we speak right now. Solana, 163. XRP, guys, held its own, 308, held its own. Big sigh of relief in the control room. All right, President has been busy in Washington, D.C. today hosting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and other European leaders. So let's get right to our Chief White House correspondent, Mr. Brian Glenn, for what happened today. And Brian, congratulations. We got a couple of questions in there. We had a lot of fun. I'll tell you what, before we get into it, this is a great, I love this interchange between, what's going on? Our own Brian Glenn having an interchange with a world leader, Zelensky, and President Trump. This is wild, folks. Watch.
Yeah. I've got a question for each of you. First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said to the one that attacked you last time.
Yeah.
See, that was it. I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed. You are not.
Maybe you're.
We got a little bromance going on there with the president of Ukraine, Brian. Yeah, good comeback.
Yeah.
Good comeback.
Yeah, I'll give him some credit. He came up with a good one, and I think it was a very lighthearted exchange, very different, Eric, than the first meeting that Zelensky had in the White House. But yes, I had to go ahead and compliment the president, Zelensky, on his attire, and of course, he had some fun poking with me. Which, by the way, for the record, this is not the same suit I was wearing. I have multiple blue-toned suits, but it was a great joke. And I've had a lot of media here pull me aside and say, is that the same suit? Is he right? I said, look, are you mad? What's your comment? I said, man, we're having some fun. I'm just glad he's in there negotiating for peace, really, with the president. And I think today was a very different Zelensky than we saw back in February.
That was a class act by you, not calling out Zelensky for saying, oh, no, it's a different suit. And Trump loved it. You saw Trump very happy. But let's talk a little about that. So the demeanor, obviously, in that moment right there was positive. They're laughing, a little jocular, hitting each other on the back a little bit. Kind of felt the way Putin and Trump were kind of smacking each other on the shoulder and the back on Friday as well in Alaska. Then they went to the multilateral meeting with all the other European leaders at the table. It seemed, I don't know, it just seems like we're going to get something there. But again, when you get down to it, Brian, Putin still wants that portion of Ukraine, the Crimea plus the other portion of Ukraine. Yeah. And Zelensky said, we're not going to give it up at any cost. Is there a deal to be had, you think?
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know. They're in still the East Room right now meeting, and then they were going to join again in the Oval Office, and Trump was going to make that call to President Putin and maybe come up with some type of solution. But to your point, I don't know where we go from here. But it was a very unified table, though. Matter of fact, one of the people there even said it's Europe. It's all of Europe and the U.S. coming together for the same cause. We all want peace, and of course, I think that is the ultimate goal. But we are missing one person in here that ultimately can veto all of this, and that is Putin. But we'll see how that phone call goes a little bit later. But my biggest takeaway, Eric, from the Oval Office is that it was a very different situation. If you remember last time, you had Vice President J.D. Vance jumping in there and saying, if I can, Mr. President, for just a second, and calling Zelensky out for kind of grandstanding in front of the media. And that really sent the meeting south. Well, I think it went south a lot earlier than that. But different tone today, and a very different Zelensky today that we saw. And I think President Trump was in an excellent mood. I mean, he's got a lot on his plate right now. Think about all the stuff domestically that's going on, and then at the same time, he's trying to solve a major war between two countries. So I think it was a very polished President Trump, a very polished and disciplined Zelensky, which led to the tone today, which hopefully they'll conclude here shortly, and we'll have some type of next step, which could be as soon as Friday. Yeah, right. I've been told, right. If everything goes as planned. Yeah.
By the end of the week, White House keeps telling us if there's something to talk about with Putin and Zelensky together trilaterally, it could happen as soon as this week. About a minute or so, Brian. Question is, there are two sides to the debate of why the European Union basically came along. On one side, they say, well, Zelensky brought him along for support in case he got attacked by Trump. And the other side says it shows that Trump has been working with the Europeans to bring Zelensky to the table, maybe to get not just a ceasefire, but actually a peace agreement. What do you think? What was the impetus for the Europeans to be there?
I think it's the second reason. I don't think Trump needs anybody he could take them all down by himself. He doesn't. Zelensky might need some help, but I think it's the other. I think it shows that President Trump has the ability to reach out to all these world leaders, get them here on such a short notice, and let's come up with a plan. So I don't think they were there to basically back up Zelensky, because if that's the case, then Trump can take on all the world leaders at once. That's how powerful that man is. But I do think it's kind of a flex to say, look, we're going to get this deal done. I'm going to reach out and have all these several world leaders, 6 of them, and we're going to come to the table and we're going to get it done. I just think the next step is getting Putin at that table. And President Trump even said to President Zelensky, hey, if you need me to come, I will come and support you on that. And I think that will happen. I do think Trump will be a part of that last negotiation for sure.
Great. All right, Brian, really good to have you. If something happens in the next, 52 minutes or so, you jump back and let us know. Appreciate your time. Great reporting, Brian, as always.
Yeah. Will do.
All right, folks, let's go to the executive director for the Foundation for Freedom Online, and he's here to discuss what happened at the Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska, and also why Zelensky is in Washington today. Again, let's have Mike Benz weigh in on why the European leaders. So Trump goes to meet Putin in Alaska bilaterally, but this is a multilateral meeting here in D.C. with Zelensky. Who are they backing? Mike, whose side are the European, Keir Starmer, Macron, and Maloney? What are they there for?
Well, they're there for the European donor set, the hedge funds, the private equity funds, the alternative asset managers, who all have billions of dollars of investments in Ukraine and Eurasia. They are very squarely on Team Zelensky here, and have been since well before the 2022 affair popped off. The issue that Trump is running into is that Ukraine is losing on the battlefield, and there's no real way to stop the bleeding in terms of land loss other than peace. But they don't want peace on Putin's terms. They don't want to have to concede land in the Donbass. They don't want to have to concede Crimea. I mean, really, this is all downstream of the unfortunate decision of the Obama administration to overthrow Ukraine's democratically elected government in 2014. And this is now 11 years into this. But what did the foreign policy establishment expect? When you topple a government in a coup, and then half of the country does not want to respect the new coup government, you either have to rule by totalitarian force and bloodshed, which is what was done between 2014 and 2022. Ukraine's military killed about 35,000 people in eastern Ukraine with U.S. weapons and Canadian and UK special forces on the ground. And Russia stepped in, and they've now declared some of this land theirs, including especially Crimea. But Europe wants to stop Trump from agreeing to a peace deal that includes giving up that land. And Trump is in a very difficult place because what can he really offer Putin? All he can really offer is his word that the U.S. will not back Ukraine being folded into NATO, that the U.S. will not breach the terms of the ceasefire. But what good is that really worth when behind Trump
Mike,
is an American foreign policy
and this is
establishment?
important. There's a really important discussion I want to have with you. We're going to hold you over for the break for the second block, and very extremely important. We heard it from Witkoff over the weekend on the Sunday shows. I want to ask you about it. But do you get the sense, Trump 1.0, Trump in 2016 to 2020, he couldn't stand NATO. He didn't like anything about him. They didn't like him. And now this is a different Trump-NATO relationship. Are we at risk? And I say at risk because I hate this idea. Are we at risk of becoming a little too close bed partners with NATO again in the U.S.? And God forbid, maybe even talking about Ukraine entering into NATO?
Well, Trump has a very strange relationship with NATO in both now and in the first term. While you're correct that Trump sort of campaigned on flirting with fundamentally renegotiating or even leaving parts of the NATO relationship, even during Trump 1, he was campaigning on getting more money to NATO. He was campaigning on getting all the countries to fulfill their 2% GDP commitments. And so even though he was sort of campaigning on it and tried to pressure NATO to reduce its jurisdictional mandate, he was still pumping it up financially. And you see that same sort of continuation in the relationship today, where he's still calling, it appears publicly, there's always a little bit of 4D chess to what Trump is doing, but publicly it does appear that he is sort of reining in NATO maximalism vis-a-vis Ukraine, which I think is part of why he had a one-off separate discussion with Putin. But at the same time, he's pressuring NATO member countries to pay more and more to NATO. So it's sort of arming a beast and putting it on steroids while telling it to stay in the house. Yep. So it's a very strange relationship.
Yeah, Mike. I want to hold you over because there's a very important question. Steve Witkoff was on with Margaret Brennan on CBS, on the Sunday show CBS, and he said that the U.S. has offered Article 5-like security protections for Ukraine. Really caught my ear when I heard that, and let's talk about the implications of that when we come right back in 2.5 minutes.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
All right, we're lucky to have Mike Pence to come back with us. Mike, before the break, I teased a little question because I was stunned when I heard Steve Witkoff offer this. And I guess we've offered this to I guess Trump told Putin that we were offering this to Ukraine. He called it an Article 5-like security protections for Ukraine with the U.S. oversight. In other words, we, not NATO, we, the U.S., is going to make sure. Article 5 basically says anyone in NATO is attacked, all of NATO has to defend that member country. Ukraine's not a member country. How do you read that, Mike?
It's an interesting gambit. So essentially, the way this is designed to be structured is that there would be some land granted to Russia in this trade, but that Russia could take no more land without triggering Article 5. So this would likely involve giving, it's a strange thing to say, but giving Crimea to Russia. Obviously, Crimea voted in a democratic referendum to join the Russian Federation, but the EU and NATO do not respect that referendum. But essentially, if NATO were to leave Russia-controlled Crimea alone, and whatever swaths of land in eastern Ukraine Russia is given in the peace, that they would essentially hold a kind of line of demarcation there that would, in theory, prevent Russia from taking any more land while guaranteeing Russia the land that it won in the peace deal. That's, I think, sort of the design of this. Now, you know, what's interesting is Russia is not in NATO, obviously. It does not have a veto vote. There's nothing to stop NATO from deciding, U.S. and NATO deciding to agree to do this anyway without Putin's consent. So this is very clearly designed to be a kind of inducement for Russia to agree to peace terms. But from Putin's perspective, I think it's difficult to trust that there will not be a kind of forever war inside of Crimea, color revolutions like were done in Ukraine in 2004 and 2014, inside of Crimea, inside of eastern Ukraine in what would be Russia-controlled territory. So I think all parties are rightly wary of each other, but this is the sort of thing that I think if Trump really wanted to do this, he could do this without Putin's consent.
Mm-hmm. Mike, a very pedestrian question here. I'm just an observer from the outside. You're much more in tune to this. It strikes me that big bad Russia, they may have the most nukes on the planet, big military presence, can't even accomplish, right or wrong, Putin's goal of taking Ukraine. It's what are we, 3 years on plus? And it strikes me that are we in a situation in the world right now where these big threats from Russia, North Korea, Iran don't hold the teeth, and we shouldn't be as fearful of these things going forward?
Well, it's tough to say. I think both sides have been holding back on the heaviest of weaponry for the past several years. I mean, there have been discussions of things like tactical nuclear weapons, smaller scale ones, and the like. But mostly, this has been a drone war for the past 2 years after the initial bodies were chewed up in year one. But this has never been Russia versus Ukraine. This has always been Russia versus NATO, which is what also makes the Article 5 language kind of an interesting gambit, but again, a strange one, because there has been a NATO.
And the odd thing, Mike, is he didn't say NATO. He called it Article 5 like, with the United States being the peacekeeper in this. Like we're going to put U.S. boots on the ground on the whatever this new border would be between Ukraine, what's left of Ukraine and Russia. Very quick. I only have about half a minute.
Well, it's been American weapons. It's been American special advisors and trainers. It's been the Brits, the Canadians, the Poles, the Germans, the French. I mean, this has been we're acting like there has been an Article 5 violation already. So to simply call it an Article 5 like protection is really not all that different from the terms of the war as they currently are.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Mike Benz, always good to have you. Executive Director of Foundation for Freedom Online. What a smart guy. Good to have you on, Mike. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, folks, take a look at this.
I started this program when my doctor threatened to double my statin drugs. She was threatening to put me on high blood pressure. I started praying about it. Your commercials kept coming on Rav, and I could feel God saying, hello. I signed on right away as soon as I got the message, and it's been wonderful. If you're thinking about it, just go full on. Because the other nice thing about this program is this is a lifetime. The best part of this program is I'm off all of my meds, medically taken off everything. I'm down 30 pounds. I'm excited about it. I'm just thrilled to death about it. This is a fabulous program.
Get yourself registered. We cannot wait to see you there and have this be your breakthrough.
All right, that's a look at a happy Energize Health client there, and a couple of them actually. And don't we all have moments where we stop and ask, is this the best version of my life? Let's bring in John Jubilee. I'm sorry, John, to talk a little bit about that. We're getting a little older in age. I mean, is it so unrealistic to think I could live a life without painful joints and such?
Well, absolutely. We can live pain-free. And I'm delighted to tell you that we've had tens of thousands of clients just like that. And I'll just tell you a little cool math thing most people don't think about is a joint ratio of pain, Eric, is 5 to 1. So if you're 30 pounds overweight times 5, that's 150 pounds of pressure. That's like carrying around 15 10-pound bags of potato on your hips, your joints, your ankles, your shoulders. It's 5 to 1. And the great news is so just like you saw that awesome lady lost 30 pounds, others lost 50, 60, 80, whatever they need to lose. But the most important thing is we help people get healthy at the cellular level with the side effect of losing their visceral fat, which is the killer fat, losing their subcutaneous fat, which is just the ugly, jiggly stuff. But we absolutely, when we do the right thing, we can live pain-free. And I'm happy to tell you, just a couple weeks, man, I'm going to have a birthday, 65. I'm a bona fide senior citizen. I've been pain-free. I've been medication-free. I've been not one medical doctor visit for almost 30 years now. And more importantly, you can too.
Very good. I mean, I got I got trigger fingers. I got bone on bone in my shoulder. Tell me about the 555 challenge again. I think it's my555challenge.com that you tell us it is a life changer for people, right?
Well, it really is. And hey, listen, guys, this is today. So don't wait till tomorrow. Just go log on there. It's the price of a cup of coffee. It's $5. You may choose to do the upgrade. If you upgrade to the VIP, it's $99. But with that, we're going to FedEx you a bioimpedance device, which will measure your hydration. Ladies, you should be 55. Men, you should be 60. Most people don't even know. Doctors don't even measure it. They don't measure subcutaneous, visceral fat, metabolic age. We measure all those on this device, and you get a one-on-one consultation with one of our certified health coaches if you do your upgrade. But guys, come and join us. It's about 45 minutes a day. You can watch it at your leisure. My wife is so fun. She makes science entertaining. So listen, if you've already tried all the other diets and supplements and all the crazy stuff like I did for 10 years and it didn't work for you, didn't work for me, by the way. But Eric, I was also bone on bone in both my knees. I regrew all my cartilage like a 17-year-old. And again, more importantly, I've helped tens of thousands of others do the same thing. So this will be a life changer, guys. It's a super easy 5-minute registration, my555challenge.com. Just get yourself in there, join Chelsea and I, and guys, it starts tonight.
Very good. John Jubilee, really, really good. And happy birthday, man, for 65. Wow, you're terrific. Looks awesome, my friend. 65 looks good on you. John Jubilee, thank you so much. Energize Health, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, folks, we will be back in 2.5 minutes.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, so The Devil is a Democrat. Well, yeah, I can say, but also it's a rap song by Tom McDonald and is currently hovering at the top of the iTunes chart, and it's Gavin Newsom's worst nightmare.
The propaganda is on every channel. They think we stupid like the truth is just too hard to handle. Put on your camo, it's a culture war and load the ammo. They want Antifa ruling everything like it's Seattle.
So the devil is a Democrat. You see, Gavin Newsom likens himself to some sort of anti-Trumper, but he's a liar, a grifter, and a hater of the Constitution, a perfect representative of the current Democrat Party. And here's what he just doesn't seem to get. He will never, ever be president of these United States of America. If lack of self-awareness was a person.
It's another museum not so far away from us. Talks about those 53 days. Some of you know what I'm referring to. Wake up, America. This is a serious moment.
Okay, that's Gavin Newsom, lover of all things communist China, who locked down the state of California while he himself dined out in the state of California. And he's comparing our president to Hitler. Wonder where that came from. You see, thing is that Gavin's state of California is already rigged. But he thinks he's going to help the Democrat Party cheat even more in order to help his party try to counter the GOP's move for a new congressional map in Texas. California Democrats are planning their own redistricting effort, and Newsom laid out a plan to redraw the state's constitutional maps to put Democrats in a position to flip 5 seats to Democrats in the midterm elections. It's not biased enough already, you see. You see, Democrats have quite a bit of experience at cheating, so it comes to them naturally. And the minute the Republican Party fights back, the cheating party finds new ways to cheat even more. You're going to do that? Well, we're going to cheat even more. Gavin Newsom's ignoring the desperate needs of his failing state to do it. He's got a nasty case of Trump derangement syndrome and just can't help himself.
You will have a president who will be running for a 3rd term. Mark my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around.
No, Gavin, they're not screwing around, but you are. Gavin has rigged California elections in every way possible. Requiring IDs to vote is illegal in California. Universal mail-in ballots are the easiest ways to commit fraud, so why not do it in California? Ballot harvesting is legal in California. They made it illegal to actually hand count ballots, just to name a few. Easier ways to cheat. They're trying to figure out, break the rules, change the rules so you can cheat more. And now this cheater stands in front of the cameras with all of the lowest of the worst California Democrats standing behind him, and he has the guts and the gall to say that democracy depends on him rigging California elections even further.
I mean, what is the end game? Do you feel like you can win this?
We got to win. I mean, democracy's counting on us. I mean, the founding fathers not live and die to see this moment. And so there's just too much at stake.
So how are they going to cheat now, you may ask? Well, per Politico, the California gerrymander map was leaked. So it's +5 Democrat seats, -5 Republican seats. And should Gavin Newsom's call for a special election be approved, California would have just 4 Republican representatives out of 52. That's less than 10. That's 8% of the state being represented by GOP representatives. Some 40% of the state doesn't align with the Democrat Party. But the joke's on Gavin, as usual. Not only is he lacking in the support, 64% of the state's voters want to keep the map as is. But you see, Democrats don't care about what the voters actually think, the constituents think. They just care about the power and control. They certainly don't care how unfair or undemocratic that would be. They're not moral or virtuous. They just care about winning and keeping control and power. So about 100 people showed up to watch Newsom defend his new cheating strategy.
He knows de facto his presidency ends in 17 months when Speaker Jeffries is back in office. He knows it.
Okay, Gavin Newsom, instead of doing podcasts and running your mouth about cheating the American people, why won't you answer the question as to why $100 million in relief funds are still unaccounted for the people who didn't have water? Don't you have homes to rebuild, a raging homeless population and growing? Didn't you promise to fix the homeless population years ago? California is officially actually the worst run state in America. The highest unemployment rate, the highest poverty rate, the highest cost of living, and the worst business climate in America. And it gets even worse. Gavin's got blood on his hands. Turns out, this is really important. Really important. Turns out that California granted an illegal a CDL, which is basically a commercial driver's license, to Harjinder Singh, The illegal who claimed the lives of a family of 3 in Fort Pierce, Florida, after attempting an illegal U-turn in his semi-truck that crushed their minivan. An illegal. Gavin Newsom gave him a CDL. He's destroyed his state. He continues to put the needs of the illegals and his own party and their thirst for power above the needs of his own citizens. And with that record of total failure, Gavin Newsom seems to think and wants a promotion to president. What a joke. 10 years ago, I called the fact that Donald Trump was not only great for the country, but that he was going to become president before anyone else did. Now I'm calling the fact that Gavin Newsom will never, ever be president of this country. Mark my words here and now. Never going to happen. All right, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, up to 25%, just because you didn't file. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee or maybe you're a small business owner, or you haven't filed in years. Messy books, no problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or even bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. We'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, it was a long weekend of Democrats trying very hard to push the Trump is a Russian asset narrative as hard as they could after the president's historic summit with Vladimir Putin on Friday. Well, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was a masterclass in putting the rabid leftist media machine to rest. Exhibit A, CBS's Margaret Brennan, claiming that the president is intent on bullying Zelensky into making a bad deal. Watch.
This is such a stupid media narrative that they're coming here tomorrow because Trump is going to bully Zelensky into a bad deal. We've been working with these people for weeks on this stuff. They're coming here tomorrow because they chose to come here tomorrow. We invited them to come. We invited them to come. The president invited them to come.
Unbelievable. Because Margaret Brennan is trying to say that there's some sort of deal, like Trump was catering or kissing up to Putin. That's insane. Marco Rubio just said, and she also said, how come all the NATO leaders were coming? It was to bully Trump on support for Zelensky today. And Rubio's like, no, you're wrong. We're working with the NATO leaders. He's not. We are. Not Zelensky. We are. Exhibit B of the Rubio Sunday morning show. Take down Martha Raddatz over at ABC.
The red carpet, the warm handshake, that President Trump simply lost that Putin gained there just by being on the world stage and walking down a red carpet with the president. Your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, critics of President Trump are always going to find something to criticize. You don't even pay attention to it anymore. But I will tell you this, Putin is already on the world stage. You're not going to end a war between Russia and Ukraine without dealing with Putin. That's just common sense. I shouldn't even have to say it. So people can say whatever they want. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to get the Russian side to agree to things that they don't want to agree to if we're going to have peace.
Yeah, Rubio's really elevating his stature. I think he's doing great. I didn't love him as kind of a rhino for many, many years as part of that G4 establishment in 2016, pushed back on some of Trump's immigration. I like him now. I don't think he's presidential material personally. He's doing a great job, though, as Secretary of State. I'm loving what he's doing right there. Of course, as expected, the commie bots at the MSNBC for now, they changed their name, MSNOW, but MSNBC for now, pushed the Trump as a Putin puppet narrative right on cue.
I don't know if Donald Trump is or is not a Russian asset. I do know that at press conferences like this and like at Helsinki, he certainly acts like one, and that is cold comfort for anyone in the United States, particularly in our military, that the commander-in-chief would be so flattering of and so charming to a ruthless dictator like Vladimir Putin.
They can't help themselves. They don't want peace. These clowns at MSNBC, CNN, ABC, they want Trump to fail. And they want Trump to fail so much that more people will die in these conflicts, wars. Even CNN's Michael Smerconish slammed that kind of criticism and put out the old rolled out the red carpet for Putin to reset.
I'm hearing all the criticism, oh my God, they rolled out a red carpet, as if he should have kneed him in the groin the minute that he stepped off the plane. I mean, he's trying to cut a deal. President Trump, is trying to cut a deal. I'm willing to give him credit for that so long as he doesn't sell out Ukraine in the process. And there's no suggestion that he's done so at this stage.
Really? A red carpet bothered you? And by the way, they both had red carpets, and Trump waited on his red carpet for Putin to walk off his own red carpet, come and embrace Donald Trump. You want to talk about a beta move, a flex move? That was a masterclass in flexing with another world leader. So cut the crap, MSNBC, CNN, ABC. Trump's a badass, and he proved it on Friday. And to take it one step further, CNN had a body expert on who made it all too clear that the president was the one in command and in control. Watch.
And that handshake, Michael, lasts for 10 seconds as they build rapport. They're smiling at each other. They're making eye contact as they're looking at each other. This is a moment of rapport building and parity. And even in those moments, keep in mind, Michael, the handshake is a negotiation, an ongoing signal for power. Here, Trump shows deference, followed by pulling the hand in and using these touch gestures to reestablish dominance as they walk down.
Indeed, that was one of them. Another one was making him come to you. Another one, stick him in the beast. He had Putin riding the beast. It's unheard of. That's unheard of. Trump would never get into the Russian delegation's limousine. There's a lot of power moves that Trump won them all on Friday. This video of the treasonous James Comey is so cringy that people are convinced it was an AI. It was fake. Well, hint, it's real. I'll spare you all of the full 5 minutes of James Comey's confessions of being a Swiftie, Taylor Swift Swiftie, in the face of Trump's presidency, but watch.
Taylor Swift and I go way back. I went to my first concert of hers 15 years ago. I've been to a second, and I have helped financially support the attendance of a lot of family members at others. I'm in a family's Swiftie group chat. I know all her music, and I listen to it in my headphones when I cut the grass. Thank you, Taylor Swift. Keep the faith.
I don't know about you. I am just grossed out by that. That is not only cringe, it's creepy. Like a 60-something-year-old guy saying I'm a Swiftie. I go to her concerts. I'm like, I know her. I listen to Swift songs when I'm cutting the grass. Former FBI director, likely, maybe, a corrupt former FBI director, who, by the way, called for the killing of President Trump for 8647. Remember that? 8647 in the Seychelles. And he's a weirdo. He's a freak. Keep your kids away from James Comey, folks. All right, listen.
I actually was encouraged by the events of the last several months. First of all, the NATO commitment by individual member states to increase their defense spending is very welcome. It's something that prior administrations have certainly sought, and I think it's great that we are seeing these commitments that now have to be followed through on. The willingness of European countries to support Ukraine, and by doing so, buy American weapons in order to provide them to the Ukrainians. I think all of that is a very good signal.
What's going on here? I don't like it. Whatever it is, make it stop. I don't like it. Is this someone seeking a pardon for Russiagate? What's with all of the praise for the president's foreign policy? I just don't want Hillary on our side or agreeing with us at all. I don't know about you. I just feel really weird having Hillary, trying to agree with Hillary or having her say anything. By the way, Jessica Tarloff is sitting there with her. I'll reserve judgment. Tell the other woman Donald Trump beat to the White House, Kamala Harris, to come out of the woodwork and explain redistricting to us. Remember, millions of Americans actually thought this person was ready and capable of being the leader of the free world. Watch.
I think what they're doing is they're cheating. I think they're cheating. They want to change the current system to make it bend toward the outcome they want. And so, if you believe the public reporting, they get a call that says, hey, redo your lines, even though the fallout is going to include exactly what you said, which is, taking the franchise, the vote, away from specific communities. And in the case of Texas, Latino and Black voters.
Attorney General of California has no idea what redistricting is or why they do it or when they do it or how they're allowed to do it, or that California, Illinois, and New York have been doing it all along to the tune of ridiculously biased Democrat representation in all three of those wildly liberal states. Again, there are 9 Republican out of 52 representatives in California. And in California, Democrats represent about 60% of the population. 60%. That means 40% are not Democrat. Yet only about 10 or 11% for those people who are not Democrats, representation in California. It can't get much worse, folks. Is there anything more amazing than watching the likes of CNN being forced to admit that President Trump's ratings are on the up, and away? Well, there's one thing. Watching them admit that the Democrat Party is squarely in the poop tube.
The reasons why there is no front runner, nobody wants to put anybody up at the top of their ballot list, is because at this particular point, the Democratic brand is in the basement. It is total and complete garbage in the mind of the American public. The Democratic Party's net favorable rating, record lows in all three. Wall Street Journal, 30 points underwater. CNN, 26 points underwater. Gallup, 26 points underwater. And that is being driven in large part by discontent within the Democratic base. The Democratic base wants something different. We'll ultimately end up seeing who they choose. It'll be quite the thing who ultimately gets the rose.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Well, we know Democrat Party, and they don't have anyone. They keep doubling down. They want more crime in D.C., right? They're pushing back against Trump cleaning up Washington, D.C. They want to keep illegals here. They want to give California is giving illegals commercial driver's license who are going out killing people in other states, in Florida. These Democrat policies suck. And they keep doubling, tripling down on them. You're not going to win anything. You're 30 points below water, or 26 if you listen to CNN or Gallup, but 30 on Wall Street Journal, it's not going to get any better for Democrats because it's not that you don't have the right person, you have the wrong policies. It doesn't matter who the person is. Fix your policy, you can put almost anyone in there. You got a bias, you have a natural bias to win elections in America, Democrats do. You just don't have the right policies. So the Democrats somehow still think they can bring their way back, their approval rating back up from the basement, as CNN puts it, is to fully embrace a known socialist somehow to be the new face of their party, this guy.
That's it. That's the ticket for Democrats these next couple cycles.
No doubt about it. Affordability is not even an issue in the Gilded Age. And those that are part of those that are a part of the gilded class. Yeah. The fact that Mandani has been able to raise that and win a primary against some very experienced politicians, a former governor and all, shows that it resonates.
I'm still blown away that Reverend Al Sharpton is still on television. Keep it up, folks. Keep having that guy represent your party. All right. Before we go to break, I just want to remind you something big is coming up. Also, voicemails are flooding in. Several hundred on Friday. I'm still working through a lot of them. We're trying to get through a bunch of them. But The Edge is coming up. Here's a little teaser.
After baseball, I came here. Wall Street. Every second, pressure. Every decision, a bet. Some guys wrote, some ran. I didn't. Pressure's not the enemy. Weakness is. You either rise through the fire or get left in the ashes. That is The Edge.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hey, did you find the manual? Yes! Summon Dale! Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, always good to have Stephen K. Bannon with us. Two stories I want to get to very quickly. One have a little lighthearted, one a lot more serious. So good to see Mr. Steve Bannon. Let's just play this for Steve and see if he's got a reaction to James Comey. Did you know, Steve, James Comey is a Swiftie? Watch.
Taylor Swift and I go way back. I went to my first concert of hers 15 years ago. I've been to a second, and I have helped financially support the attendance of a lot of family members at others. I'm in a family's Swiftie group chat. I know all her music, and I listen to it in my headphones when I cut the grass. Thank you, Taylor Swift. Keep the faith.
I don't know, Steve. I am so just grossed out by some 60-year-old, that former, probably corrupt FBI director who's telling the world he's a Swiftie fan and listen to Taylor Swift on his Swiftie groups. Steve, your thoughts?
Well, first I saw it somewhere, one of these really smart guys online put up that when he's indicted on multiple felonies, they hope that Pam Bondi and Cash add this as another felony for being a Swiftie. But on a serious note, when I first saw that yesterday, though, I put it up on Getter that it's the best indication that MAGA and America First are going to win. We're going to have ultimate victory because this is not a serious individual. This is not. He thinks like a child. He emotes like a child. He talks like a child. It's very dangerous. This guy was the head of the FBI, and I think it's very serious when you have something as juvenile. Really, a bunch of music that's made for prepubescent girls, right? Okay, and their emotional arc of their journey. That you have a guy that was one of the most senior intelligence, counterintelligence official in this country, basically, sitting there weeping about how so meaningful to him. This is the type of people that are in the deep state, and I think this is very serious. This guy is a deeply disturbed individual. And we got to get to the bottom of what he did against President Trump. We have to bring the charges, and I agree with whoever on the internet said you got to throw in another felony for a grown-ass man listening to Taylor Swift.
Keep your prepossession daughters away from that man. Steve, the other more serious topic I'd like to talk about, I don't know if you're watching Margaret Brennan, or was it, I'm not sure it was Margaret Brennan. Someone was, Steve Witkoff was talking to, I guess it was Brennan, one of those talk shows, and he mentioned that an Article 5-like security structure for Ukraine was on the table for Putin, meaning the U.S. would sponsor some sort of protecting a new border for Ukraine if it were to move. I'm concerned about that, Steve Ben, and you?
It was Jake Tapper, I think, and it was on Jake Tapper's show. And it was worse than that. He actually said they had proposed it. The United States, the Trump had proposed it, and it was a huge win that Putin was acquiescing to not just an Article 5 security guarantee, but also American troops. And that's what developed today. I talked about that before the show on Friday morning, this Friday afternoon show, Saturday show, and all this morning. And this afternoon was worse. Now, I think what will bail us out here is I think they're so far apart on the land situation that we won't get there. But no, the American security guarantee. Here's a security guarantee. My recommendation to the president and his national security team: give a security guarantee to the people in the Rio Grande Valley, give a security guarantee to all the people in sanctuary cities, all the American citizens, by sending the troops we would send to Ukraine. Let's send them to Los Angeles. Yeah. Let's show Gavin Newsom what combat troops in Los Angeles is, to basically deport, mass deportations, where we should be spending our time on illegal alien invaders.
Your buddy Newsom, your podcast buddy Newsom, gave a CDL driver's license to some illegal Indian border crosser who wiped out a family of 3 a couple of days ago here in the state of Florida. In what planet is this guy still thinking he's got a shot to run for president?
In the planet where he's going to take a state that is basically 42% Republican, I think, as far as voters go, or support these non-left-wing Democrats, and is already at a 52-seat delegation, only has nine Republicans. He's putting up a map that shows they're going to go down to 4 Republicans. He's going to have 48-4. He's going to use that, as he says, to win the 26th election, to impeach Trump, and he's going to run on president for that. So it's in the planet of Orange Man bad, and this is what we have to combat. And that's why in Texas we need the Texas 10, as I call it now. Abbott talked about there are really 10 seats down there, 9 or 10. We have to go full maximalist. But you're right. He's got sanctuary cities. He gives driver's license out to everybody. They want people to vote. President Trump came out today and last night and said he's going to stop that. Putin told him the reason American elections are getting stolen are mail-in ballots, which we said in the war room forever. So President Trump's working on an executive order to mail-in ballots. That, and have you seen, Eric, what he's done in Washington, D.C. in 3 days?
Yeah.
It's like a different city. You can actually go out. He's starting to clean it up. The criminals are off the street. He's taking you don't see the homeless. So those are the actions I think people,
California Democrat
wanna focus
Swalwell
on.
in your town, D.C., is saying it's they should. What do you use the term? We should bury them under the Capitol, meaning fight back. And this is the new Democrat fight idea. I don't know. My comment here and my monologue was, it doesn't matter. It's not. They don't have the right guy on the Democrat side. They got the wrong policy. It doesn't matter the right guy or gal. They just got the wrong policies. You got 45 seconds till your show.
They're anti-American policies. But listen, brother, look at New York City. You know, there's a British colonel that's given this great thing that's up on Zero Hedge. I'd link to a British lieutenant colonel who's used to be part of their Cobra organization, which is Intel, and he says that the UK is hurtling towards civil war, and he says the reason it's doing it is a merger between the radical left as neo-Marxists and radical jihad, the Muslim Brotherhood. It's combined together to hate the West, and the British politicians are too afraid to deal with it. That's what's happening in New York City. So Swalwell, that is the future. They don't care. They just hate Trump. They hate America first. They hate nationalism. They hate populism. They hate MAGA. They particularly hate President Trump because he's the leader of our movement, and he can't be beaten. Right? If he's on the ticket, they can't beat us. So Swalwell called him after everything President Trump is doing, after everything President Trump did in Alaska, convening something, as you know, Eric, has not been done since the Second World War to bring these heads of the governments over to try to talk peace. Swalwell calls him yesterday on MSNBC. I guess said he's a Russian asset. Right. This guy's a Russian asset. So you can't please him. You can do anything you want. And President Trump right now is trying to move heaven and earth to get peace. It's never going to please him. I would say pox on both their houses, cut the money off, and you'll have peace pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's your show, Steve. Good to talk to you, my friend. Happy Monday.
Eric, always great. Thank you so much. Lively conversation. Thank you for bringing up Comey, because that thing on Taylor Swift is very disturbing. We're going to go right to, here's what we're going to do. We have breaking news out of the White House. Our own Jack Posobiec is right there. Poso, only Trump can do this. What did he do? What did he do a few minutes ago?
Well, Steve, we're seeing just two pieces. Number one, I'm hearing that the meeting, the multilateral, has ended with the various heads of state from the EU as well as the European Commission. But just before the end of the meeting was originally scheduled to run until about, we're way beyond schedule, put it that way. We're way past the schedule today. He interrupted the meeting to make a phone call right there in the middle of the meeting with all of the heads of state there to Vladimir Putin. And we're waiting to see whether or not he stepped aside to make that meeting or to make that phone call to Putin directly. Originally, we were told that he was going to call Putin after the meeting. He called Putin in the middle of the meeting, and it wouldn't surprise me, Steve, if he put him on speakerphone for everyone around that table in the East Room to hear.
So let me get this right. The big meeting with everybody is about to finish. And folks, here's how we're going to play. We're going to call some audibles here in the 5 to 7 hour. We're going to go immediately when there's something to report with these guys coming out. We'll cut right to the Take the Feed. Our own Brian Glenn is there, but he's tied up. I think he's out with the president right now. Are you saying that at the end of the meeting it culminated? Is this President Trump wanting to get on the books the three-party meeting he wants to have on Friday, or is this to kind of run some ideas by him? Is this to talk about the land swap? Because the land swap looked like the most complicated part of it. We'll talk about the security guarantees in a minute, but the land swap looked like it was quite complicated and would take a while for those guys to digest. Do you think he got him on for substance or for scheduling?
Well, Steve, I think it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, keep in mind, we're hearing back and forth that the president, and I was able to report this in real time from Air Force One, the president is making phone calls all the time to all of these various leaders, whether it be Zelensky, whether it be Putin, whether it be the NATO leaders. Yes, he's there. We have the pomp and circumstance, which is taking place behind us with this multilateral meeting, but he's constantly working the phones just like he did when he was a businessman there on Fifth Avenue. And so this again and again and again is he's making these negotiations as events run in real time. And it wouldn't surprise me, though, if the territory is coming down on this, because, look, that's something that Putin brought up in Anchorage. We were there at the Anchorage Accords on Friday, and he made the point to say we would be willing to forego, where was it, Zaporizhia and Kherson, up to and including what? The Dnieper River, in order to secure the peace deal now. That's something that the Russian side was saying they were willing and able to do. But, Steve, on the security guarantee, we also heard earlier from the Kremlin, no American troops. That was something the Kremlin came out and said hard no to.
Well, hang on. That's what I don't understand. How did Witkoff go on television and say yesterday on Jake Tapper, as you know, as soon as Witkoff said it, I'm blowing up Jack Posovic's phone. I got Jack on the phone going, what in the hell's going on here? How did Witkoff...
By the way, Steve, I was in the middle of Mass when you did that, and I was in the middle of Mass, and my priest goes, what's going on with Posobiec over there?
Yeah. Jack, how did that... Because what Steve said is that in Friday in Anchorage... They got basically acknowledgement by the Russians that, and they called it a big win. You and I wouldn't call it a big win. They said a big win for having an American security guarantee, which would obviously, a security guarantee without some sort of occupation troops is nothing. So they had to bounce that off them. How did the Kremlin come out today? How did the KGB come out today and say that's absolutely a non-starter?
Well, Steve, that really is going to come down to these questions. You know, there was even an issue with the translation that I was told over the weekend, that in the room they were using this in real-time translator, that Putin said the word agreement, that Putin kept saying this word agreement. Then I go back home and I asked Tanya Tay, I said, how come he kept saying the word agreement, yet they came out and said anything? She said that wasn't the word agreement. She said that was the word understanding. He said we came to an understanding on certain things, which is very different, especially in a diplomatic context such as this, than saying the word agreement. So I don't know if this was a translation thing or something else like that, but certainly the Kremlin coming out today saying hard no, full stop to American troops in Ukraine.
So I want the mainstream media, as much as President Trump's doing, and Jack, give us a sense of the extraordinary nature of having all these heads of major allied powers with Zelensky. You have him there, and he's just getting eviscerated on MSNBC and CNN for all the good work he's doing. Nothing Trump can do. I mean, this is back to the Rush Limbaugh. You can give them everything that they want, and it's still not good enough. I mean, he's getting beaten up, and you can see he's had enough of it because his Truth Social post overnight and early this morning showed you he'd had a belly full of it, sir.
Well, Steve, you mentioned CNN and the other network. I think you mean MS Now, because MS Now is the name of that other network. That MSNBC doesn't exist anymore. It's MS Now. It's just such a great rebrand. I'm sure it's going to work very well for Joe and Mika and all the rest. But no, Steve, what we're seeing is these guys. Look, they want the war. They want the war because they want the war for their ratings. Peace is no good for ratings. Peace is no good for any of this. They don't want it. And because, here's the dirty little secret, they don't want to have to give the acknowledgement that Donald Trump was the one to actually get this done. He got it in the ring. He was the one who was willing to have a sit-down meeting with Vladimir Putin. He was then, on the very heels of that, picked up the phone, called Vladimir Zelensky. Now he's got him here at the White House. By the way, Steve, even in World War II, we never had a meeting like this of all the allied powers like we're having here at the White House. It's just never been seen. It's never been done before where we've seen something like this. President Trump said that he had his team going through the archives of the White House all the way back to 1799 to see if they could find any example of all of this amount of world leaders, this amount of European leaders coming to the White House. Couldn't find one. And so you've never seen anything like it. By the way, the press just, I mean, you could say it's down to the line here, but even in the rain, Steve, there are hundreds and hundreds of members of the press here. By the way, something else that no one's ever going to give them credit for, the press team, Caroline Leavitt, Stephen Chung, Alex Pfeiffer, all the rest of the folks on the press team, all the way from top to bottom, they have the entire thing buttoned up. They have the entire situation going, and they've allowed more access than a Biden administration or an Obama administration ever would.
I played a clip about how much press is there. It's unbelievable. A shout out to Susie Wiles and the White House staff. A shout out to the logistics operation, the White House communication, and to the comm shop. This is in the last four. I mean, these are historic. Like you said, during the height of World War II, you might go to Cairo or Tehran and have the big four or the top three, which is a logistics nightmare. But you never had, and even post-war in the Cold War, Germany, France, Italy, the United Kingdom come in for something on the spur of the moment that's dealing in war and peace on a battlefield. And I think you see now why Putin didn't agree to ceasefire. He wants to keep the pressure on.
And Steve, who was it that's really been in charge of all the public diplomacy here? And that's, of course, the great Ambassador Monica Crowley. So great friend of the War Room, someone who's really been at the forefront of all of this. Even someone, I believe, coined the phrase reverse Nixon.
Talk to me a second. So we had, it was interesting. We had the chaperones, as we call them, showed up first, and Monica greeted them on the South Lawn one at a time. They went in and held, and then Zelensky shows up at 1. So that was 12 noon as we left. 1 o'clock, Zelensky shows up. Immediately, they go into the Oval, and of course, President Trump has a press avail right there, where our own Brian Glenn is a major participant. And then they go to the official dining room, and they have that live. And President Trump does it first. He has a press avail right there where he's talking and lets every world leader talk, and then he comes in and starts having the press. I mean, it's been a pretty intense day. And you're saying when they went behind closed doors, where they may have wrapped up right now. We're going to jump to that as soon as we know anything. But he might have actually gotten Putin on the phone and did a readout to Putin of where we stand?
Well, I think that if anything, that if he got President Putin on the phone, I think it was probably to hammer out some of the disputes. Because what did we hear? And Steve, I actually called you right after that meeting when we walked out of the multilat, that they kept saying, well, that's going to be determined by the trilateral meeting. So they kept saying over and over and over as he went around the room to mayors, to Maloney, to Keir Starmer, to all the rest, Alex Stubb, to all the rest, and even Zelensky. They said, well, we're not going to know until we sit down with President Putin, until we sit down with Putin. And you could tell that President Trump was getting a little frustrated when he kept hearing that. He said, well, look, if that's the guy that I'm supposed to talk to, then why don't we just get him on the phone? And that's exactly what he did right in the middle of the meeting, breaking all diplomatic protocol. He doesn't care about the rules. He doesn't care. He's writing them himself. He cares about the deal. He cares about getting peace, and he cares about stopping the killing that I saw on the ground there in 2022, the killing that we've seen all the way up to and continues even now on these front lines.
Before we go to break, Jack, let's take a second and go to that. You've seen the killing up front and personal. You took one of those long train rides. You've been to Odessa, which it should not be lost on people. The Russians failed to take. Given where the battle lines are right now, where the Russian army is right now, compared to this big dispute of the territories, where do you see, is Putin showing any give it all, or is he asking this all from the Ukrainians, sir?
Well, Steve, what I would say to everyone on this is to understand that in the Russian political system, Vladimir Putin sits in the middle, because there are people to his hard right that are saying, what are you doing sitting down with the Americans? What are you doing even agreeing to one of these things which they've blown through in the past, whether it be the Budapest memorandum, whether it be Minsk I, whether it be Minsk II. You need to sit down there, take all the way up to and including Odessa, the entire coastline, and then maybe allow them to have a bit of a rump state. So there's a huge hard line in Russia that's actually against these talks because they want them to go the whole way.
And you're saying right now, I mean, but realistically, as the IDF is in Gaza, quite worn out and really saying, hey, we don't know if we can actually finish this, and particularly do an occupation. Can the Russian army, given the fact of how many casualties they've taken, I think they gave an official count I heard today of 950,000. That's kind of the now official number. It's not just something speculated. Can the Russian army, is there much more oomph there? I know they'll throw more bodies at it, but is there much more power in back of that?
Well, Steve, that all depends on whether rules of engagement are in terms of the conflict. Look, when I was there in 2022, and I understand that it's been similar this way, there's trains that are still running, there's power systems that are still running, cell phone service that's still up in vast parts of Ukraine. So this has been a different kind of fight for the Russians because they still do view Ukraine as sort of their cousins, as is something that you hear from the Russians a lot. This is very different from the way that they fought, for example, in Chechnya, which absolutely was that hard scrabble, tooth and nail kind of fighting with massive aerial bombardments.
Jack, if you can hang on just for a few minutes, take a short commercial break. We're going to get you out of the weather. So we think the multi-lat is over. We believe that actually the president may have made Putin part of that, at least towards the end of it. Maybe that's scheduling for this Friday meeting. That the president's adamant. He's done enough deals in his life. Motion is progress. He wants to keep deal momentum going. We'll get a readout of that. We'll also, as soon as anybody breaks, in fact, we'll take a short commercial break. As soon as anything pops up, the president comes out, we'll cut right a commercial break and come to it. We got Jack Posobiec at the White House who's covered this for the last couple of years nonstop, and was in Alaska on Friday. And of course, our own Brian Glenn. Brian got a question, and I thought a great question, in today in the Oval, in the Bilat. We're going to take a short commercial break. Take your phone out. Text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. Get the ultimate and free guide to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump from Birch Gold. You also get direct contact with Philip Patrick and his team. Short break.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Jack, you got a Bolton too. Give me your summary observations, sir. Maybe we'll get you later by phone.
Well, that's right, Stephen. Yeah, I'll be able to call in if possible. We've got a lot of moving parts here today. But the fact that President Trump brought Putin into the meeting, I mean, think of this. They had this policy. Remember the policy at the beginning of the war? Do not talk to Putin. Macron had done this series of shuttle diplomacy over with Putin. The long table, remember that? They've cut him off completely, tried to isolate him as much as possible. President Trump then turning around and basically making them all eat their vegetables and say, you know what, we're not doing a deal without Putin. And Macron himself said at one point that regardless of what we want, regardless of what we would like the world to be, no matter what, we are a peninsula, and at the other end of the continent of Europe is Russia.
Jack Posobiec, where do people go? Give your social media, brother, before you punch.
At Jack Posobiec, of course, Human Events Daily. Make sure everyone go and subscribe to Human Events Daily. We're all across Truth Social. We're all across Telegram and Getter, of course, as well. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you, brother. Okay, let's go to our cold open to get you up to speed of what happened today.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 73%, agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible. Only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position. Now, of course, negotiating to end the war as soon as possible, that's a bit more nuanced, right? Ukrainians don't want to agree to all of Russia's demand, but I think the idea of even there being some territory that would be not formally recognized as being given, that Russia could in fact stay in, that does have majority support, but the idea of formal recognition of Russia's demands, absolutely not.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you rule that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Well, her role as the head of the European Union is critical to reassure Ukraine that it is going to be a part of the West. And by the way, if Ukraine becomes a member of the European Union, it gets security guarantees. Under the treaty that it will have to sign in order to become part of it, all of the NATO, the EU members are actually committed to the mutual defense of each other. And if Ukraine is a member of the EU, that means mutual defense of Ukraine by all the EU countries. Now, that includes Germany, and includes France, and includes many of the Nordic countries, includes Poland, does not include the United Kingdom, but it is a step forward. I do want to comment for a minute on those security guarantees, because I don't know what an Article 5-like security guarantee is that is not actually NATO. And we should be very clear that there is a big difference between a statement that says we will come to your defense and an organization and being a member of an organization that exists to make sure that coming to your defense is actually possible and is actually likely through an integrated command structure, having agreed procedures and decision-making authority as part of being in the alliance. So I'm very skeptical, one, that Mr. Putin accepts anything like an Article 5 guarantee. But number two, I'm very skeptical that the United States is willing to provide NATO-like guarantees, which is basically the best way to do that is through NATO. And I think that is one of the issues that will be clarified, that President Zelensky will try to clarify, which hopefully Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, will clarify, and the other European leaders. When you talk security assurances, Mr. President, what do you have in mind? Are you willing to go to war to defend Ukraine if there's a ceasefire?
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. Special place. White House is special no matter where you're from. Represents so much, and it really is beautiful. And thank you for all of the wonderful things that took place today. We've had a very successful day thus far. And important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal, very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory, and I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this.
Can Europe stand up and guarantee the safety of Ukraine without the United States, Jillian?
With great difficulty. I mean, it can probably help Ukraine to be defensive to some degree, but really there is a requirement right now for America to be involved, as much as anything, about sharing the satellite intelligence. That's one of the key things, and providing the long-range missiles and also the defensive systems to guard against the incoming Russian ballistic missiles. It's worth pointing out, I mean, I have the Ukrainian Air Alert app on my phone because I've been back and forth to Kiev quite a bit, and I'm going next month. And the level of attacks from Russia in the last few days has really escalated. So the idea that Putin is seeking peace does sound pretty hollow to most Ukrainians. It's also worth pointing out that the thing that really haunts the Ukrainians and some of the Europeans is the memories of Chechnya. Because Russia went into Chechnya, and I was actually in the former Soviet Union at the time. Russia went into Chechnya once, they flattened it, they then withdrew and seemed to create some kind of peace. And then a year or two later, they went in again and flattened it all over again and really took control. And Russia has a whole military doctrine of creating armies that are designed for wars of attrition. The long history of Russian military involvement is that they often lose battles initially, but they just hang in there after losing enormous numbers of men and soldiers. They hang in there and just keep grinding forward over many years. And President Putin is playing that playbook out all over again. And that is what has concerned Europe so much. And that is exactly why the security guarantees matter so deeply, because history suggests there's every chance that for Putin, what's going on is just a chance to buy himself a bit more time. Remember, the Russian economy right now is under serious stress because of the war. He will buy himself a bit of time and then come back again a few years later. And that's why security guarantees are critical.
And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you, thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
The message to Vladimir Putin.
The message is that they are standing firm, defending Ukraine, including at least two of them promising to put troops on the ground to make sure that Russia can invade again without also attacking NATO members. Not NATO, but troops of NATO members. Now, one of the most important things that Ukraine needs right now in terms of this, as Steve Witkoff had described it over the weekend, an Article 5-like agreement, they need European troops on the ground and backing from Europe that if Russia invades, they will defend Ukraine. The U.S. had troops on the ground inside Ukraine. There were U.S. Special Operations trainers. They had intelligence officers on the ground in Ukraine in 2022, but they pulled them all out. Basically, the U.S. has to bless whatever Europe is willing to do to save Ukraine and the rest of itself for its own security.
Did anybody ever talk about that right there, about the trainers being there? Okay, we're getting word. Zelensky has, in a WhatsApp thread, told some reporters, and NBC News is reporting that the multilat, is what it's called, this group meeting, has broken up. We're going to take a short commercial break. As soon as anything happens, we'll punch out of the commercial break. If not, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Birch Gold. Now more than ever, you need a hedge against times of financial turbulence. We're in a fourth turning, folks. It's turbulent by definition. Birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon. The end of the dollar empire. We're working on a physical copy, but you go now, get access to all 7 free installments. Installment 8 and 9 on the way, all free. And you get a relationship with Birch Gold. Philip Patrick and the team. Short commercial break. Back to the White House in a moment.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, folks, the multilat is supposed to have ended We're going to go right to the White House as soon as they come out and address or talk to anybody. I've also got Brian Harrison is going to join us here, hopefully momentarily from Texas. Big development down there today. But let's go to these last couple of clips of what we've been warning about. And this is how you've been lied and misled the entire time about this war, of what we were banging on the table a couple of years ago and telling you what reality is now, that they're in the sense of, oh, yeah, well, let's get the lines drawn and all this and make sure we get the American troop guarantee and the American $1 trillion redevelopment guarantee. Then now we can let the truth out. Let's go ahead and play these clips that happened this afternoon.
The message to Vladimir Putin.
The message is that they are standing firm, defending Ukraine, including at least two of them promising to put troops on the ground to make sure that Russia can't invade again without also attacking NATO members. Not NATO, but troops of NATO members. Now, one of the most important things that Ukraine needs right now in terms of this, as Steve Witkoff had described it over the weekend, an Article 5-like agreement, they need European troops on the ground and backing from Europe that if Russia invades, they will defend Ukraine. The U.S. had troops on the ground inside Ukraine. There were U.S. Special Operations trainers. They had intelligence officers on the ground in Ukraine in 2022, but they pulled them all out. Basically, the U.S. has to bless whatever Europe is willing to do to save Ukraine and the rest of itself for its own security.
That Kim cited, it becomes a 3-year or less type dynamic. They have to not only prepare to deploy forces into Ukraine, but they also have to shore up their defenses especially on the eastern flank. So that means the Baltic states, Poland, especially Romania. Those countries are going to have to really be prepared to defend their territory on their own, at least for the first few moments of any type of conflict, any type of shooting war potentially between them and the Russians. They just have to be prepared for that.
There you got it right there in all its glory. I believe, as much as there's been this loose talk about security guarantees and American troops and President Trump not waving it off, if you really look at what he's saying, they're putting pressure on him. This is everything. He's kind of saying, well, let's discuss that. And the media jumps on immediately. Oh, he's not denying it. So there's a long way to go between the cup and the lip here, particularly on the basics of these land swaps. I will tell you one of the big things they talked about today: Republicans getting on board. I reported the other day it was $36 billion. It's $54 billion. Another bailout of Ukraine. $54 billion arms package plus money. So they pay their teachers and they pay their public health workers and they pay the pensions. You got a big old nice pension. You sitting on a fat pension? How's that Social Security check look? Is that a big old fat pension that you got coming to you? Yeah, hey, folks under 30 years old, you got that big pension you're looking out there in your golden years to have? No, you do not. Yet we're paying pensions for the guys in Ukraine. And now they're talking about a $54 billion. We're going to get all over that in the next couple of days. Trust me, we'll man up on that one. Make sure we blow that thing up like we blew up Mitch McConnell and took Mitch McConnell down on this last massive Ukraine package. It's absolutely sick. If you look at the economic numbers, they're good. They're not great yet. One of the reasons is massive federal spending. The way you get control of massive federal spending, let me think. Hang on. Wait for it. Oh, the defense budget. We can't be the world's policeman and pay for it, right? It's bad enough being the world's policeman, but they ain't paying the cop. The cop's paying for the privilege of being the world's policeman. It doesn't wash anymore. We don't have that flexibility. So we're going to get Brian Harrison up here in a moment. As soon as they break, we'll go to. They've had the multilat, and Zelensky's told NBC News that, and I think also Sky TV is reporting it's over. Remember, President Trump came in here if you look at the deal process, the next benchmark he wanted to hit was to come out of here with a consensus enough of at least some general package that they could approach Putin and get what he calls a trilateral meeting, which is himself, Zelensky, and Putin, as early as this Friday. We do understand they have made contact from the meeting itself. That President Trump stepped out, I think, to talk to President Putin, and I think they may come back and even got him on the blower. Don't know the details. We'll get to that. But they are obviously President Trump's a big believer in motion is progress in deals, which is often very true. If you get momentum, you can normally get something done. You just got to make sure you're getting the right deal done. As the European elites try to balance, what really galls me about Meloni, they are, I think, the last in the pack for getting to the 2%. Forget the 5%. These people will never get to 5%. That's all a promise, because they'd have to cut into the pensions of their people. They'd have to cut into their 6-week holidays, right, over into July, August, all the way up to September. They have to cut into all that. So that ain't happening. And if they do it, it'll be climate change and women's health care, and everything will be in there except for weapons, interoperability, all of that. Do we have Brian? Do we have a cold open for Brian Harrison? Or let's go ahead and play the cold open. Like I said, as soon as any movement at the White House, we're going to punch out of it and go right to the White House. Let's go ahead and play the cold open for Brian Harrison.
The Democratic lawmakers from the state of Texas have returned home after a weeks-long standoff with Republicans there over their blatantly partisan redistricting effort that comes at the request of Donald Trump. They had prevented Texas Republicans from passing this redrawn map during a first special legislative session, and their efforts likely spurred California Democrats to counter the Republican effort with their own redistricting proposal. But now a second special session has been called, and with enough Democrats present, Republicans will be able to advance their new mid-decade map. The chair of the Texas House Democrats said this in a statement, quote, "We killed the corrupt special session, withstood unprecedented surveillance and intimidation, and rallied Democrats nationwide to join this existential fight for fair representation, reshaping the entire 2026 landscape. We are returning to Texas, more dangerous to Republicans' plans than when we left. Our return allows us to build the legal record necessary to defeat this racist map in court, take our message to communities across the state and country, and inspire others how to fight these undemocratic redistricting schemes in their own state houses."
I've got Brian Harrison by phone. Brian, we're talking the Texas 10. So I assume today, sir, they stripped them of their seniority. They stripped them of their offices. They took their parking spots away. They levied huge fines. They began the process of vacating their seats. So all of those actions that we were promised took place today when these recalcitrant, cowardly Democrats showed back up. Is that what you're going to report to me? That's what you're going to tell the Warren Posse this afternoon?
I can see, Steve, you have a very vivid imagination. All of the things that Governor, it was literally 2 weeks ago today, the governor issued his threat. Any Democrat who doesn't show up at 3 p.m. loses their job, gets booted out of the legislature. That was 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago today. 0 Democrats had their seats vacated. They all came back to their parking spots, which were waiting there for them and their staff and their keys to their offices and the floor. And they were welcomed back with hugs from the House leadership team on the floor, hugging the Democrats. I actually, for as low as I hold the corrupt leadership of the Texas House, I was expecting some punishment drama. I thought we'd have some fake punishments. They didn't even bother. He just welcomed them all back in, said that we need to move on and get back to the people's business, and don't call each other any names. Let's be nice. Let's be kind. And then you're not going to believe this one. Not only did 0 Democrats get punished, okay, not one seat vacated, not one arrest. And by the way, the warrants were supposedly still out when they all showed up to the Capitol. I mean, they're like, right there with DPS troopers, not one arrest, not one seniority, not one committees, whatever. Worse, the unimaginable. He is rewarding at least one. He has prioritized the bill of one of the radical Democrats that broke quorum, passing over just about every other elected Republican to allow this Democrat, who just broke quorum for the last 2 weeks, to prioritize getting a Democrat bill passed. It's House Bill 10, meaning it's the 10th highest priority for the Speaker, a Democrat bill, over the 88 Republicans in the Texas House. So not only are there no punishments happening, they're being rewarded. And then I will know for a fact in about 18 minutes. But in 18 minutes, we may officially see the white flag of surrender go up on the biggest issue. The only punishment I really care about at this point is playing hardball with the Democrats and adding more Republican seats to the map, because that's hitting them where it hurts. That's doing what the voters of Texas want to have done. That's real action. That's tangible. But the map was refiled, and unfortunately, it appears that the leadership of the state of Texas is going to go full surrender and refile maps that only add 5 new Republican seats. When Steve, we need minimum 7, but we need 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. It looks like the leadership of Texas is going to refile the maps, and it's only going to have 5 new Republican seats. Total disgrace.
Well, how could that possibly be when Governor Abbott was on Fox talking big talk like he normally does? The big Texas talk, the big Texas talker. He said there was going to be. He agreed with you. He kind of ripped it. He either it was an homage to you, or he ripped you off, saying that every week they were out, he was going to add a seat that would at least give us a minimum of 7. Would it not, Brian Harrison?
Yeah, they were gone 2 weeks, so I was out there screaming, and you and the posse love it, that were helping us out here. For every 1 week the Democrats were gone, forget the parking spots, their stupid paychecks and paper checks and newsletters, which, by the way, he's going to pay them in full, probably with direct deposit, and they're going to get their newsletters back. Only 5 new seats. Meanwhile, and you just played in the cold open, the chair of the House Democrat caucus, Gene Wu, who, as we speak, Steve, Texas Americans, get your posse. As we speak, the chairman of the House Democrat caucus, who spent 2 weeks behind Pritzker and Newsom, he is still on the redistricting committee, and the Republican leadership in Texas does not appear to be adding any new maps, even though by the governor's own admission, we may have 9 or 10 that we could go get. This is complete surrender, which is what I'm sick and tired of happening in the bright red 14-point landslide re-electing President Trump's state of Texas. Texas should be leading the nation in terms of bold Republican priorities and beating back the left. We got the white flag of surrender. It's about to be hoisted up in the Texas House in 15 minutes from now. I'll know for sure. But they filed the map, and the map they filed, it does have some changes, but not one new Republican seat. That's the ultimate betrayal, and that's the only punishment, as far as I'm concerned right now, that really matters for the people of Texas if they're not going to do the other stuff.
Here's what we'd like to do is let you continue on your journey. Give us your Twitter, because you pick up followers every time, and it's an amazing Twitter feed as you kind of give the actual reporting from the Capitol in Austin. And then in 15 minutes, when you actually get the readout, if you can call back in, I'll put you right up, and we'll talk about what we need to do to get to Texas 10. If they're not acquiescing now, what we need to do that, because I don't think they understand how smash mouth Gavin Newsom's going to be. So what is your Twitter feed right now we should go to, Brian, and we'll get you on here in 15 or 20 minutes after they report out what the new map is.
Yeah, you got it. If you want to piss off a rhino today, go to the most hated Twitter feed in the Texas Capitol, Brian E. Harrison on X, Brian E. Harrison. You can see, I just posted it. I posted the ledger in the Texas House system where the so-called Republican speaker, instead of punishing the Democrats, is rewarding the Democrats with priority bills. You can see the image of it with your own 2 eyes, because it's one of those things that's so crazy. If you don't see it, it's almost hard to believe that instead of being punished for breaking quorum, the Republican leadership in Texas is about to reward these Democrats. It's unbelievable.
We'll see you in 15 minutes, sir. Thank you. Patriot Mobile, by the way, Brian, Glenn Story, and the team have done a remarkable job. 972 Patriot. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body Homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD and refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, as President Trump is wont to do, he's now taken the group of leaders of Europe, and he's marching them like recalcitrant school children, and they're now in the Oval Office, and they're meeting there. We're going to play a clip in a second about Putin, but he's in the Oval Office. Hey, the president, he calls audibles. It's not beyond him to call the press in and have another little briefing and get everybody up to date. So just stand by. Full wall-to-wall coverage here. I think we're going to get Brian Glenn will be up in the next hour. He'll be available. Jack Posobiec by phone. Brian Harrison's going to get us up to speed on what's happening in the redistricting. There's so many great things going on. President Trump's working on an executive order even as we speak to promulgate that out to all federal officials that he's going to officially shut down mail-in ballots. Hello. Is that one we've been working on for a couple of 3 years? Because Putin told him that's the way they stole it. I don't want to say, for all you machine people out there, I preach the gospel of the mail-in ballots, how they stole it. I'm just saying. Anyway, I think we're going to get to the machines also, but they're definitely going to do something with the mail-in ballots. That's happening. The West Virginia, I think, has just announced not only they sent National Guard troops over the weekend, I think they'll be sending more. There's real support here for this lockdown on Washington, D.C., and it's had a noticeable change already in the imperial capital. Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York City are on the short list of where we go next. We'd love to give a security guarantee to those sanctuary cities, sanctuary this, as U.S. troops come in there and clean those messes up. We're going to get to all that. I want to thank the folks at Home Title Lock. Your work, by the way, on this redistricting has been monumental. It's one of the reasons that Gavin Newsom and those guys, as tough as that road is they have structurally, they understand the War Room Posse is running the tables on this. I don't know. It could be 10 to 15 seats before the mid-decade new census. Think about that for a second. Does that change the calculus of 2026? Does that keep the Trump revolution going? I think so, because it reflects the real demographic shifts that were not picked up by the 2020 census because of mistakes and calculation errors and algorithmic errors. Plus, they counted all the illegal aliens. Trump ain't going to do that. Not going to happen. Not going to let Commerce talk him into that again. So, actually, didn't talk him into it. Just went ahead and did their thing. So this has now become a nationwide fight. The Democrats are all over it. We're formally engaged. Want to make sure you're at the ramparts. That's why we love Home Title Lock. Every dream you've ever had is in that house, right? And also all your net worth on top of it, or 90% of it if you're an average American. Make sure that nobody, cyber, artificial intelligence, rogue lawyer, rogue accountant, rogue family member, right? Maybe rogue former significant other can get their grubby mitts on that title, because if they do, folks, your time and focus and energy and anxiety all going to be tied up in that. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Right now, the $1 million triple lock protection. 24/7 coverage, alerts anytime, day or night, that anybody's messing with your title. And if all else fails, a $1 million restoration project to get with lawyers, etc., to make sure you get it back. But don't get the anxiety. Go talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team today. That is HomeTitleLock.com. Also, the folks at Tax Network USA, 1-800-958-1000. Don't let the letter from the IRS sit there and metastasize. If you haven't filed, forgot to file, didn't know you had to file, call these people, 800-958-1000. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. You'll get a total free consultation. Tell them your tale of woe. Because we have $2 trillion deficit, so the IRS has got a mandate, and they're changing heads up, right? Got a new head over there, got a new interim head, changing heads up. Why? Because they need cash to close that deficit. Make sure that you're only paying what you absolutely must pay. Go to 800-958-1000, Tax Network USA. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. They'll give you a free consultation. If they can help you, think about it, because they've solved $1 billion worth of folks' problems. Okay, let's go ahead and play a clip. Here, it's going to take us close to the break. We're packed in the second hour. Like I said, we're going to cut away instantaneously as soon as, I guess, they're in the Oval Office right now, if they invited anybody in there, like the media, or if they break. And I'm sure President Trump will have a couple of things to say. We'll go right there. Let's go ahead and play this clip about Putin.
And we are back with breaking news from the White House, where President Trump and European leaders have been meeting to find a diplomatic end to Russia's war in Ukraine. Let's get back to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House. What are you learning, Kristen?
Yeah, we are learning that President Trump and Vladimir Putin have spoken. Now, it is unclear whether or not this is an ongoing phone conversation, but we do know that President Trump essentially extricated himself from the meeting with these European leaders to talk to Putin on the phone. Now, still also unclear who called who. Was it President Trump taking the call or deciding to reach out on his own? Of course, as we know, President Trump has said repeatedly that Vladimir Putin was expecting his call at the end of today. So what we have been told by a number of sources, again, is that President Trump has spoken to, or is in the process of speaking to, Vladimir Putin as we speak. That is not a call that the European leaders were a part of. Now, just to bring it full circle here, we know the European leaders, they've concluded that portion of their negotiations, which we saw them all at a table there. They're moving into a different location, we believe the Oval Office, to finish these talks. Unclear, again, if President Trump has rejoined them after this phone call that he's having with Putin, or if that's going to be something that he does in the next couple minutes.
Sure, I love that. Extricated himself from the meeting, go make a phone call. He wanted to talk to somebody, make decisions. He's got the chaperones, and remember, the chaperones are there to chaperone him. That's what's so offensive about this. Historic day, I got it. All the heads of Europe's there. President Trump's running the deal, but he still has to talk to Putin and see what's doable, right? Historic day. Even as we speak, we believe they're now in the Oval Office, with President Trump still holding court. If I know President Trump, I think he might just have a couple of 3 reporters come in there. I don't know. It'd be a great way to finish the day. It'll take place in the 6 o'clock hour. We got Brian Harrison's going to call back from Texas. We're going to see exactly where we stand in that fiasco, right? All because of fecklessness. Also, Jack Posobiec's going to be around, tracking down our own Brian Glenn. It's a historic day in the White House. It's a historic day in the world and in the war room, as Real America's Voice in the War Room give you wall-to-wall coverage of President Trump's efforts, might I even say Herculean efforts, to bring peace to the Bloodlands. None of those clowns that are there today did anything but push this war further and further and further. President Trump's now trying to bring good order and discipline. We're going to break it all down for you in the 6 o'clock hour. We leave you with the right stuff. We'll be back in the War Room in just a moment.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the Monday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital, where it's been a very busy and potentially consequential day for the world. For a quick no programming note, tonight, my amazing co-host, Amanda Head, she's on the road for the next 2 days, so you're going to be flying solo with me, but we'll try to keep it filled up with lots of news and great interviews. As I said, it was a very busy day at the White House today, with as many as 9 European leaders attending a meeting with President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky over the war between Russia and Ukraine in the wake of President Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin last Friday. Now, if you were watching the media over the weekend, if you watched CNN or some of the traditional media, you would have sworn that President Putin's meeting with President Trump was a major loss for the United States, but quite the contrary when you started to hear from European leaders today. In fact, most of them said that Donald Trump had made a major breakthrough in the 3-year effort to end the Russia-Ukraine war. What was that breakthrough? Vladimir Putin agreed to a security commitment, meaning that if there is a peace deal, the United States and its Western allies, not NATO, but the United States and its Western allies could potentially create a security commitment to Ukraine, and Russia would have to honor it or face the consequences of going up against all those allies. The NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, mentioned that today. I want you to listen to this and compare it to some of the stuff you might have heard on the news over the weekend. And take a listen to Secretary General Rutte right here.
Let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Really a breakthrough. Now, that's not what you heard over the weekend, but it was a breakthrough, what happened in Alaska last week. Now, the president is still meeting at this hour with those European leaders, and at some point, we will turn to live coverage. If the president comes out or the European leaders come out, we will go live there anytime this hour and keep you up to date on that. Meanwhile, a lot of other big news happening on the forefront today. Let me give you one that just happened a few minutes ago. It confirms our reporting from last year. You can remember those whistleblowers we brought in from the Health and Human Services Department that said tens of thousands of unaccompanied minor children who crossed the border without their parents, Well, they weren't properly monitored by the government just a little while ago. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley confirming that 79,000 of those children weren't properly being monitored. They didn't do follow-up home visits or other things that are normally required by the law. But here's the most shocking statistic that Senator Grassley put out. 11,000 of those unaccompanied minor children did not have their sponsor, the person they were being placed with by the government, vetted. They didn't get a criminal background check. They didn't get any background check. Now, that just seems like downright negligence. Senator Grassley saying it was a travesty what he had uncovered. These statistics confirm what our whistleblowers and Congressman Glenn Grothman came on this show to talk about a year ago. And then finally, one last point. Last week, we told you that the FBI had not one, not two, but three criminal investigations of the Clinton Foundation, but they were all ordered shut down by the Obama Justice Department. Remember the famous quote from Sally Yates, the Deputy Attorney General for Barack Obama, shut it down. Well, today we learned that there was another criminal investigation of the Clinton Foundation, not at the FBI, but at the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. That too, well, it got shut down, ironically, in President Trump's first administration. We learned that from a lawsuit that's making its way, a whistleblower lawsuit, making its way through the U.S. tax court system. Now, we're going to have more documents on this coming up in the next couple of days, so keep an eye on justthenews.com. The protection racket around the Clintons, Hunter Biden, all the others in the Democratic Party at the same time they were smearing President Trump with investigations and false Russia collusion allegations, becoming more and more clear just how much a dual system of justice we have. These documents are up on Just the News right now. We'll have new ones coming out in the next 48 hours. All right, we're going to kick off today's show with a fantastic guest. She is a fountain of common sense in a city of Washington that often is clouded by anything but common sense. She represents the great state of New York. She's our good friend, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, good to have you back on the show.
Always great to be on. You do such good work. I don't know where you get all this information, but you're always like the first, which is a big thing in journalism, especially today. So wonderful job.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot coming from you. I appreciate that. All right. I swore when I was watching the TV over the weekend and CNN was on, I'm like, oh my God, President Trump must have failed. I knew it wasn't true, but you start thinking that way and you listen to it. And then you hear these European leaders come here today and they're all excited by what President Trump did. How big a day is today? How consequential could it be for the continent of Europe and for the world?
Well, let me tell you, every single day in the Trump administration is a big day. Trump meeting with Putin in Alaska was a big day. Trump's power move, where the B-2 group flew over right as Trump and Putin were shaking hands and moving off. I mean, that was one of the most epic power moves I've ever seen. A show of strength, and that's exactly what we need. Every single day, President Trump is showing strength. He's showing leadership. And the European leaders that are really wanting to see this are getting in. You talked about Mark Rutte. He is really quite an exceptional leader. He really gets a kick out of Trump, but he also appreciates and respects him. And I think you see the leaders finally coming together because Trump said repeatedly, the first step with Putin is to meet face to face with him, something Biden could never do, could never present himself in the way that President Trump has, and he does that gloriously. And then to go and get everybody lined up, to get Zelensky in a good place where he is interested in trilateral talks, to get the European leaders interested in helping with security for Ukraine, understanding this is Ukraine's negotiation, but us being able to facilitate it with Trump as the ultimate deal maker, the ultimate moderator, and the guy who's going to say, look, I want peace. I want humanitarian aid going to the people that are suffering. I want to stop the killing. And Trump, he's not naive. He knows that Vladimir Putin is a former KGB agent, an FSB officer. He knows that he is a killer. He ruthlessly went into Ukraine. They've killed all kinds of innocent Ukrainians. They're going into a sovereign country to take land back. But Trump knows he's got to get them to the table. And he knows that Putin doesn't live up to his values. He doesn't live up to deals. But he's got to have everybody there to put the pressure on Putin. And a lot of it comes from simple things like economic policy that Trump has put in place. The energy policy is put in place. He's gotten Putin in a place where he's somewhat isolated economically and militarily, that he has to come to the table. And getting the rest of the European leadership and world leaders there to all agree is really an incredible event. It's really, I think, very groundbreaking and also very historic. I mean, when have we seen this before? This is incredible. This is an amazing work, an amazing thing happening by our president. I'm just in awe of the whole thing. I think it's amazing. And the media's eating a little crow today after all their fear mongering and naysaying.
Yeah, I think they were serving up some mustard for that crow today at the White House. You could really see it because when the Europeans came out, they could not have been more praiseworthy of President Trump. I mean, people who don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, like Macron in France or Starmer in Great Britain, but they were all praiseworthy. And the British Prime Minister said something pretty interesting, which is he thinks what we'll end up with here is not NATO being able to protect Ukraine, because it's clear Putin says that's a line he can't accept, but some form of a Western coalition. He called it an Article 5-like coalition that would create a security guarantee. That is a big step forward. I think that's what Mark Rudy was mentioning as the big deal. But talk about that, how that might be viewed in Congress, that to get this war over, to get the killing over, that we could put some muscle behind future Ukraine security.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is novel, honestly, to look at the way that he's putting them together. Certainly, we're not going to create another NATO. We're going to do what we can to keep Putin guessing, to keep Putin uncertain, and to keep Putin economically and militarily compromised, which is kind of where he is right now. I mean, there's only so much he's going to be able to have much wiggle room when you've got a huge coalition that is sensibly behind us for now. But I do think that this is going to be really important coming into Congress and realizing that there are steps forward to peace, that there's a new novel way of doing things, the way President Trump has presented this, much like the Abraham Accords, nobody thought of that. Now Trump is bringing, creativity to this interesting issue. And I think that you're going to see some buy-in. I mean, I hope the Democrats get over their Trump derangement syndrome and start getting on board, because even liberal leaders and left-leaning leaders across the world are understanding we have to come together for world peace. We have to bring prosperity back. Europe is suffering. We are obviously surging again. But, economic prosperity and peace is the mission of Donald Trump. I mean, it's the reason that I keep nominating him for a Nobel Peace Prize. By the way, legitimately, I actually go to the Nobel site when the nominations are open and make that nomination. And President Trump is always saying, thank you so much for being there. And I wish more people would do it. When they open in October, everyone should get on board, because it's historic what the president is doing every single day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's peace deals all over the world. Azerbaijan, Armenia, you go to Africa, and the Rwandan war has been brought to an end. I mean, it's just remarkable to see in 7-8 months the diplomacy that has been achieved in a short window. There's another benefit to this that I don't think a lot of Americans think about, because we're busy and we're keeping out there. But during the Biden years, because of the way President Biden failed to keep in contact with the Russians, he pushed Vladimir Putin closer to China, which is an alliance that is not in the American interest. It is something that for most of the last 50 years we've been able to keep apart. But if Donald Trump pulls this off, Russia becomes more dependent on the United States, and it moves away from China, and that unholy alliance breaks up. How important is that, and is that part of the chess game here?
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's part of the economic chess game. It's what President Trump is trying to isolate China with the tariffs. He's trying to bring supply chains back. We're trying to get a Micron plant for high quality chips built up in upstate New York. They're doing them in Boise, Idaho first, and they're going to be doing them in upstate New York. But we need our supply chains here. We need to have we learned this during COVID. We learned how vulnerable we were. And President Trump is stepping up. He's saying, look, we got to stand up to China. We've got to make sure that we can't have this unholy alliance. It's Russia. It's China buying Iranian oil that because of the sanctions lifted by Biden, being able to put out proxies to kill people in the Middle East and in Israel, and ultimately coming for the United States. Trump taking dominant alpha-like steps, important steps, measured steps to make sure that we isolate our enemies and keep them from forming these alliances that they were able to form under a weak and feckless Biden. And it's all about, look, it's economic strength. It's even as important as our military strength, rebuilding our military, getting future technology, AI, chips, all those things that we've allowed to just not be part of the United States economy are coming here. And that's what it's all building blocks to make sure that we are the superpower. We are the dominant, benevolent leader of the world, which we've been. But we were slipping away, honestly, under President Biden in a way that was really dangerous. And I think Trump is doing a lot to bring that back. And more people are getting on board with it. You can tell by the reaction of some of the far left Democrats and the Marxists that are out there that are really trying to undermine the president. But, he really has a clear vision of where he wants to be. And every single day he's on the march. I mean, it's incredible. I don't think he sleeps, honestly.
I don't think he is either. I think that's really true. He's going 24/7. I was in Blue, Colorado this weekend for a speech, and even in Blue, Colorado, people were saying things like, you know what, I got to admit, it feels common sense for the first time in America in a long time. I was really struck by that. You're out right now among your constituents. What are you telling them is on board for the fall? When Congress gets back, what are some of the things that Congress can do to keep the Trump agenda marching forward?
Right. Well, I'm going through my district. One of the things we're doing is dispelling the Democrats' lies about the one big beautiful bill, making sure people know the truth about it. And that's important. And then we're going to look at step 2 of reconciliation to kind of finish some of the things that we didn't get done in the one big beautiful bill, although we got a lot in that. That bill is incredible. The more you look at it, the more you realize we got so much time. We got key elements of the Farm Bill, which we hadn't been able to get done. That's going to be mostly done. The rest of the Farm Bill will get done by the end of the year. Important in my district, I have the 5th largest dairy district in the entire nation and one of the largest agricultural districts in the Northeast, the largest actually. So a lot of new things coming on just enhancing, making more things permanent, getting the growth economy that we need, getting away from some of the things that the Democrats have done with overregulation, continuing to fight back on rescissions, overspending, streamlining, working with, unleashing American energy and making all those things happen, through our energy secretary, through all the important reforms, historic reforms coming from EPA under the great leadership of Lee Zeldin, my colleague from New York. Amazing work. What Lee Zeldin has done is absolutely groundbreaking. That is all going to unleash American energy, which does what? It makes us more powerful and have more leverage against Putin and against China and others, and make them more dependent on us. And then we can make sure that we have peace around the world, because that is really what it's all going to be about. Cutting more. We have a lot of work to do still. We have an oversized, overbloated bureaucratic state, but it's happening, and it's amazing what's going to be happening. And I think the president is doing it in a thoughtful way. We can't do it overnight. You got to phase this in. We want to make sure that we don't hurt the businesses that we have, many legacy businesses and legacy companies that are doing great work, keep them going, and just get everybody moving in a leaner direction and a growth position. And it's really kind of incredible what I'm looking. I haven't seen all the notes on everything that's going on. I've been in my district so much, but there's a lot happening, especially with the reconciliation package too, getting messages every day from our great speaker, Mike Johnson, about what we want in it, where we're going to go, Ways and Means under Jason Smith. We're looking at our stuff. Appropriations is talking about where we're going to do some trimming and cutting. I mean, there's just so much happening. And by the way, it's hard to keep up with the president. So he's got a lot of demands, and he's been working with us. He's tremendous to work with, by the way. He's got a clear vision. And it's when you have a leader with a clear vision and, not only having a goal, but a plan, it gets you there. And the Democrats often have goals with no plans. And their goals, by the way, aren't very good usually. So this is where we are.
Real quickly, we only got about 30 seconds left. Will Congress try to give the president more authority to go beyond 30 days and take care of the safety crisis in the nation's capital?
I think so. I think this is really important what the president's doing. Obviously, this is our founders intended, the president and our federal government to have control over D.C. I mean, this isn't something, people are out there, we're going to do it in every city. Well, first of all, let me tell you something. I come from New York. Kathy Hochul brought the National Guard in, untrained.
That's right.
Great people, untrained, into our prison system to solve that problem. We want to make sure that we are continuing to support security. And I'll tell you, I've heard from everyone in D.C. Some of my staff are up in the district today. Boy, do they feel good about what's happening in D.C. right now. They feel safer. They're having arrests every day of people that are dangerous. They're having curfews for a lot of the teenagers who are causing a lot of the crime. It is unacceptable that 45, 46 teenagers have been killed this year in the District of Columbia. That's just unbelievable. Trump is trying to solve that problem as well, and I think he's on the right path.
I heard from a lot of Democrats. They'll probably never say it on air, but they admit it feels different, it feels safer, and it's much overdue. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Great, thanks. Always great to be on.
Yeah, same. We always enjoy you. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, President Trump did meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky and the other European leaders today. We're going to talk about the path to peace, and what that might look like right after these messages. Hey folks, in today's world of misinformation and political spin, it's more important than ever to support organizations that put truth and values first. That's why I support and belong to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're working to preserve faith, family, and freedom, three things that matter to all of us. AMAC members get valuable benefits, discounts on healthcare, travel, and health insurance, exclusive online resources, and a subscription to AMAC's beautiful magazine, one of the best reads out there for an informed patriot like you and I. And all of this is available for as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. That's what I have, a 5-year membership. Join me. Join the movement today. Visit amac.us/justnews and help AMAC protect America's future.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back, America. We're going to keep a close eye at the White House in case President Trump does come out. We'll have you covered with all the latest developments here. But first, we want to turn to one of our most trusted voices. When we have a question about the security of the world, foreign policy, we love to turn to the Vice President of the Lexington Institute and National Security Analyst, our good friend, Rebecca Grant. Rebecca, good to have you back on the show.
Glad to be here.
All right. Today was a pretty remarkable day. No matter which way this shakes out, seeing 8 or 9 world leaders all together in the White House, quickly following up on the meeting with Vladimir Putin last week. What did you see? What stood out from you in the comments that people made during the open period of the meeting?
Well, first, what a display of American leadership, including from this group that a few of them were skeptical about the return of President Trump, but now the U.S. and Europe are absolutely unified. 2 things stood out. One, Emmanuel Macron, all of Europe is concerned about containing Russia. And secondly, Germany's Chancellor Merz noting that there had better be a ceasefire coming after a Putin trilateral. So sure, we're going to give the peace process time to work, but soon it will be time to stop shooting as well. And then above all that, of course, these are the guarantors of Ukraine's security. These European countries have really stepped up, and this Article 5 idea is so interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating because obviously you can't say a NATO guarantee because that's an absolute no with Vladimir Putin. So they come up with this idea that the coalition of the willing, some of these European partners, but not the whole NATO coalition, will back up any future security guarantee. How does President Trump thread that needle? It seems like Vladimir Putin is open to that if Steve Witkoff's assessment is right.
Both Witkoff and Trump have indicated that that is the case. Secretary Rubio sort of sketched out the dilemma. It's a territory trade, and then it's about who Ukraine can ally with. So we know no NATO membership, but I think Italy's Giorgia Meloni was one of the first to raise Article 5. Of course, that's the Mutual Defense Pact. It's only been used once by NATO, and that was actually for the United States on 9/11 when NATO sent AWACS Raider planes to help us control the skies after that terrorist attack. Keir Starmer's in this as well. And basically, these are the major European powers. It's a huge chunk of the G7. It's the countries that have really leaned forward, like Britain has, to give offensive weapons to Ukraine to keep them going. And if they are willing to say that they will respond to any future Russian attack on Ukraine, then that is a huge piece of deterrence. A lot of that will take place, maybe not on the ground, but with air power, cyberspace, and intelligence cooperation too.
Pretty huge. And all the members today saying that the United States has agreed to be in some way involved in that. How does the president navigate that without getting to the natural concern? Boots on the ground. We always say we don't want boots on the ground anymore. But the U.S. can participate this without having to put troops on the ground, right?
Right. And remember, President Zelensky has never requested American or NATO boots on the ground. There really are no boots on the ground. There are some attachés, maybe a couple other people. But first of all, it would have to be at the invitation of Zelensky after a settlement. But I'm telling you, really, where I think this is heading is with more of an air power guarantee. F-35s, which the U.S. has, Britain, Germany, the Finns as well, they can stop any tanks that might bust out from Donetsk in a couple of years if Putin tries something else. The F-35 fighter is also nuclear capable. And so by lacing that into Ukraine's security, which we already do for NATO's entire border, these countries alone are able to provide extra deterrence. And I think the questions are going to turn like, do you allow some peacekeepers? How do you retrograde Ukrainian and Russian forces away from a line of contact? A lot of intricate details to go. But NATO has the possibility, I'm sorry, not NATO, but this group can really extend a true and quite powerful deterrence to cover Ukraine for a long-term peace.
Yeah, that's got to be welcome to the Ukrainians as well. You could see President Zelensky seemed a little relieved today. He always has looked, stressed, but he seemed relieved today that something was on the table that could be meaningful to his country. I want to talk about the steps. I think you laid them out. All right, you got this, then there'll be a counter offer to Putin, then maybe a trilateral, then a ceasefire, and then a permanent peace deal. Is that sort of the hopscotch we have to do?
Right, it's happening right now. Trump said he would call Putin right away. Yeah. And the expectation is an agreement to a date for a trilateral. Trump's not going to miss this. We need Trump there. A date for a summit. That's going to, I think, presume that a territory arrangement has been agreed and that security guarantees have been agreed as well. So, John, the problem is Russia continues to attack Ukraine, 4 Iskander missiles and 100 drones last night. So we have to see now if Putin is really ready to play ball. China always in the background there, but this is going to be up to seeing if Trump really has read Putin correctly in Alaska, and if, as Trump keeps saying, he thinks Vladimir wants to do something. So is it going to happen? If so, it'll be a trilateral, and I think pretty soon. Yeah.
That's what everyone will be watching for. You mentioned China, and that didn't get mentioned a lot today, but one of the legacies of the way Joe Biden dealt with this Russian incursion on Ukraine was basically allowing China and the and Russia to become so much more militarily integrated. Divorcing that is probably one of the big goals that President Trump has, even if he doesn't state it publicly.
And it is so much worse than it was. China, of course, buys 47% of Russia's oil, but they also send in the microelectronics, small drones, nitrocellulose, which you use to make explosives. They send all that into Russia to sustain the war economy. Russia buys actually a lot of its rare earth minerals from China. And this massive defense production is keeping Putin in power. The Russia-China military alliance, they did naval exercises last week. They're both building up their nuclear forces. This is the single biggest danger that America has ever faced. We know China is also trying to dominate in space. And I know Xi Jinping watched that meeting today. What an incredible display of power there with those European leaders. And that group of leaders, they're savvy about China. They know that China has made the situation so much worse. And yes, I would like to see Trump begin to find a way to start to separate that alliance. And if not, to contain Russia and contain China, because they are such a threat.
Yeah. And Vladimir Putin probably doesn't have any long-term interest to be under the thumb of China. He probably chafes about it personally. So it's an opening for the president. The other opening that I keep thinking comes out of this is maybe down the road some more nuclear disarmament talks. Do you think that that's a natural progression if they can pull off a peace deal here?
Well, and that is coming right up because the New START agreement, our last significant arms control agreement, is up for renewal in February. So the way that this shakes out, Trump is not only dealing with Ukraine, he is reshaping the relationship with Russia and with China. So we need peace in Ukraine to be able to continue with those nuclear talks. If that agreement goes away, then Putin is free to put a whole lot more warheads on his submarines and with his aircraft and really change that balance around.
Yeah, and there's a lot in this for the American people. I think a lot of people think, well, this is only about what happens in Europe, but between the divorcing Russia and China and getting that next nuclear agreement, there's a lot in it for everyday Americans as well. Rebecca Grant, you always make this a lot more understandable when you come on now. We always appreciate you. Thanks for joining us today.
Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, I love your analysis all the time. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll shift focus from Eastern Europe to the Middle East. What's next for that region, specifically Iran? We don't want to miss that. We'll be right back, right after these messages.
Your social security number is the key to your identity. Good thing it's completely random and impossible to guess, right? Think again. The first 5 numbers are based off of publicly available information, and you're asked for the last 4 all the time. It only takes a single vulnerability at your bank, hospital, or employer for criminals to gain access to the last 4 digits, putting you and your financial future at risk. If you're a victim of identity theft, LifeLock will step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million. Call 1-800-895-4819 or visit lifelock.com/TV1 to get 35% off your first year. Enroll now.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Welcome back, America. We've been talking about a lot of our adversaries, Russia, China, of course, top of mind with the big summit today. But not too far out of mind is Iran, where we just dropped some bombs a few weeks ago. We've recalibrated, I think, the Middle East posture a little bit, but a lot of unanswered questions. And one of the things I want to make sure people know in America, the Iranian people are suffering more than ever under the mullahs who govern that country and have for more than a half century. Joining me now, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, a good friend of mine, Dr. Ali Safavi. Ali, good to have you on.
Well, thank you very much, John. It's always nice to be on your show and looking forward to a great conversation.
We always do. I always enjoy when I have you on. Let's start with what's been going on the ground in Iran. Executions, extraordinary violence and pain and suffering among the Iranian people at the hands of their own government. Give us an update of how bad it is.
Absolutely. You hit the nail right on the head. Actually, since the end of the 12-day war, the government itself, the regime, has said that they have arrested 21,000 people. There have been a dramatic rise in the number of executions. Just to give you an idea of the brutality of this regime, 29 were executed between August 3 and August the 6th. This brings the total number of executions in Iran under the so-called moderate President Pezeshkian to 1,600, which is a 60% rise relative to the previous year. Last year it was 972 actually. So you can imagine the kind of brutality that the regime is dealing with the Iranian people. There are now 14 dissidents, all of them on the charge of membership in the Mujahideen Khalq, the main opposition, MEK. They've been sentenced to death. 2 others were executed on July 27, and 5, particularly we're concerned about, have been transferred to Qasr al-Hisar prison, where the executions are being carried out, and they are still incommunicado, not able to, their families are not able to reach them. They cannot have any phone conversation with anybody outside the prison. So there's a great deal of concern. Their families keep going. They have also begun arresting family members of MEK activists, some in their late 60s, some suffering from various illnesses. So clearly the regime, fearing that it is losing control of the domestic situation, it has ramped up the suppression of the Iranian people. Remember that the regime has lost its strategic depth with the fall of Bashar al-Assad, with the elimination of Hassan Nasrallah, with the blows that the Houthis have received, and of course with the pressure on the Iraqi government to disarm the Shiite militias who work hand in hand with the regime in Tehran. Add to that, of course, a growing number of protests across the country by all sectors of Iranian society, farmers, bakers, truck drivers, taxi drivers, the students, you name it. And of course, there has been massive power outages, massive water shortage. And so people are up in arms. Every day there are protests in front of various ministries. And so the mullahs are very, very concerned, especially since the MEK-affiliated resistance units have stepped up their activities, targeting the IRGC and the paramilitary Basij. So this explains why you have seen such an uptick in the number of executions in Iran, because I think the mullahs are seeing the end coming very soon.
Yeah, it's very amazing to see. And just the basic staples of life are harder to come by in Iran. The mullahs can't deliver basic things. You mentioned electricity, water, but that's a big part of it. People seem to be unhappy with their pay, the truck drivers. So beyond the destabilization that's occurred by the U.S. Bombings, it does seem like the mullahs are looking to their own people like they can't run the government anymore, right?
Absolutely. In fact, now anybody who wages a protest on any issue, it's labeled the fifth columnist. And of course, the defeat that the regime suffered, both in the region and of course, the blows that it received in the 12-day war, a lot of people are questioning the authority of Khamenei. Infighting has been increasing. In fact, there is even talk in the Iranian parliament for impeaching Pezeshkian for his incompetence. You may know inflation is runaway, unemployment is just beyond belief. 15 million people in Iran sleep hungry every night. 25 million live in the slums of big cities. So Pezeshkian has not delivered, but of course this regime hasn't delivered in the past 46 years. The Iranian people are suffering greatly, but of course they are quite resilient. Remember that since 2017, there have been 5 major uprisings in Iran, the last of which was in 2022, which of course the mullahs suppressed brutally, killing 750 people including a lot of young people, but that has not dissuaded the Iranian people from continuing their protest. Actually, in protest today, I was watching the video, people were chanting, "The enemy is right here. They lie when they say it's America." So Iranian people know who the source of their misery and calamity is. It is the mullahs of Iran, and they are as determined as ever to topple it. What remains, I think, is for the international community to really stop this policy of engaging the mullahs and invest in the Iranian people and the organized resistance.
I want to talk a little bit about the proxies. They seem to be a little less aligned with Iran, or certainly not as strong a hand as they were playing in the past under Joe Biden. Hamas reportedly today ready to accept some sort of a ceasefire deal with Israel. That would be a big deal. Are the proxies unable to get the support they used to get under Joe Biden because of the noose of the economic sanctions and the way President Trump has dealt with them?
Well, there's no question about it that I think to the extent that you deny the regime the financial, if you will, windfall that they, for example, had from the JCPOA, they cannot fund the proxies across the world. Recall that Hassan Nasrallah was saying on TV live that so long as Iran has money, we're fine. We're fine. And so in this context, clearly putting the economic squeeze on Iran, Iranian regime will prevent it from funding its proxies across the region, the Hezbollah, the Shiite militias in Iraq, and of course the Houthis in Yemen. If you notice, just this week, the Ukrainians destroyed 750 tons of weapons destined for Iran to be used in the war in Russia, and also the Yemeni international recognized Yemeni government confiscated whole load of weapons destined for the Houthis in Yemen. So I think that regionally the mullahs are on the back foot. Domestically, they are facing increasing discontent and protests by Iranians and, of course, by the organized opposition led by the MEK. What remains is what the international community does, in particular the Europeans, whether they're willing to let go of this policy of appeasement, something which, as I'm sure you know and you covered it, Mrs. Rajavi underscored during a major visit to Italy back in July, where she went to the Italian Parliament, also spoke at the Italian Senate Committee, and of course there was also a huge event where very important dignitaries showed up, including the President of the European Council until just this December, Charles Michel, and also the former British Foreign Minister James Cleverly, and a whole host of others. So we are, of course, trying our utmost to encourage the Europeans to designate the IRGC as a terrorist group and close down the Iranian regime's embassy. Yes.
Yeah, that's something we'll be watching closely, and the Trump administration clearly is talking about it. So that's something that could happen in the near future. Dr. Ali Savavi, we always get a great update from you. We learn so much about what we can't see with our eyes from you guys. It's a great honor to have you on today.
Sure. Just one thing that I should also mention, John, is coming up on September the 6th, there will be a huge rally in Brussels, where Iranians will be condemning the execution in Iran and will be calling on the international community to stand with the Iranian people.
We'll be covering that live right at Just the News. That's an important one. Thank you, Dr. Ali Savavi. Always good to have you on. All right, folks, quick commercial break. When we come, President Trump is taking steps to make America healthy, but there's still a lot going on in the medical industry that are causes for concern. We're going to get to that with our good friend, Dr. Peter McCullough, right after these messages.
Do you have time to take a survey for our disabled veterans? Do you have time to take a survey? Hey, do you have time to take a survey? Hey, ma'am, how are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
Great. Well, I'm with Disabled American Veterans. Do you have a moment to chat?
Yes,
awesome.
I do.
If you had the opportunity to say thank you to a disabled veteran, do you know what you would say?
I feel like I just thank him for what he's done for me,
We actually have that opportunity right now.
Oh my God.
If you turn around, we have one of our veterans with us.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to thank you so much for risking your life for me and everyone here, and I thank you for the sacrifices you made, and I appreciate you.
You seem a little emotional. What's going on?
I looked down at your arm and I shook your hand, and I realized that you did it at the cost. That for me, you did it for me, and you didn't have to. And I just thank you for sacrificing yourself for me.
It's okay. I'd do it again and again.
You can show your gratitude as well when you call the number on your screen right away, or go to helpdav.org today with your monthly gift of only $19. When you do, we'll send you your very own DAV blanket as a symbol of the care you're making possible for veterans.
When you support DAV, you're supporting veterans like me when we need you the most.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right away. Your monthly gift makes a difference in the lives of our veterans, now and into their future.
Welcome back, America. One of the great things we have is a partnership with the Wellness Company. We get so many benefits, including you getting great discounts on the many great products and the great telehealth medicine advances that the Wellness Company is doing. But another great benefit is we get to talk to one of the greatest medical experts I know, Dr. Peter McCullough. He's joining us right now. He's the author of a new book, Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. Everybody's talking about it. Dr. McCullough, good to have you back on.
Thank you.
All right. I would say you are one of the instigators of what I think is a health freedom movement. And today, a couple of doctors filed a lawsuit to advance the cause of freedom in medicine. Tell us a little bit about it.
Pediatricians Dr. Paul Thomas and KP Stoller have filed a lawsuit against Suzanne Monterez and the CDC. Monterez is now the director. And the lawsuit is essentially attacking what the CDC lays out as its recommendations for the criteria of vaccine exemption. Remember, being exempt from childhood vaccines is a contentious issue from state to state. And unfortunately, the states take the CDC guidance and they make it into state law. They make it into in some states, very severe, rigid recommendations and requirements for kids to go to school. Well, these two doctors are trying to break all of that up. No vaccine is without risks. And the CDC's guidance doesn't take into consideration, more subtle degrees of immunodeficiency, autoimmunity, previous intolerance to vaccines, short of anaphylactic reactions, sibling reactions, and of course now parents concerned regarding chronic allergic diseases and neuropsychiatric diseases that may arise from combination vaccination.
One of the most amazing trend lines is you're seeing more and more parents filing exemptions, right? The CDC, I think, just had a report showing that more and more parents are exercising their right to protect their children. Talk a little bit about that trend and what might be behind it.
Well, it's been known now for years that healthy children today who skip all the vaccines, they actually have better health metrics than their fully vaccinated counterparts. Remember, we're giving vaccines for legacy diseases like diphtheria and pertussis, polio. These illnesses honestly have not been widely prevalent in childhood populations for a long time. And we're vaccinating for diseases that are readily treatable with antibiotics. And so what's been learned is that parents have caught on to this. And for a healthy child born today, many are choosing to go completely unvaccinated, keep the child healthy. Conversely, a child born with cystic fibrosis or congenital lung disease, children born without a spleen or have had the spleen removed due to trauma or for surgery for, let's say, a Hodgkin's lymphoma, different story. I think children, have a strong indication for the routine vaccines when they have these background conditions. So I think where we're moving to is instead of a one-size-fits-all vaccination for every child the same way, I think we're moving towards risk stratification, much more parental choice in what's going on. And honestly, I think it's going to be better for everybody.
Yeah, and those two doctors moving that ball forward today with their extraordinary lawsuit. You have made it possible for all of us to stock up and have emergency medication on hand with those great emergency kits. President Trump realizes there's a good reason for that, which is we don't have a lot of the supplies in America to make some of these basic drugs. He signed an executive order last week. How big a deal is it?
I think it's a big deal. I'd like to see it go forward and having some public-private partnerships where we have manufacturing in the United States like we used to for critical drugs for high blood pressure, diabetes, dyslipidemia, critical antibiotics. I think they should all be made. 95% of the drugs I prescribe are generic drugs anyway. If they were made in the United States, we wouldn't have to worry about tariffs, and we certainly wouldn't have to worry about drug shortages. Right now, everything's originated in China. What we've done at the Wellness Company is we have 2 pharmacies. We have ample supply for the critical antibiotics, antivirals. They're readily available in our emergency kits with replenishment programs. And then for chronic diseases and chronic problems where you're on a daily medicine, that applies to me. Then we can look at the memberships. Both the Premier and the Elite memberships have free prescription drugs. So I get my drugs free. That means no shipping, no copays. Just being a Wellness Company member, I get blood pressure, cholesterol, and other medications for free.
That is definitely worth checking out for anyone who has to pay a prescription bill every month. We know what a big savings that could be. We got about a minute left. I always get a big reaction when you come on the show. But last week when we talked about parasitic infections and some of the side effects, I got a delusion. In fact, I had to put a couple tweets out to help people find some of the stuff and get them appointed. Tell us a little bit why parasitic infections are becoming a bigger concern, why people are paying more attention to them.
Well, because people are eating more sushi, more raw uncooked food, more pets, and the ability to actually pick up spores and get difficult to diagnose parasitic infections readily treated with the Wellness Company combination ivermectin mebendazole parasite cleanse product. But it's also used off-label now as an anti-cancer agent on top of everything else people do.
Wow.
Now a recent release from UCLA Cedars-Sinai indicates ivermectin is moving into cancer trials at major university medical center.
And a few years ago, they wouldn't even let us take it during COVID, even though there were good signs that it was effective. It's amazing how far we've come. Mosi, a great credit to you, sir, for all the great work you've done. Dr. Peter McCullough, love to have you on. Thanks for joining us today. All right, folks, if you want to take advantage of all of the great telemedicine that Dr. McCullough has, just go to twc.health/justnews, twc.health/justnews. Use the promo code JustNews. You'll get incredible savings, including $60 off on that parasitic cleanse and free shipping. A great offer. Go check it out. All right, we're going to take one final break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little politics. Yep, there's some of that going on in Washington. But first, a quick message from our great sponsors.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Welcome back, America. We've chronicled many instances where companies that went woke ended up going broke and ran into the resistance of American people. Now school districts are facing the same thing, including one in my own home county, Prince William County, Virginia. Joining me now, Terry Schilling, president of the American Principals Project, who's keeping a close eye on that. Terry, good to have you on the show.
Thanks so much for having me, John.
All right, you got these Virginia school districts. One of them's mine, Prince William. They don't want to comply with the president's transgender executive orders. Tell us what they're putting at risk for their students and their parents.
Well, thanks again for having me, John. So I'm a Northern Virginia resident. I live in Fairfax County. 4 years ago, I had to pull my kids out of Fairfax County public schools because of how bad the education system has gotten. And now they're just making matters worse. So President Trump and Linda McMahon, the Department of Education Secretary, gave these 5 counties in Northern Virginia until last Friday to comply with Title IX, which means don't allow boys into women's sports or their locker rooms or shower rooms. That's the girls, that is. And these 5 districts all said, go pound sand. And they're willing to risk federal dollars, $160 million, by the way, in Fairfax County alone. Wow. So all in all, John, we're talking about these progressive transgender activists willing to put hundreds of millions of dollars on the line just to put boys in our daughters' locker rooms and showers. It's absolutely appalling.
It's just mind-numbing. I mean, they're going to put a lot of programs at risk by losing that funding for an issue that less than 20% of Americans even support. I mean, they just seem to be completely disconnected from middle America. Does this go to the courts next, do you think? Or do you think President Trump just says, see you later, I will keep the money, thank you?
No, so the counties are going to sue, and they're going to basically try and hope that the courts bail them out. However, the state of Idaho had just won a major lawsuit with ADF when they came under a lawsuit under the same pretenses. So we expect that President Trump and his administration will prevail. Our daughters, by the way, will prevail. Our families will. John, I don't think you're in Prince William County, but you remember just 4 years ago in Loudoun County, the Loudoun County School District tried to cover up not one, but 2 sexual assaults done by a male in the female restroom. This is obviously something that should not happen to anyone, let alone happen twice. But these school districts in Northern Virginia are quite corrupt.
Yeah, and these are real examples. I mean, it isn't a hypothetical threat. Those are 2 real cases that showed exactly the danger that these policies have had. I want to turn to electoral politics, just because the president this morning, on a busy day when he was going to be hosting European leaders, played a little mischief in politics, saying, you know what, I'm going to do an executive order and ban mail-in ballots. I think a lot of Americans like that idea. You look at the polling, it seems like people have a lot of distrust of this. How disruptive could this be if he were to do that in time for the 26th election?
John, I think that'd be incredibly disruptive, especially to the Democrats and all of their voter fraud efforts. Personally, I signed up for automatic absentee in Northern Virginia. I kind of like it because I don't miss any more elections. But we've seen how these blue states and how these corrupt local officials and activists have abused the mail-in balloting system. So I fully support President Trump here. Show up in person, be a responsible individual. If you can't remember what day election day is, maybe you shouldn't be voting.
Yeah, that's a good thing. And other countries do it just fine. They don't need a month. They don't need 6 weeks. They got it done. So let me talk a little bit about the left's response as its agenda is getting exposed and President Trump is literally stripping it down. There's this sort of answer that the left gives that, it's okay to be politically correct. In fact, it's the cool thing to be. But actually, they ignore all the safety, all the other obvious issues that most Americans see with their eyes. Why the disconnect? Why haven't they realized where the American people are?
Well, look, I think that the Democrats have locked themselves into a really terrible ideology. I think that their base has grown very radical. And frankly, when it comes to the voter fraud efforts and the voter integrity efforts that President Trump is trying to support, I think that they've become dependent on allowing illegal immigrants to vote, on allowing voter fraud and the abuses of our system. And they wouldn't win as many elections without this type of fraud. Some of these precincts are just absolutely atrocious with how the vote has gone down. I've seen the signatures and the mail-in ballots in the 2020 election in Georgia, for example. I mean, there's obviously fraud here. There's nothing wrong with showing up to the polls, giving them a copy of your photo ID, which you need for everything in your entire life, including to have a house, have a job, buy things. Right. You need a photo ID for everything. And the left doesn't want to do it because it cuts into their system of fraud and corruption. And so I think it's very obvious right now that the Democrats are a terrible party. They're corrupt, and they don't have America's best interests at heart.
You said once, it only takes a little bit of courage to do something that the American people want, and that's been shown time and again, including your great group. For folks who want to follow American Principles Project, what's the best way to stay in touch with it, Terry?
Well, two things. Check us out at AmericanPrinciplesProject.org. We're building the NRA, but for families. So we treat the family as the most important and powerful special interest group in the country. And then follow me on X or any social media platforms at Schilling1776.
I love it. An easy one to remember. Terry, great to finish up the show with you today. Thanks for joining us, folks. I can't believe the hour just zoomed by. Don't worry, Amanda will be back on Wednesday. You got to fly solo again with me tomorrow, but we'll be back with her on Wednesday. Until then, we're going to hand things off to Grant Stinchfield. Have a great night.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Shield now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. What a day at the White House. A day that only President Trump could put together. Yes, we had all those European leaders coming in, joining Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, to talk about how do we get peace between Russia and Ukraine. This follows, of course, President Trump's historic meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. Now, the mainstream media still refuses to give President Trump any credit for this. But by and large, I look back at history, I don't think this has ever been done before. The media doesn't understand how deals are made. They are so focused on that a result has not occurred yet, instead of looking at the process and how this process and the wheels are turning, that we move towards peace, something Joe Biden could never do before. Now, coming out of this meeting, we have the possibility of a trilateral meeting with Vladimir Putin, Volodymyr Zelensky, and yes, quite possibly even President Trump meeting within the next 9 or 10 days. Listen.
But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult and very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting.
You can go into Asia. President Trump has stopped wars. Africa, President Trump has put an end to wars. I count 6 of them at least. This one would be the next. It seems to be the toughest one to stop. We are getting word, breaking in some respects, that a high-ranking foreign minister inside Russia says any kind of a security guarantee by NATO forces, meaning NATO peacekeepers on the ground in Ukraine, would be a, quote, deal breaker. This was being thrown around as Article 5-like protections, meaning Ukraine wouldn't get entry into NATO, but if they were attacked, Article 5-like protections would then spring into place. That would mean European nations, quite possibly the United States, would be forced to defend Ukraine against Russia. I'm not happy about that as far as American involvement. President Trump says, look, it's up to Europe first. They're the ones that are in their back door. But all of this, as security guarantees were being talked about, President Trump got a big piece of praise from the Secretary General of NATO.
And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Look, if the United States is going to sell weapons to Europe and Ukraine, I'm all good with that. No more free stuff. And I certainly don't want American boots on the ground in Ukraine fighting Russian soldiers sometimes down the line. Here's the reality. I don't trust Zelensky. I don't trust Putin. So if you have a deal in place, you've got to have parameters in place that ensure the deal has to be kept. Without it, you're really only getting a ceasefire for a few months until one or the other break the deal. Now, Putin and Zelensky, again, the media fails to understand how you get to a deal and the process that has to take place here to get to a trilateral meeting. Zelensky, Putin in one room with President Trump there. Wow, this is Zelensky.
And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen, and if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
All right, so Zelensky needs to stop dictating to what everybody else needs to do and focus on what he needs to do to end the war. My humble opinion. I want to bring in with me now Real America's Voice chief White House correspondent, a man in the room when those guys were talking, the leaders of the free world, President Trump, and then, of course, Zelensky and the other European leaders as well. Brian Glenn is with us. Brian, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Grant. Great to be here.
All right, what did you make of today, Brian?
Well, this meeting today in the Oval was such a drastic contrast than what it was back in February when we saw basically Zelensky coming in seemingly not appreciative of the hundreds of billions of dollars that the U.S. have given him, coming in oddly enough without a suit, which spawned a completely different direction of the meeting. Today was a 180 from that. It really was. And I think the suit question, in my personal opinion, and people that I've talked to all day long, say that it kind of loosened up the vibe in the Oval Office, got everyone kind of laughing a little bit, being, kind of getting the stress out of the air. Because when I walked in the Oval Office, Grant, when they let us in, it was tense. The moment was there.
All right,
Zelensky had his people on the couch. Yeah.
Let me set this up for you, because only you can do this. I mean, it's amazing. World leaders are looking at you, right, Brian Glenn? You gotta sometimes pinch yourself. That Zelensky's like, yeah, I remember you. You were the one that asked the question, hey, you don't wear a suit into the Oval Office, the highest office in the world, and there were some tense moments there. Well, he wore, I guess, a jacket with a T-shirt underneath, doing a Miami Vice impersonation, but it's better than nothing. This is how it went down when you confronted Zelensky on that.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was. I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed. You are not.
Maybe yours is much better than mine.
All right, so Zelensky's got a sense of humor. He said, you're in the same suit. So your thoughts about that going down, Brian?
Well, that's kind of like two guys throwing some jabs at one another, Grant. I took it very lightly. I didn't take it personally. And I'm pretty sure it's not the same suit. I do have multiple versions of the same color blue, just like most people have. Dark blue, navy blue, light blue, gray. We have it all. It was a great exchange. And I think if you look at President Trump's reaction to this, that's the first time I've ever seen him really laugh that hard, especially in the Oval Office. So it was a moment that I think loosened everything up. And then I was able to ask him about whether or not he would be open to having elections after the peace process. And he did answer that question. Then I went into President Trump.
Hold on, Brian. Let's take this one step at a time. And I should have set this up better with you. I could have just had you throw to these sound bites. The election question was probably one of the most important questions, because it's what I've been arguing for a long time. When you hear the answer, this is why Zelensky doesn't want the war to end. Listen carefully to Brian's question here. This is cut 3.
Are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election.
He said, yes, of course. But the way I read it, he said before, you don't understand the laws and that we can't have elections now. And I wish we would have played that part of it. But your thoughts. Am I right, Brian?
Yeah. No, you're right. He said if we're in wartime, all elections are canceled. So as long as we're engaged in war, we cannot have an election. So, and if you look at the latest polling, Grant, 70% of Ukrainians want negotiations that can lead to peace. They've got war fatigue as well. So he's not polling very favorably within his own country, which might make sense why he's not initially wanting to really end this war right now. I think he is at a point, though, however, Grant, look at the casualty rate and how they're recruiting senior citizens and they're recruiting even people with disabilities to get involved in fighting. I think he is at the point where he wants peace, but he does know the reality, Grant, he won't get reelected.
Yeah. One more question from you, which was also important, and this one really was directed at President Trump, about the media and the media's coverage of this. I really believe you've got the liberal side of this, but I've always said most members of the media have never taken part in the real world. They have no idea what a business negotiation is or how one goes down, which is one reason why they just can't understand there isn't a solution yet. But anyway, here's your question about the media to President Trump.
But do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal? Because they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace.
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible.
Brian, before I let you answer and let you go, I want everybody at home to quite understand the gravity of Real America's Voice having you in the Oval Office, now on a regular basis, where world leaders know Real America's Voice, Brian Glenn, the president refers to you. This is so big. It's why people should be watching this network on a regular basis. And with that, I'll throw it to you for the last word here.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm so appreciative of the relationship that I have with President Trump and his entire administration. I'm very grateful for that. Very grateful that for Real America's Voice being willing to be on the front lines, if you will, on this conservative MAGA movement. This is what it's all about, getting the information out. I will say last, one of the biggest questions I think that got covered earlier, but maybe not as much, was the doing away with mail-in ballots and electronic voting machines. Trump weighed in on that. That's huge. He pushed it out earlier on Truth Social. I encourage everybody to go back and look at that clip because that is huge with the movement. He promised safe, secure borders and safe election. Yeah. And if we don't have safe elections, we don't have a country, Grant.
Well, look, we're going to cover a lot of that. He wants to do that through executive order. It's so important, and over the coming days, we have plans on this program as well to cover that exact movement.
Nice.
Too. Brian Glenn, always great work. Thank you for sharing some time with us tonight.
Hey, Grant, thanks for having me. Appreciate it, bud.
Absolutely. My buddy Brian throwing barbs and jabs with Zelensky, and they're joking about it, and the president joking about it. I love to see it. And maybe it did play a role in lightening the mood there, and maybe Brian Glenn gets a Nobel Peace Prize for his role in all of this as well. Maybe not. All right, look, I believe the walls may be caving in on Zelensky, as Brian alluded to in Ukraine. You've got the deputy of Ukraine. This is a position inside the Ukrainian parliament, elected. And this is what he said about Zelensky not representing the people, per se, when it comes to all of this. This is Dubinsky.
The hopes of Ukrainians rest solely on you. This is not flattery or empty phrases. Zelensky does not represent the opinion of Ukrainians, as his democratic mandate expired in the spring of 2024. He received it in 2019 under the promise to find common ground with Russia and secure peace. In fact, today it is President Trump who fulfills Zelensky's pre-election promises.
All right, so what will happen? It seems to be that many people in Ukraine don't even want NATO membership. Yet Zelensky is making this a huge part of the negotiations. Why? I do believe that Zelensky wants the war to continue because he knows elections can't be held. He's going to lose when the elections come around finally. This is him and his last ditch at holding power, and he holds power as long as a war is going on. Again, the fact that President Trump could get Putin, Zelensky, and himself in a room over the next 10 days is huge, historic, and I don't believe any other president other than President Donald J. Trump could have gotten that done. All right, turning now to the story where we all want some action on. That is the Obama collusion conspiracy to take down and frame President Trump, and of course anybody around President Trump, and that includes the J6ers. So Ed Martin is President Trump's weaponization chief, meaning he's looking into the weaponization of the DOJ and the federal government against political enemies like President Trump. Ed Martin said this about January 6th and the players behind persecuting so many of the people that watch this program. Those people that were there to support President Trump on January 6th that soon became political prisoners. Listen.
That's a fulsome investigation on January 6th, and it will make clear the hoax, which is really the 2020 election hoax. We were told we couldn't talk about it because of January 6th, and the whole thing is falling apart, Maria, and it's going to get to the bottom, and the players are always the same. It's always the same. The same people on December 9th, 2016, in the Situation Room in Obama's White House are playing the same game all these years.
All right, so the same players that went after President Trump were the same players going after the J6ers. Now, I believe that's all part of the conspiracy. What about the J6 committee? They were given pardons. I believe those pardons are worthless because they were done with the auto pen. But Martin talked about this. And he basically said the hunt continues. Members of Congress, their staff, beware. This is cut 24, please, for the guys behind the glass. Cut 24.
Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
Of course. Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee, and they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox because there's a lot to be asked about.
All right. I want to bring in now former State Department employee, executive director of Foundation for Freedom Online. Mike Benz is back with us. Mike, it's great to have you back on.
Great to be back. Thanks.
First off, I urge anyone out there to watch Maria's interview with Ed Martin. I actually found it very informative. What is your takeaway? Do you think things are moving fast enough? We've got some grand juries formed. I can tell you overwhelmingly what I get is the people are still very frustrated, Mike.
Yes, and I think that's a natural response. Things have been moving at breakneck speed at almost every agency front in the Trump administration, from massive reforms to the State Department laying off 4,000 folks there last month, the closure of USAID, the potential shutdown of the Department of Education, massive reforms across the board. But justice does move more slowly. And this is in part because justice has to ingest all of the evidence from all of the other agencies and then make sure a case is airtight before it's brought. And there are lots of considerations in many of the rogue activities that justice has to be implemented around. When you're talking about the Russiagate affair, we now know that a grand jury is being impaneled. We don't yet have the set of potential defendants in those cases, but that has been widely reported that they are being impaneled. Obviously, that comes down to ingesting the information from not just whistleblowers, but also from the intelligence agencies themselves. We've seen mass disclosures from ODNI. The FBI is still finding documents. We know that these people tried to delete all of the evidence, tried to burn them. A whistleblower brought forth thousands of FBI documents that were supposed to be burned in burn bags, which is how we've gotten these recent FBI releases. But you have the Russiagate affair, you have the January 6th, the elements of the Fedsurrection. You heard Ed Martin refer to the January 6th case. And this is something that is, I think, when Ed Martin does get to the bottom of it, I believe it'll bring the house down. This is something that was lorded over the American people for 4 years, 5 years almost now. And what we know about it already is so damning. And what the Justice Department has to sift through is the underside of the iceberg. We know that the FBI had penetrated all of the different major so-called right-wing militias. We know that DHS had twice as many agents as the FBI. We know that the January 6th pipe bomber case was effectively abandoned by the Justice Department, despite it being the most high-profile, incendiary, explosive element of the January 6th affair for months afterwards. It was this threat of this January 6th pipe bomber that made this a potential mass casualty event. And in the entirety of the Joe Biden Justice Department, they never disclosed a suspect. They never disclosed the age, the race, the gender. All they showed were a set of $300 Nike shoes. I've put forward evidence showing that I believe that they actually blotted out the eyeballs of the January 6th pipe bomber so that when you zoom in on it, the eyes are blurred out. This usually means that the person, if they had a criminal record, or if they had a military record, or if they were a federal officer, their eyes would have been scanned in a database. But now you can't look that up because they blurred the eyes out. But you had this person walking around on foot for 90 minutes in the home turf of the national surveillance state, Capitol Hill in Washington. The cell phone data, this person was texting on their cell phone. The former FBI said that cell phone data was corrupted for the pipe bomber and only the pipe bomber. But then the actual cell phone companies said the data was not corrupted when they sent it to the FBI. All of this stuff has to be dug up, as well as the original footage. For example, the DNC footage for the pipe bomber was reduced to just 1 frame per second. That's the kind of security camera footage used in the 1970s. There's no way that's the original footage. That was doctored. They cut it down to 1 frame rate. They didn't disclose the part of the video of the pipe bomber actually planting the pipe bomb. We know that the Biden administration lied to the Justice Department for an entire year about Kamala Harris's whereabouts, so much so that the Justice Department had to refile grand jury indictments because the Justice Department lied to the judges and the grand juries about Kamala Harris being in the Capitol when actually she was right where the pipe bomb was suspiciously planted. There's so much of this that has to be made public, but it starts with getting the raw source footage. Get the original copies of the security cameras and make that public to the world.
Mike, look, over the last couple of weeks, we've basically learned beyond a shadow of a doubt from the emails, which nobody that's written the emails, from Clapper, Obama, and others, have disputed the legitimacy of these emails that basically said, go find me an alternative assessment, frame President Trump. That wasn't the exact quote, but that's basically what it says, frame Trump. Now with what you're saying about the J6, and we've covered this on this program about the pipe bomber, do you think we'll get to a point where we prove, because I think what you're saying is the pipe bomber was a setup job. It was somebody inside government. It had to have been. They're walking by in and out of this thing, and you got agents smoking cigarettes outside, and it sure seems like they know the pipe bomb's there. Do you think we'll prove that it's a setup job? And that means we would have had our own government try to frame the president of the United States, Donald Trump. We would have had our own government set a pipe bomb outside of political headquarters in Washington, D.C. of both parties. I'll give you the last word on that. Do we get to that point?
Yes. If Ed Martin knows where to look, I believe this can be found. What we know is that the fusion cell in D.C. called the hospitals 3 days before January 6th and told them to stock up on extra blood because there might be a mass casualty event. We know that then Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen convened a special team out of Quantico with shoot-to-kill orders that we're told, with the FBI and special forces folks, essentially, all around January 6th, staked out 3 days beforehand, and on suspicion of what? They said a, quote, weapon of mass destruction might be placed around the Capitol. Well, that is code for a pipe bomb. That's actually the technical term, a weapon of mass destruction for a pipe bomb. This is what the Michigan, the Wolverine Watchman, if you remember, in October, the FBI set up people with a fake pipe bomb. They got, for the Whitmer Fednapping case, the FBI literally sold pipe bomb parts. And then the head of that investigation, Steve D'Antuono, the guy who was the head of the Detroit field office for the FBI, became the head of the Washington, D.C. field office ahead of January 6th. He was rush promoted. I believe this gets to the military. The military is a big part of this. This final thing is that Mark Milley said to Gina Haspel on November 9th, 2020, just 2 months before January 6th, that a right-wing coup is afoot. We need to do something to stop it. And I believe that this January 6th operation was part of an effort to end Trumpism after Trump and to create a criminal predicate to do that. And I believe it was the same units out of Fort Bragg and Mark Milley that were involved in a lot of the frontline breaches. If you study that frontline breach, just before 1 p.m., it was almost all military people. And I believe it goes up to Mark Milley.
Well, look, this is why, Mike, you know, I try to give you as much time as I possibly can as you lay this stuff out. Nobody knows it better than you. You said if Martin knows where to look. My buddy, and I think a guy that you know very well, Darren Beattie with Revolver, he's now inside the DOJ. If anybody's going to know where to look with this pipe bomb stuff, he's going to know, and he's been very quiet through all of this, so hopefully I know he's working on it. Maybe we'll get some answers. But great work, as always, Mike. I'm always fascinated by anything you have to tell us here on the program. Thank you, sir, as usual.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Many people are living with chronic health issues, but cellular hydration can lead to reversing ailments, getting off medications, losing fat, and even restoring energy. And right now, you can see for yourself in just 5 days with Energized Health's 555 Challenge, and it starts today. Join the challenge at my555challenge.com. It's just $5 to get started, and if you're ready for personal coaching, real tools, and the ability to measure your hydration, upgrade to the VIP experience. It's a 5-day program that starts today. Register now at my555challenge.com. Sanctuary city policies have yet again resulted in the loss of life for Americans. We get into it next.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
I'll tell you what, folks, President Trump is making sanctuary cities look really bad. Cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore. He's cleaning up Washington, D.C. in record fashion. Excuse me, over the weekend, 68 arrests just Saturday night in D.C. 24 of 70 homeless encampments cleaned up. 15 illegal guns taken off the streets. That was just a Saturday. And yet California, Los Angeles, San Francisco continue to be run by gangs and bruisers. This is Stephen Miller.
All of that blood, all of that suffering, all of that heartache, squarely on the soul and conscience of California's governor and the mayor of Los Angeles. They are guilty of crimes against humanity. They are facilitating child trafficking, sex trafficking. Look, they think this is a game. They think this is a joke. This is life and death.
You want to know how we know it's life and death? Because 3 people were killed because of this craziness in California. Policies like he talked about caused the death, in my opinion, of 3 people in a minivan in Florida. Take a look at this video. What you're looking at is reverse dash cam video of two semi-truck drivers. That man there is Harbinger Singh. He is an illegal alien, makes an illegal U-turn where you can see the minivan comes crashing into them. That U-turn was done on a major highway. It was totally illegal. Now, how does California have to do with this when it happened on a Florida highway? California has Florida blood on its hands because California gave that man the commercial driver's license. He doesn't know how to speak English, we're told, and he's an illegal alien. How in the world are illegal aliens getting commercial driver's licenses? 3 people are dead because of it. You can thank Gavin Newsom for that. On with me now. Former federal prosecutor, retired U.S. Marine, John Deaton is with us. John, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me, Grant. It's always a pleasure to be with you, my friend.
John, this is really an outrage. I mean, I know California gives driver's licenses to illegal aliens, but now you're talking about commercial driver's licenses to drive big rigs. I owned a trucking company. I ran 18-wheelers for FedEx. It was always my biggest fear you'd have somebody not qualified behind the wheel. You do everything you can to stop it, but an illegal alien? I mean, this guy's from, I guess, Asia someplace, India, Pakistan, I'm not sure, but how does this happen?
Well, it happens when California states, these sanctuary states, with their policies, they usurp the federal government. They usurp the citizens of Florida and the governments of Florida because, you know, it should be pretty simple, Grant. If you're here illegally, you shouldn't get a license, but you certainly shouldn't get a commercial license where you're driving one of these massive vehicles. Federal law requires legal status. California chose to bypass that federal law and give this illegal a commercial license that took the life of 3 Americans. It's outrageous. It is not hyperbole to say that California has blood on its hands.
All right, John, I'm going to try to make an analogy here. It's going to make no sense because liberals make it make no sense. But if I have a concealed handgun license in Texas, carrying a firearm is a constitutional right. That license is not good in California. California tells me I cannot exercise my constitutional right. Driving an 18-wheeler, driving a car is not a constitutional right. In fact, it's not a right at all. Could Florida, could Texas make a law that says if you're an illegal alien and you have a driver's license from another state, it is not good in this state, and if you're caught with that, you can face penalties?
Certainly could. Now, obviously, when you talk about interstate travel, that would make it difficult, right? For truck drivers, they'd have to be licensed in every state. That's why California, what they did here is outrageous. If you want to give a state driver's license in California to illegals, like Boston does, unfortunately, in Massachusetts, like California does, that's fine. But when you give someone a commercial license that drives one of these massive 18-wheelers, they are going from state to state. That's why the federal government needs to get involved here, investigate California, and hold Gavin Newsom responsible.
My thought is, if Florida said your license is no good here, if Texas said you can have the license, but you're breaking the law if you try to use it in another state. Now, I don't know how that falls in with your rights to be asked about citizen status when you're pulled over for speeding and how you would know somebody's there illegally. But do you think anything down that road could be done, John?
Sure. Listen, the first job of an elected person, whether you're the governor of California, the governor of Massachusetts or Florida, is public safety. So invoking public safety, you certainly could do that. And if the federal government doesn't punish somehow California, then we're going to have to go to a situation where the states themselves say, if you want to drive in our state, you have to get a commercial license in our state, prove your legal status.
Look, California did it to me. I'm running 18-wheelers for FedEx. My trucks were not up to their standards, not safety-wise, but emissions-wise, to run in California. So I've got a truck that's good in just about every other state, not in California. I couldn't even drive the truck into California, much less have somebody with a license driving it into California. What's good for them should be good for us in states like Texas and Florida and others. Lastly, John, What can we do to this driver? Certainly deportation is on the agenda. He's here illegally with Tom Homan and his crew. But can we look at murder charges, manslaughter charges? I mean, he made a U-turn in such an illegal fashion on a major highway. Your thoughts?
100%. He's been charged. He's going to be charged with 3 counts of vehicular homicide and probably spend in Florida the rest of his life before being deported in a state prison. But 100%, what he did, he gave that van no opportunity whatsoever to avoid death. And he needs to be held accountable. And I think California needs to be held accountable. I really do.
They sure do. It amazes me that you could pass a CD and get your CDL license without even speaking English, for crying out loud. Former federal prosecutor John Deaton, it's always good to see you. Thank you for coming on tonight. We'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Absolutely. All right, folks, leftists are upset that we, the people, are not buying into their green scam. That's next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
I'll tell you what, if you don't have doctors who critically think, you're in big trouble. I mean it. If you don't have a media that can critically think and they interview doctors who can't critically think, now you're in double trouble. Enter PBS NewsHour and this pediatrician that they interview, basically saying that Trump rolling back some of Joe Biden's climate-era disaster policies is a crime against children. Roll cut 2 for me.
that if they reverse it, it is disregarding the science, jeopardizing public health, and is a direct contradiction to their mandate to protect public health under the Clean Air Act.
I'm going to guess she's 100% wrong. Joining me now is Climate Depot publisher Mark Morano is with us. Mark, is my guess right?
It would be 100% right, and you can take that to the peer-reviewed journal. This is it's an incredible thing. First of all, this is another reason why we should not be funding PBS with tax dollars. This is the kind of absolute claptrap that they come up with. A school of medicine in Nevada, they come up and they interview someone, a crime against children. And this is all based on unelected bureaucrats, Grant, literally regulating every aspect of our life, forcing us past gas-powered car bans without a vote of democracy, putting meat restrictions without a vote of democracy, completely upending our entire energy and grid structure, coming after every possible net zero and UN basis, was all based on what she's talking about, which is the endangerment finding, which the Trump administration's finally reversing, that's been in effect since President Obama. This empowered unelected bureaucrats. So repealing the most worthless regulation ever imposed in American history, which weaponized human breath. We exhale carbon dioxide. They wanted to treat that as a pollutant under the Clean Air Act, is now a crime against kids. And she claims it's because we're going to have more wildfires and hurricanes and tornadoes and extreme weather now because the Trump administration isn't fighting climate change with unelected bureaucrats at the EPA. This is beyond the Mayans and human sacrifice, believing you could slaughter people to end drought. That's where we are now at PBS and in big swaths of our public health sector.
All right. You can't trust the media anymore. We've got this story about Beyond Meat. This is this plant-based beef. You tipped me off to this. I'm going to play a clip from a YouTube video. But before I do, tell me what we're talking about here and why this story matters. I see it on your website.
Well, Beyond Meat, again, I just mentioned, putting meat restrictions. Beyond Meat actually was a company with heavy investors going back with Al Gore and others. And the idea was that we're going to start regulating real meat, and that's going to make it more expensive, and it'll force consumers to eat this vegetable oil processed crap. Just so we understand what this is. This is the Impossible Burger. I think the Burger King sold. Beyond Meat was a company they marketed as a healthy for the planet. They would tell you this is healthy for biodiversity, it's healthy for sustainability, it's healthier for animals. Never once did anyone try to say, oh, it's healthier for you. In fact, the CNN nutritionist said this is one of the most unhealthy things you could eat. It was like 23 processed ingredients of all the worst kind of fats and vegetable oils crammed into one Impossible burger. So that's what was thrown at us. And it was used. Al Gore and his investors actually had a big part of this based on a UN climate report that was going to start talking about restricting meat. So this was all insider trading, pump and dump stocks. And that's where now we're facing Beyond Meat is now screwed as a company. And this plant-based meat is facing potential Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
All right. I know I don't want any part of it. I'm a healthy guy, and I know that meat, beef, fish, chicken, all that, I eat a lot of protein, is very, very good, and I like red meat. This is a YouTube channel, The Company Man, talking about the downfall of Beyond Meat. I'll play it quick for you.
Becoming the new standard, and a lot of people did feel that way. But then being able to look back now with a little more perspective, that is unlikely to happen anytime soon anyway. Looking at the rise and fall of this company and how fast it all happened, an argument could be made that Beyond Meat was not exactly a world-changing company, but potentially more of a fad.
So he says a fad. Do you think a lot of this has to do with free markets and it just is not what people want?
Yeah, I mean, they're disgusting. I mean, they're nutritionally disgusting, I should say. I don't put it beyond the realm of science where we are now. They can make it taste good. Remember, this is different. At least the vegetable oil process, at least you're getting just crap ingredients, highly ultra processed. But when you're talking about like Bill Gates and the lab-grown meat, that's a little scarier. They get the stem cells, they put it in a steel vat, they mix it with fetal blood, and it festers and grows, and they print it on a 3D printer. That's a whole nother tumor burger conversation. By the way, the same week this is going under, they don't give up. Bill Gates pushing now fake lab-grown butter. Actually, it's not well, it's from a laboratory, but it's from a chemical process they're making, and it's imitation butter. And they're pushing that now out on the public. And again, this was all based on the business model of net zero climate regulations, making meat more expensive. So we'd be desperate enough to try this crap and eat the bugs, of course. But Donald Trump put an end to all that.
They can hire my buddy Fabio, the I can't believe it's not butter guy. He might be available for a commercial. All right, real quick, before I let you go, I want to show this chart because this is about as important as it is. This is what I wanted from the Trump presidency. Throw the chart up here. This is U.S. crude oil production. Yes, if you go all the way to the right of that chart, at all-time highs. 15, 20 seconds if you can for me, Mark.
This is what it's all about. And we haven't even felt the effects of this yet. The $60 a barrel gas, it is all coming down. Oil, gas, fracking, coal. This is what's going to make the American economy boom. It still may be another year or two before you really feel this, but this is a sea change, and it's affecting the rest of the world. Canada getting rid of the carbon tax, Europe waking up that they have to do domestic energy, Argentina rejecting the UN climate summit. This is the Trump effect, and we should be embracing this. This is American energy dominance.
Well, when that energy dominance occurs like it is now, the price of everything comes down. Mark Morano, I appreciate you coming on. As always, Climate Depot is the organization. I urge everyone to go visit your website. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, folks, years later, and a Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit has come to an end. We will have an update next.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Well, you gotta love people in positions of power that think they own the cops when they're doing something wrong. This is actually a special assistant attorney general, a Democrat, appointee in Rhode Island. Well, just watch the video.
If I ask you to turn off the body cam, you have to turn it off, and that's your protocol. She's a lawyer, so she knows.
Well, that's lawyer stuff, so that's not true. So we gotta go.
No, it is. That's law. I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
Good for you. I don't give a shit. Let's go. We're going. Let's go. We're leaving.
Please don't put your hand.
So she's wrong about turning off the body cam. There's no rule at all about that. Roll one more clip.
Buddy, you're gonna regret this.
Yeah.
You're gonna regret it. I'm an AG.
All right, that all over apparently drunken disturbance put in the back of a cruiser. All right, I want to talk now about your finances. Maybe things are out of control. Maybe you need help. Maybe you got debt collectors calling you every twist and turn, every day, every hour. What do you do to get some help? Well, there's really only one place you got to call. I want to bring in now a Done With Debt customer. Of course, our friend, media personality, Jillian Barbary is with us. Jillian, it's great to see you again.
I know my rights. I don't have to be here. I love those. They always come to haunt you. I know my rights. And he's like, yeah, thanks. Get in the cruiser. Slams the door.
Jillian, let's just hope neither you or me find ourselves in that position anytime soon. And we also don't want to find our position in a position of facing all kinds of debt. How does Done With Debt help?
100%, Grant. So many Americans find themselves in these really trying times in a situation where they are in debt, whether it's from death, disease, could be like, school loans. Sometimes life has a way of creeping up on you and you're not prepared for it. Forget the little, living week by week or month by month, paycheck by paycheck. We are talking, sometimes there's a big catastrophic event. And that's what happened to me, whether it's job loss, divorce, disease. It can happen all at once, people. That happened to me. And I did get through it with Done With Debt. What Done With Debt will do is they will try to forego. They don't want to do the bankruptcy thing. They don't want to push a bunch of conglomerated loans on you. What they do is they talk to all of the people that you're in debt with, whether it's the credit card companies, banking institutions, and they work out deals. They're master negotiators, number one. And what they can do for you is get that debt under control and get you back on track. Because the bottom line is right now, if you continue to just sort of wish it away, which I did for a long time. I was wishing it away during my cancer. Oh, please go away. Please go. It's not going to go away. In fact, it's really working in their benefit because the tally goes up. They get all of their fees and each month it just goes tick, tick, tick. And so every time you don't pick up the phone or go to donewithdebt.com, or please don't pick up and pay another bill without going to donewithdebt.com, because they can really, truly help you in ways that you don't know are available to you. I had no idea that these ideas were out there, that these plans were out there for me. Grant, I was just sitting and hoping and freaking out every time the phone would ring. So again, don't pay another bill, and time is not on your side until you go to donewithdebt.com.
I know from talking to you over the years that how much they helped you, the peace of mind that it brings. Poor Jillian got hit with a perfect storm from cancer, relationship stuff, job loss, as you mentioned. This can happen to anybody. Done With Debt is there to help. Jillian, as always, I appreciate you coming on. Let me tell people how to find Done With Debt. It's real easy. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. You get to talk to an expert for free. And really, they spring into action very quickly. So do not wait if you face the exact situation that Jillian was talking about. All right, my old employer, Big settlement, $67 million to Dominion. My final thoughts on that next.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Welcome back, everyone. I am happy for my former employer, Newsmax, that they have finally reached the end of the line when it comes to these election lawsuits with Smartmatic and now Dominion Voting. Word is Newsmax has reached a settlement with Dominion Voting for $67 million. I am happy it is over. I spent days of being subpoenaed, depositions, interviews, you name it. Wasn't pleasant. I was set to testify in October after being named dozens of times inside the lawsuit, never sued personally. But I believed Newsmax's coverage was legit. And I believed that Newsmax never put anything on air that they knowingly knew was false, ever. I know I can speak for myself. I never, ever did that. I believed and attributed everything. So $67 million is a big payout, but they faced a rogue judge in Delaware. It's almost like a stick-up job. Hand the money over and survive. So with that, Newsmax, congratulations, it's over. Move forward. It's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow night.
Sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B.
on Real America's Voice.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on a Monday night, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Glad you're in. Lots to do on a busy, in some respects, historic Monday. We'll get into all that, what happened at the White House today. Lots to talk about there. Slick's going to be here to do some sports in a little bit. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do some news. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down on a Monday. Glad you're in. Brand new week, Real America's Voice all across the country. Make sure you follow us on social media at LFS6B. Glad you're a part of the show. Special guest, though, to kick off the show tonight, and we are excited to have him here. Dave Kane is an information technology professional, and of course, he works with our friends over at AMAC, and they've got a big boot camp for Patriots coming up in September. Let me also mention that this is a veteran of the U.S. Navy, so thank you for your service, and welcome to the show, Dave. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. So, well, first of all, we love AMAC. We love everybody at AMAC. We love talking to all the guys at AMAC, Shane Harris and such, that come on the show all the time. It's great. But tell us a little bit about, you've got a big show coming up, Boot Camp for Patriots, and we know you've done it before, Boot Camp for Boomers. You did one up here at the America First Warehouse, a place that we're very familiar with, where you can see us live every Friday night.
That's right.
But tell us a little bit about how this kind of came about, what you guys are trying to do with this, and tell us about this new show coming up in September.
So it all started from an idea of where the general public, as we all know, doesn't have the time or doesn't have the willpower to really navigate through all of the issues that are going on, or they just follow legacy media where we all know they're not getting the true story. So we wanted to take this to the local communities and bring leaders and personalities from various entities that are experts on things from immigration to education and the left's attempt to indoctrinate our children in schools and all kinds of subjects like that. So we hold panels and solo speakers, and we wrap it up in about 4 hours, and it's a great show. And I know if some of you guys were at the one around Concoman, that was a great show. So we're going to hold one at Patrick Henry College in Virginia on September 27th from 12 to 4 p.m. Should be a great show. We got a great speaker lineup. We've got a lot of RAV personalities. We love RAV. We love your partnership that we have together. So it's going to be a great event.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a good event. Now, I was talking to you off air because obviously the America First Warehouse, there's no place like it around here if you haven't seen it. But you guys, this time you picked Patrick Henry College, and I was saying to you, because you were saying that you're going to have Charlie Kirk and you're going to have some Q&A, and you invited the students.
That's right.
And when you said that, it kind of caught my attention, because when you think about colleges these days, maybe even, especially up and down the East Coast in Virginia, even though they've got Glenn Youngkin as the governor, still a lot of stuff going on there that you shake your head at what's going on in Virginia. But you said this is a pretty Christian conservative college. It is a Christian conservative college.
It very much is so. I was quite pleasantly surprised. I walked up. I was just there last Monday meeting with the woman that I'm doing the show with, their representative. And I walked up, and there was a young man, couldn't have been more than 20 years old. And he was sitting there looking at a book. Classes haven't even started yet. He looked up at me and he goes, "Good morning, sir. How are you?" I said, "I'm doing well. How are you doing?" He goes, "I'm doing great. It's a beautiful morning." I said, "Well, that's awesome." I said, "You have a wonderful day." He said, "You too. God bless." Now, I don't know how many college campuses around the U.S. you're going to get that kind of, reception for. I'm always flying my American flag and my Navy flag. So, on some campuses I might be run off. So it was a pleasant surprise, and it immediately attracted to me to, Patrick Henry College.
Yeah. And to that point, and I just read, I forget where I saw this article today, but I'm sure the work you guys do at AMAC, and you getting out there and getting to and having these events and interacting with college kids and seeing what you guys are seeing and the work you guys are doing at AMAC, I feel like there is a cultural change going on. There is a change on campuses. There is a change in young men around the country. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, we're seeing that as well. There's a lot of, not only is there a cultural, there's almost a spiritual change in young people as well. I feel like we're seeing it. And make no mistake, we're in a spiritual warfare in this country. I mean, whether you like to think that or not, I truly believe that. And a lot of young people are finding their faith. And it's amazing to see the transformation in our young people and, their values. And all of a sudden the veil is lifted, and, hopefully we can, have a younger generation of some common sense minded people that understand that what these people are trying to do to them is not right.
Yeah. You know, as someone who's taken their first child to college, and Paul, you've gone through this, it took us a long time to try to figure out, you know, I didn't want to tell them where to go, but, you know, obviously as a parent, you want them to go someplace where, like that kid you met on that campus, and, and there's no phony business going on. There's no, you know, any of this nonsense that we're seeing. And it nowadays it takes a while, but we were lucky enough to find Sacred Heart in Connecticut, and he liked
that's a great school.
Yeah, and that's where he's going to end up going. But you're right, there's still a lot of campuses, college campuses that are suffering from the Trump derangement syndrome, DEI, wokeness, and all that.
That's true. And I think it also goes right back to, you said it took a while, but fortunately, you guys chose the right school. Unfortunately, with the public school system, a lot of parents can't choose. That's why it's so important with these school vouchers and the legislation that's allowing people to choose where they send their kids through K through 12 is super important.
So let's talk about boot camp for patriots. What can people who come to the college expect that night or that day?
So what we do is we have this really, you know, supercharged environment. We have panels. This go around, we're going to have a panel on immigration, a panel on the indoctrination of our children in public schools, because whether you think it's over, it's not. Just because the Trump administration is in. Just today, you had Loudoun County, Virginia, double down on allowing male students in female bathrooms, along with 4 other school districts in Northern Virginia. So it's still happening, despite what you think, and it's not better. So we want to be out there and tell people on that. So that's what that panel is going to do. And we have some people from the local area, parents that were once their children was involved in an indoctrination process, and that turned the parent into an activist. We have a lot of speakers on election integrity, always important. You know, the SAVE Act, you got this battle between the SAVE Act and ERIC voting systems, and why anyone wouldn't want to use the SAVE Act over ERIC. And you say that to, you know, just the average Joe, they don't even know what either one of those are. So we're trying to educate people and do that for them. And then we have Charlie Kirk. We're hoping to invite the whole student body for Patrick Henry College to come on down. We know how much the young people like Charlie, so we're excited about it.
We're speaking with Dave Koehn from AMAC, Boot Camp for Patriots. AMAC to host a day of truth, action, and resolve ahead of critical elections. And if you look at the flyer that was up, again, you saw Charlie Kirk, Rebecca Weber, obviously the CEO of AMAC, the great John Solomon. I see you have Frank Gaffney as well. So a lot of great stuff. You have some other speakers as well. Anybody else you can let us know that people can look forward to seeing? We have
Ben Berquam. You know, I'm sure you guys all know Ben, and we also have Phil Klein from Liberty U. We have.
Mark Serrano. It looks like you have Mark Serrano.
See what you did to me?
Yeah. Dr. Gina Loudon.
Well, we have Rebecca Weber, our CEO, obviously. She's an amazing speaker. We have Jason Sneed, Lynn Taylor. We have Moms for Liberty coming for the woke ideology. Tons of people it's going to be a great day.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great day. So what else is AMAC working on right now? Tell us a little bit about, kind of what you guys are seeing, what else you guys are doing, how's membership, obviously, and I know this audience has responded in a big way. What else are you guys working on?
Well, our 501c4 AMAC Action, they're the real driving force behind our advocacy, and they do a great job. And we're behind most of the acts that are out there, the SAVE Act and things like that. And what we do is we have our members, we have an incredible member base. The AMAC members are, if we call them in need, they come in droves, and they'll send 70,000 letters to a congressman or a senator's office telling them, you better vote for this or you better not vote for this, and this is why. And all the typical issues that you have out there, we're fighting against.
Yeah. Again, AMAC Action, Saving the Nation Boot Camp for Patriots is going to be September 27th, 12 to 4 p.m. at Patrick Henry College in Purcellville, Virginia. You can get your tickets, or you can go to AMAC, obviously, AMAC.com, and get your tickets right there on the homepage.
AMAC.us.
AMAC.us. What am I saying?
Yeah,
AMAC.us/Studio6B if you want to sign up and be a member as well.
Right.
Get your tickets, AMAC.us. Guys, any questions for Dave?
Well, I could just say, one, it's great to have you here, and what you're doing is incredible. I said it going in, like, this isn't, we need more conservative groups that make a difference, that are able to really get the message, and get the message with such strength and authority, especially with the kind of clout you guys bring. And you brought up the spiritual awakening, and I'm seeing it a lot in the kids that my kids are friends with, and it really gives me so much hope. It really excites me, especially because, like, you see men like Charlie Kirk, who to me is a rock star. He's an absolute hero. He's made it totally cool to be a bad Christian.
Yeah.
Like, he's made Christianity a rock star status. And, these kids have been told that they're wrong because the colors, they're told they've been wrong because they're trying their best. They've been told that they are just born wrong, so to speak. And there is a spiritual warfare going on because it's evil, and it's the darkness of that Marxist party. And all of these people from, the top down have done everything in their power to indoctrinate our children. When moms were forced into the workplace, the state took care of your kids, and their moral foundation was gone, and what you guys are doing is fantastic. I'm just curious, the age limit is 50. You have to be 50 to get into AMAC?
Actually, there's no age limit. When we started off, when Dan Weber, our founder, who unfortunately passed away several years ago, he started it as a senior organization to be the competitor to AARP, because he felt like they just didn't represent his values. So he went to look for another organization that did. Lo and behold, there was none. So Dan Weber, the man that him being, and I knew Dan very, very well, he says, I'm going to start my own. This is a guy who was getting ready to retire. He had a successful, small insurance agency, very successful, getting ready to retire with his wife, Judy. And he started this organization in 2007. Fast forward to today, over 2 million members, 230 employees, and making a real difference in the world. So hats off to Dan Weber.
Yeah, absolutely.
An AMAC group for high schoolers and youth. I just think there'd be a great way for them to feel like they're part of something going in, and just to create that kind of bond early on. So maybe if you guys invent that, just
we're working on that. We were hoping to fast track that with Charlie's group. We just kind of commingle with him.
We're speaking with Dave Kane from AMAC again, September 27th. Be ready as Virginia marches towards the midterms. Very, very important. And man, we lived in such a collapsed world calendar-wise for the political. Midterms are going to be here before we know it. Saving the Nation Boot Camp for Patriots, September 27, 12 to 4. AMAC.us to get your tickets. Go check them out, Dave. We really appreciate you coming to the studio and hanging out with us for a little bit.
Thank you, guys. We love you guys. AMAC loves Rav. You guys, we love you guys. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much.
And because you're sitting in Slick Rick's seat, you have to show your shoes now.
They're not going to be as fancy as Slick Rick's.
All right, 13 past the hour, just getting started live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
If he was wearing lipstick boots, I'd have a problem.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, brand new week, the 18th. Glad you're in. Slick's going to be here and do some sports in a little bit. Delgado's here now. He's going to do some headline news. Paul's going to have some news as well. Dave Kane from AMAC has joined us. He's going to hang out a little bit since Slick's not here. Dave's going to do sports here coming now. Dave's going to hang out, though. Talk about some things that happened today. And I just once again want to remind you, Saving the Nation Boot Camp for Patriots is happening September 27th with our friends from AMAC, 12 to 4 p.m. Great speakers, including our own John Solomon. Looks like Dr. Gina Loudon, Michelle Bacchus, Ben Berkwam. Great speakers, great day, 12 to 4. An impactful 4 hours down there at Patrick Henry College. And we want to see all the students from Patrick Henry College be a part of it. So it's going to be a great day. So
my question is, how the hell are you going to get all that stuff in just 4 hours? Because, I mean, you got a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dave. Do you have like a big, get off the stage sign that comes up for people when they run too long?
We have a timer to get them off. And as the producer of the show, it's rough to keep the run of show on time. And I tell you, in this particular one, because it's in the gymnasium, I have to stay particularly close to schedule because I have from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock to be out of there because they have a basketball game starting. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Wow. I apologize in advance to Patrick Henry College. Basketball team specifically.
Yes, boys, move your game to the parking lot.
Or you and Charlie can take turns, maybe calling the game for the teams.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, there's lots to talk about today. Oh
my goodness, so much to talk about.
And I'll just start with. Well, I really wanted to actually start on the weekend shows because I try to stomach the weekend shows so you don't have to, because most of you I know have taste. So I watched Margaret Brennan and Kristen Welker and Martha Raddatz. I mean, and the three of them. I mean. I got to be somewhat nicer because Dave's here and he doesn't want to hear the language probably. But I mean, the three of them are just so brutal and miserable. And Rubio was great.
Yes. Who was he on with?
I mean, he was on with all three. He was. Okay. It's like how many liberal wackadoo crackpots can you face in one day? I think these things are pre-taped, some of them, so he didn't have to do them back to back to back. But they all aired on Sunday, so it looked like he did all three of them. And I mean, just one wackier than the next. One arguing against peace more than the next. It's just stunning.
Yeah.
The TDS is so off the page that they sit there and they actually argue against the man trying to come to some agreement, which there was great steps taken today. And we have said this since last week. Everybody was quick to pan what happened in Alaska. Oh, disaster. Oh, didn't get what he wants. Oh, he got steamrolled. And he said, wait, slow down here. There's a reason they didn't take questions. Yep. There's obviously some very delicate things going on in the background. And then you look at today. What other leader, let me ask the audience this, what other leader could have gone to Alaska, did what he did there, and then 2 days later have this amount, have basically all of Europe at your place, almost at the snap of your fingers? And what a different feel it had today, from Zelensky to all of the leaders there, with the praise they gave the president. One guy said, I think the guy from Finland said, we've seen more in the last 2 weeks than we saw in the last 3.5 years in a movement towards peace here. No one else could have done this. Biden, 0 chance. Kamala Harris, 0 chance. Clinton, 0 chance. Obama, 0 chance. 0 chance that any one of them could have had the 72 hours that the president has had here. And getting this kind of coalition together, he actually, the word is he stepped out today to actually call Putin on the phone.
Well, we talked about that on Friday. You know, when they're like, "Oh, well, you know, it's going to be weeks before they do it." No, he's not going. It's strike while the iron's hot. This is the way he does deals, right?
Transactional.
Right. It's
motion motion is success. It's got to keep moving.
If you got somebody already on the hook, why wouldn't you reel them in?
Yeah, he's a closer.
Yeah, he's the closer. He's like, all right, now I need you over here. You're going to be here on Monday. I was off by a day. I thought he'd have them all by Sunday, or at least Zelensky. He had them by Monday. Doesn't matter to me as long as they're all there. And now he's engaging with Putin to say, all right, here's our counter. Let's get this done. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the week they're like, oh, well, what are you talking about, a ceasefire? You know what a ceasefire is? You know why they're all complaining about a ceasefire? Because a ceasefire continues the conflict. It doesn't stop anything. It lets you reload. Right. It's like a timeout.
It means their Raytheon stock keeps going up. Their Northrop Grumman stock goes up.
That's exactly right.
These guys, they don't. You mentioned all the players in the deep state. None of those guys would want to end this war.
No.
The Ukraine is the piggy bank for the globalist machine to run all their scams through it. They got their biolabs there. They've got their child trafficking apparatus there. They had crypto scams run through there. It's all kinds of money goes in the front door, goes to the government, out the back door, into the Democratic Party. Right. It's an absolute scam. It's a money laundering system. So guys like Biden, Obama, Kerry, even McCain, Clinton's, you know, all
Lindsey
these people,
Graham, those types.
Yeah, every single one of them facilitated. Victoria Nuland, all these neocon puppets did everything in their power to build this war, to turn it into their slush fund, and they all got rich in the process. Yeah, and none of them wanted to end this war.
And the only reason that they want the ceasefire is a chance to reload, to see how do we keep this going, because if you're a sports fan or a boxing fan like we know Trump is, it's a standing 8 count, right? And who wants a standing 8 count? The loser does, because he needs time. The winner, Trump, he wants the knockout. He doesn't want the standing 8 count. That's why you want a ceasefire, because you want time to regroup. The winner says, no, I'm going to knock your butt out. Here we go.
Well, Trump said today he doesn't mind the idea of a ceasefire because it stops the killing, which is ultimately what he really wants to happen. So he did say that today, but he also said that I haven't needed one.
Did you ever hear Hitler say that? Let's stop the killing. I mean, you kidding me? Right. The guy has been the most anti-war president we've ever seen, possibly.
Right. And the only one saying, oh, we need a ceasefire are the media, and the left is like, oh, he didn't get a ceasefire. I guess he lost. No, he's actually going to win by knocking this out.
They just want to frame their base into thinking Trump derangement syndrome is worth having. So they continue to lie to their morons. Their audience, they're fully captured by their audience. They have no choice but to say what they want them to hear.
I mean, Dave, when you watch the president operate, he's a businessman. We saw him in New York be a businessman before he was president, and he continues to operate that way, right? He's very transactional. Let's just get it done.
That's right. And I think you have two sides here, and you guys both nailed it. You have the left, who have the TDS, where they won't give Trump any wins. They would rather see the war go on for the entirety of Trump's administration, and then the next day, God forbid, if there's a Democratic president, then they'll want it and they'll all hail the new, the new president. And then you have the right war machine people that get rich off of it that want it as well. So he's getting it from both sides. He's not taking it from either of them. Yeah. And I just love to see him work at his art, and he is true master at his art.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, there was early word out. The word was that even though this meeting had ended, that none of the leaders had been seen leaving the White House. There had been no motorcades out of the White House, even though the actual roundtable meeting had ended some hour, 2 hours ago. And the word was that I think it was Ducey reported on Fox. He said, I haven't seen anybody actually leave yet.
Well, they didn't all get all dressed up for nothing. They're all there. Yes. Let's negotiate. Let's
making deals.
Let's make this happen.
And that's the idea. The idea is that people would not be surprised if he has Zelensky and Putin together here in the very near future.
Which isn't a bad idea. You hear about the left freaking out. Oh my goodness, he welcomed President Putin to Alaska, to American soil. You know how huge that was? Not only the flyover where after he does the flyer, he gives him a little elbow like, you see that?
I'm just messing with you.
Exactly. But you also
patted him on the head.
Right. But you also see the left freaking out because they're like, wow, he's a war criminal. How much did Putin have to swallow to end up here?
That's right.
Think about that.
And I think Zelensky learned his lesson. He actually came in a suit.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Brian Glenn with a little back and forth today. We'll talk about that as well. 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll take a break. We're back right after this.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
30 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on Monday, August 18th. More than halfway through the month already. Man, September is here. School's back. College is here. Man, it's just flying by. Slickster's in the house. Slickster, looking good. How are you?
Good to be there. How you doing, man?
I'm good. You want to try that again? Yeah, everything was good? How's your weekend?
I'm running here. Yeah.
I know you are. That's all right. Dave was here from Maymac.
I know. I saw that.
He was great.
He's fantastic.
Boot camp for Patriots coming up in September.
Nice.
Their big event.
Is it juniors now, Paul?
He was good.
I was thinking there should be like a teen AMAC club.
Yeah?
Let's bring them in early.
Why not?
Why not? You get $10 a month for another 2 million people. What the heck?
Yeah, it's a good idea, Paul.
Good business.
Yeah.
Saving the Nation Boot Camp for Patriots, September 27th at Patrick Henry College, 12 to 4 p.m. You can get your tickets at amac.us. amac.us right there on the homepage. And, of course, if you want to join AMAC, amac.us/Studio 6B. And I don't know, the deals they run are just ridiculous to join for 5 years. It's like the cost of nothing. And you get great stuff. But so check it out, amac.us. For the tickets for the Boot Camp for Patriots and amac.us/Studio 6B if you want to become an AMAC member. So, Slickster, how was your weekend? How about that big UFC, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was not good.
I've never seen a favorite, the champ, be that big an underdog. And by the way, the odds makers were dead on right because he got demolished.
You should have known.
Khamzat Chimaev is another class in the ring. And DDP found out, and he's been the class of that weight class. Obviously, he's the champ, undefeated. But Chimaev is just ridiculous.
Now you think?
Oh my God, that was a drubbing.
You think he'll be on the card at the White House when they do the big UFC fight?
I have no idea if he will, because I don't know who they could put in front of him. That would be I don't know who they put in front of him.
Wow.
I mean, that was 5 rounds of just pure domination, like I've never seen.
Yeah, it was like a trip to the butcher.
Oh my God, it was so brutal. I couldn't believe it. I paid for the pay-per-view, waited up, thought this was going to be such a great fight. He just
What
got
time did the fight
crushed.
go off?
Just got crushed.
Probably 11:58.
What time did the fight go off?
Probably like 12.
Yeah, 11:58.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And it went 5 rounds.
I was asleep 3 hours.
But it was just 5 rounds of just having a blanket on top of you. It was just crazy. And Scotty Scheffler is just, oh my God.
He's unbelievable.
That guy's just not here. My dad and I were texting. Scotty three putts on 15. And my dad texts me and says, "Oh my God, he might be actually human." And 2 holes later, he makes this ridiculous chip in hole. And I said,
Statement redacted.
"What did you say about being human?" He said, "Yeah, forget it. He's not."
He's incredible.
Crazy. So
yeah, and NFL's in full swing. We got a lot going on, man. Football's coming down, Big D.
Oh man, odds makers is getting closer. Can't wait. So we'll get to sports. Delgado's here. Paul's here. Paul, you said your weekend was good, or how was your day today?
It was interesting. Me and my brother have this thing. We call it the Daily Stupid Report.
Oh.
It's when you do something like goofy.
Okay.
Well, it started. I was so excited to get to my, my new project. We got our permits. I opened my my car door right into a big stone wall, and I put a nice dent in it. But that didn't bother me because I was there to work, and I'm just going to be grateful. And then we were moving a giant, big old Sub-Zero fridge. We were removing it, and as I'm pulling up the dolly, I hyperextended my elbow, but I didn't let that get to me.
Okay.
But when I went home and I was like, I miss my barber, I tried to give myself a haircut.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh my Lord.
Oh my God.
So that's right. I got a hole in my head, and
you tried to give yourself a haircut?
What the hell did you do?
I did that during COVID once because there was no barbershops open. It was terrible. But what's your excuse?
I had a buzzer, and my friend who I just did her kitchen and bathrooms, I'm talking to her like this, and I'm like, I'll just try to clean it up, and the clip fell off, and it was like Jackass TV show where they'd run around with a buzzer and put ball spots in each other. Well, I did it to myself. So I was 0 for 3 today. But other than that, I'm still having a good time.
All right, good.
Oh, yeah, good.
Embrace it, Paul. I love that.
Other
You
than
just
that,
embrace
Lincoln,
it.
how'd you enjoy the play?
You're still a handsome devil, if I don't say so myself.
Just don't turn to the right. You'll be fine.
Yeah, just look straight to the camera. You'll be fine.
We get extra likes today because of how stupid I am.
Yeah. Are you ready to do some sports, Slick, or you
Not
need a
just
little
yet.
time?
I need a couple.
Okay, Paul needs a little time. So let's do some headlines. The
I had a
greatest
good
headlines.
weekend, Damon.
I'm sorry?
I had a good weekend.
Well, I asked you in the beginning of the show.
No, you didn't. Nobody asked.
No, nobody asked.
I've been waiting.
You're still carrying your bag with
I
your.
had a great.
You've
what?
lost us with that bag.
Yeah,
you have.
I had a great weekend.
You had me cracking up
I
today.
did something else I've never done before.
Okay, what did you do, Delgado?
This time,
made a coherent statement.
Gave us a good piece of news.
I watched the preseason football game.
Oh, we saw you dumb.
Oh, here we go. Aaron,
I
look out.
I actually went to a place called Claudio's. You ever hear of that place?
I have.
Of course,
Claudio's on the water.
In Greenport?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What a good place.
Nice
First
place.
time ever there.
Really?
I always heard about it, never went. Decided to give it a shot.
I know Tony, the owner.
Do you?
Yeah.
He says hi.
He's a fantastic guy.
Is he?
Did anybody recognize you?
No, nobody recognized me.
No.
But
You
no, it
didn't
was
fall
cool.
off the
It was-
pier either, obviously.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
And I swim very well.
Good.
But no, the food was great.
Oh,
Food was great.
excellent.
The atmosphere was great. The huge boats
How
were
about
awesome
band?
to look at.
Great
band
band?
was fun.
Always have great bands.
Always a
there.
good time.
You know, my friend Peter's got a boat, lives in Connecticut. He used to get on the boat and come across to Claudio's and have lunch, get some clams fired up and get some oysters fired up, and then just get on the boat and go home.
Yeah, it was all seafood yesterday. I had the mahi, the tacos.
So your buddy would spend like $180 on fuel to spend $180 on clams?
You have to spend 180 to get home. Yep.
Right.
Absolutely. So
It's a good time. Good time.
Could have went to Arthur Treach's.
Yeah, I used to like Arthur Treachers growing up, Paul.
Me too.
That was big in Connecticut. Yeah, that's
That
a
was
good one.
The guy with the hat.
Good French
reference.
fries, too. Good
Yeah.
French fries.
All right, 36 past the hour. Let's
Now
do
I'll
some
do news.
What?
Now I can do news.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, let's do the greatest headlines in the world and hear what that is. Rica Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, the aforementioned presidential meeting with all the leaders of Europe and President Zelensky from Ukraine happened at the White House today. But of course, things got kicked off with our own Real America's Voice own Brian Glenn as he kicked off the questions for the Ukraine president. And of course, Donald Trump had to out him. Here it is, cut number 6. Check it out for yourself. Here's Brian Glenn asking President Zelensky about his wardrobe attire. Cut 6. Check this out.
Brian, go ahead, brother. Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you. First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit. I said the same thing. Yeah, you look good. I said the same thing. Yeah, looks good. I said the one that attacked you last time. That was I remember. I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit.
That's pretty good.
See, I changed, you are not.
I changed, you didn't. That's pretty good.
That was excellent, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So there you have it, a little follow-up on the initial hullabaloo from months ago when Zelensky first visited the White House and, of course, showed up in his romper, whatever they call it over there, his dungaree jacket or whatever he was wearing. Also, of course, they discussed what was discussed over the weekend with President Putin. And here is President Trump on the meeting with Zelensky and the European leaders talking about what they hope to accomplish. This is cut number 8. You can check this out, cut 8.
We've had a very successful day thus far. Important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal, very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory, and I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this.
Yeah, so we see the rapid movement that the president is attempting to make to kind of wrap this thing up. The leaders presented a united front at the White House with Zelensky and his European allies, stressing the need for security guarantees in an eventual peace deal to deter Russia from invading in the future. Mr. Trump said the guarantees would involve the U.S. in some form, but didn't go into details as to what those might look like. As you heard there, he's also had planned to call the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, shortly after the meeting's wrapped, which could explain why, Damon, you pointed out that nobody seems to have left the White House at this time, and maybe they're They're trying to get this done tonight while everybody's in town.
Well, maybe they have by now. This was like a couple hours ago that Ducey reported that I think it was in the 6 to 7 hour that no one had left, and I think the thing wrapped around 5. So it was about an hour and a half later, and he said that he hadn't seen any of the foreign dignitaries leave the White House. So.
Right. All right. So we'll see what happens with that. I'll pay attention.
But the point being, no one else could do this.
Right.
No, so you can listen to these lamos in the media and these Sunday morning shows, which are just repulsive. And Rubio was fantastic. And I'll get to it. We don't have time to get to all 3 clips. We'll do the rest of the news this segment, but we'll get to the clips of these 3 bozos with Rubio. Martha Raddatz. I mean, why don't you just come out, Martha Raddatz, and just say, as long as Trump's president, let them keep killing each other. I don't want him to succeed at all just because it's him. I don't mind if people die. Just come out and say it.
That's right.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. And wrapping up the...
Mr. Secretary, did you know that the carpet was red? Did you know that they rolled out a red carpet? It was the color red.
Thank you, Martha.
Idiot.
And finally, here is Peter Ducey from another network asking Zelensky what it will take to end this. He basically asks him a point-blank question, which Zelensky tactfully decides not to answer by filibustering a bit. But you take a listen and decide for yourself. Here's cut number 10. Check this out.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President. Yeah, so he doesn't answer the question whether he's committed to sending more people to their death, but whatever, as long as he tries to work out a deal and I guess tries to remain in power, which I think would be one of the stipulations is this guy's got to go since he's...
By the way, that was Brian's other really fantastic question, was about holding elections.
Yeah. Yep. Because he has not allowed there to be elections.
He also hasn't allowed there to be one dissenting station that challenges his lack of authority.
Shut them all down.
All right, 17 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. More news, sports, Paul Nolan, all coming up. And we'll get to the 3 clips of these kook crackpots on the Sunday morning shows coming up.
Refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, August 18th, Real America's Voice. I want to thank Dave Kane from AMAC coming in to start the show. Slick was going to be a little late anyway, so it worked out great.
Great guy.
He is a great guy. Boot Camp for Patriots, September 27th, down at Patrick Henry College, Purcellville, Virginia. And if you're a student at Patrick Henry College, number one, you should be in the chat letting us know that you are, number one. Number two, make sure you get all the students over there. It's going to be a great day. Charlie Kirk, Rebecca Weber, John Solomon, Frank Gaffney. And that's just a few. Mark Serrano, Jason Sneed, Lynn Taylor, Heather Honey, Charles Stuckland, Jennifer Bengstrom, our own Dr. Gina Loudon, Michelle Backus, Ben Berkwam. Hello.
Oh, Ben. Wow.
I thought it was funny. Dave's like, you guys know him?
Yeah, yeah, Ben. Yeah, we
kind of know him.
He's all right. September 27th, 12 to 4 p.m., Patrick Henry College. Get your tickets, amac.us. amac.us right there on the homepage. You'll see the graphic, Boot Camp for Patriots, so check it out. Great day. Anywhere John Solomon is going to be a great day because he's going to give you great stuff. Maybe even some inside information. You never know. So 12 minutes to the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Speaking of great guys, sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use at MyPillow. What's so funny?
I said, speaking of great guys, this jackass goes, oh, thank you. And I was like, he's not talking about
No, I was talking about Mike Lindell.
Okay.
Well, we know you're a great guy, Slick. You don't need me to say it.
See that Delgado?
Yeah, see that Delgado? And here with sports is Slickster. Slick, what's going on?
Monday Night Football's going on, Big D. I could feel football season coming, but it's preseason. Probably the safest place in the nation to watch a game down in D.C. right now. I bet you it's real safe to watch football there nowadays. Northwest Stadium, and the Commanders with a commanding, well, not so commanding, but with a lead 14-7 over the Bengals. 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's heating up preseason. Jets and Giants over the weekend. Delgado's out there texting and burying the Jets for the year. But good game. Giants look good. I mean, Russell Wilson with an 80-yard bomb to open up the game. I thought that was pretty
Aaron,
good.
did you respond on the group text to Delgado's shots at you for your Jets this weekend?
No, I put him on mute.
Oh, okay. Very good.
That sounds like his family.
I saw the first text and I said, not tonight.
Okay, very good.
There you go. That sounds like his family, too.
Now, didn't the Cleveland Browns draft a quarterback?
Oh, well, Shador.
Yeah.
They have
Sanders,
6
right?
quarterbacks right now on their roster.
So how can I love Joe Flacco back in the day, but how can Joe Flacco be named the starter today? He's the best quarterback they have?
Well, Shador's definitely injured. He's got an oblique injury, and he's had the best camp right now, Flacco. You know, Flacco's an experienced vet. How old is he now? Like, he's probably pushing 40, right?
About 60, I think.
I thought he was like 41.
Won't be in 60.
41.
He's not that old. I thought he was older. He's not that old.
But, it won't be long. Listen,
this kind of caught me off guard. I thought Joe Flacco, I thought he was just about retired.
I think it is. They have a decent roster. They have a good defense.
Great
they have
defense.
some
Myles
weapons,
Garrett.
And they have the ability to win some games, but they don't want to rush it with some young quarterback. Let the kid marinate 4, 5, 6 games, get a lay of the land, then let him in. I'm hoping Dart does not see the field all year because he looks like he's going to be the real deal. Let him develop. And how funny is it? The Giants have a quarterback room finally.
I know.
Danny DeVito even looked good. Danny DeVito.
Vinny Boombat's more like that guy.
Even Danny DeVito would look good right now.
They run some
I love the addition of Jameis Winston. I just think he's
just such a loved guy.
Everybody
Everywhere
says
he goes.
Yeah.
He's just as lovable as it gets.
This Jackson Dart is the real deal, and I'm going to go on record as saying, and I know it's a big statement, but I think he's going to be the next Drew Brees. I think he's got that kind of talent. He's got that pocket presence. He moves around, and I hate to see it because I'm a big Dallas fan, but we better really get that defense going because we got to take that guy out because he's
the
really
next
just
Drew
a good
Brees.
player.
Drew Brees?
That's
really?
a bold statement.
I think he's going to, I just said, it's a bold statement. I see the same pocket presence and gift. I know Drew Brees, greatest passer, one of the greatest passers of all time, one of. I actually see that in that kid. Imagine 5th round pick, right? I mean, that's amazing that they picked him up that late. I think the Giants got an all-time steal. Russell Wilson will see the field, but I think he's going to be a Drew Brees. You'll see. I hope I'm wrong.
Jackson Dart was 17th overall, right?
I thought he was
First
5th round pick. I thought he was 5th round pick.
No, that was Shador.
Oh, that was Shador? Okay.
Yeah, it was first round, but they traded back in. I think it was 25 or 26.
I thought there was 17, whatever, it doesn't matter. But we got number 3 overall. We got Abdul Carter, who looks like an absolute superstar.
Looks like another Micah Parsons.
It really does.
Good stuff. And let's get to the Major League Baseball because that's heating up too. Big playoff implications on the line here. Wild cards, Mets, Cincinnati Reds, all jockeying for position in the NL. We got the Tigers right now 10-0 over the Astros, middle of the 8th. The Cardinals 5-3 over the Marlins, top of the 8th there as well. Bottom 7, Pirates 3-2 over the Blue Jays. We got the Phillies over the Mariners 7-4, bottom 7. End of 6, Orioles over the Red Sox 2-0 up in Fenway. Down in Atlanta, White Sox blanking the Braves 7-zip there, bottom 4. Mid 4th, Rangers and Royals. Royals trail in that game 3-1. Rockies and Dodgers just underway there out in Colorado. Earlier today, the Brewers, you got to take your hat off to that team. They had won 14 in a row. Finally, Cincinnati with a walk-off single last night beat them in the bottom of the 10th late yesterday afternoon. I was screaming and jumping up and down, loved it. But the Brewers had won 14 in a row at that point, lost to Cincinnati, and now they're starting another winning streak because they just won tonight. Best team in baseball. They're at about 645%. They're like 8-9 games into first. Boy, they are the team to beat this year. They are just unbelievable. And I know somebody in the chat last week said I didn't give them enough love. And it's easy to miss those small market teams because we're always thinking of, Yankees, Dodgers, a little bit of Mets, some of the bigger teams. But man, Milwaukee, you've got a hell of a team. So my hat's off to the Brewers. And Reds aren't going to catch you, but they're going to vie for a wild card spot. And they are playing the Angels tonight out west at 9:38 first pitch. Be a late night for Slick. Guardians at the Diamondbacks 9:40. Also 9:40. Giants are visiting the Padres. All right, let's get to that, Big D. I know you alluded to the UFC earlier tonight, and I'm pulling up MMA Weekly. And Tom Aspinall says UFC 319 main event wasn't the most exciting fight, but heavyweight champion Tom Aspinall reacted to Khamzat Chimaev's dominating UFC 319 championship performance. This is Jeff Kane. A new middleweight champion was crowned in the UFC 319 main event on Saturday night at the United Center in Chicago. What a great venue. Khamzat Chimaev kept his undefeated record intact and took the title from Dricus du Plessis in one-sided fashion for 5 rounds. Chimaev consistently took du Plessis down and controlled him from there. Each round was a wash and repeat of the previous round. Chimaev put du Plessis in a crucifix position, unable to defend himself. Several times, he peppered du Plessis with short punches with not much on them, like an older brother to a young sibling. Give him a little noogie, right? Heavyweight champion Tom Aspinall watched the UFC 319 event as it happened and was impressed with Chimaev's performance. While Aspinall didn't find the fight to be that exciting, he appreciated the dominance by the Chechen. So it wasn't the most exciting fight ever, but Khamzat was excellent. Aspinall said on the YouTube channel, I thought it was going to be a more exciting fight, first of all, but I love the grappling anyway, so I really enjoyed it. What did you think of the fight, Big D? You thought it was just a sleeper, so more or less, because he just
not
dominated?
at all. Khamzat Chimaev is going to be. I don't know who you're going to put in the ring with him.
The buzzsaw.
I don't know who you're going to put in there. He was dominating like I've never seen. The champion was a 220 underdog. 220 underdog for the champ.
That's crazy. That's unheard of.
I'm thinking to myself, 220?
Yeah, what do they know? Yeah, they knew.
Well, they knew exactly. It was 5 rounds of absolute domination like I've never seen before.
They were begging you to take the champ. They were begging you to put money on him.
They knew.
I mean, to put somebody in a crucifix on that, when you talk about the level of these guys grappling, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, when you talk about that level, all these guys are to even make the UFC, to put somebody in a crucifix is, I mean, you may see it once in a... He put him in it 5 times in 25 minutes. Like it was nothing.
Wow.
It was insanity.
That's a wrap.
All right, it's a wrap. Hour 1. We'll do some more headlines. We'll get to Paul Nolan's news when we get back. Coming up right after this.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
They tried to shut them up. There's no guarantee to free speech. They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
If your television sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
It is live from Studio 6B, August 18th on a Monday night. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's doing sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some more headline news. Paul Nolan's got the news coming up. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Make sure you follow us on our social media at LFS6B. Those of you, it's about, 6,000 of you joined me this afternoon for what was about a 3.5-hour stream that we did. I want to thank everybody for joining us. If you haven't followed us on our social medias, make sure you do. Follow us at LFS6B pretty much everywhere, and subscribe and hit the bell notification if there is one. I know on YouTube they have one. So you get alerted when I go live, like this morning.
What did you do for 3.5 hours?
We watched all the Zelensky stuff and all that stuff go down in real time. So if you haven't, make sure you follow us at LFS6B pretty much everywhere. Facebook, YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Getter, Truth. Lots to do in hour two. We'll try to cover the rest of the news. Couple interesting stories to get to. But I want to get to these clips of the Sunday shows with these three crackpots and Marco Rubio just basically owning them. Let's check before I embarrass myself here, Aaron. Let's see if you have any audio from this. You can let me know. And if not, I'll reset it. But Rubio did all of the, well, that's, no, because it's not playing, which I just don't understand. How about now? Okay. Rubio did all three of the, all three of the morning shows. He had to deal with Martha Radich at ABC, who really, who's making the decisions over there that she still has this gig? Does anybody watch the show on Sunday?
No.
From ABC, do they actually watch it? They think that she's. I don't know. I don't know how you watch it and think that that's what you want to keep doing. But
that's their idealism. Right?
Let's start over at the worst one. We'll go worst to kind of worst, and that's of course this Brennan over on CBS, who always tries to act like she knows more than the guest, and she has to put on her best book report face, like she's the master of all information. And they all play gotcha, and she tried to play gotcha with Rubio, and here's a little bit of how that went down.
There is concern from the Europeans that President Zelensky is going to be bullied into signing something away. That's why you have these European leaders coming as backup tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, right.
Can you?
No, it isn't. That's not why they're coming as backup. That's not true. No, but that's not why. That's not true. They're not coming here tomorrow to keep Zelensky from being bullied. They're not coming.
That February Oval Office meeting in front of television cameras, where President Zelensky.
Do you know how many meetings we've had since then?
Oh no, I know, and I was just up in Alaska watching the one with Vladimir Putin, where red carpet rolled out.
No, but it was Zelensky. We've had more meetings. We've had one meeting with Putin and like a dozen meetings with Zelensky. So, but that's not true. They're not coming here tomorrow to keep Zelensky from being bullied. They're coming here tomorrow because we've been working with the Europeans. We talked to them last week. There were meetings in the UK over the previous weekend.
And they said President Trump was going to demand a ceasefire
as early as Thursday. But you said that they're coming here tomorrow to keep Zelensky from being bullied. They're not coming here tomorrow. Oh, this is such a stupid media narrative that they're coming here tomorrow because Trump is going to bully Zelensky into a bad deal. We've been working with these people for weeks on this stuff. They're coming here tomorrow because they chose to come here tomorrow. We invited them to come. We invited them to come. The president invited them to come.
But the president told those European leaders last week that he wanted a ceasefire. The president went on television, said he would walk out of the meeting.
You have the Secretary of State on your damn show. We all know that you don't know jack about anything, sister. Okay? We all know that going in. I don't know why you have to act like you're the know-it-all, be-it-all of all information. You know more than the Secretary of Defense when you have him on. You know more than the Vice President when you have him on. You know more than all of the guests. So what's the point of coming on your show? Why don't you just talk to the camera and tell us all how it is? Because you know everything.
What's great is there she is arguing for the ceasefire. He said he was going to get he didn't get a ceasefire. Guess what? He might get an end to it all. Isn't that better than a ceasefire, you dolt?
Doesn't she seem like the sorority sister everybody hated?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Just insufferable, man. Just insufferable.
Arrogance.
Have the Secretary of State on and say, hey, can you take us behind the scenes? Can you tell us what's going on? Can you stop acting like you know everything? You don't know anything. She's insufferable.
She's a sorority sister that's going to end up being the cat lady.
If Vladimir Putin didn't agree with one, he said there would be severe consequences if he didn't agree to one. He said he'd walk out in 2 minutes. He spent 3 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and he did not get one. So there's
because obviously things happened during that meeting. Well, because obviously look, our goal here is not to stage some production for the world to say, oh, how dramatic, he walked out. Our goal here is to have a peace agreement to end this war, okay? And obviously we felt, and I agreed, that there was enough progress, not a lot of progress, but enough progress made in those talks to allow us to move to the next phase. If not, we wouldn't be having Zelensky flying all the way over here. We wouldn't be having all the Europeans coming all the way over here. Now understand, and take with a grain of salt, I'm not saying we're on the verge of a peace deal, but I am saying that we saw movement, enough movement to justify a follow-up meeting with Zelensky and the Europeans, enough movement for us to dedicate even more time to this. You talk about the sanctions. Look, at the end of the day, if peace is not going to be possible here, and this is just going to continue on as a war, people will continue to die by the thousands. The president has that option to then come in and impose new sanctions. But if he did this now, the moment the president puts those additional sanctions, that's the end of the talks. You've basically locked in at least another year to year and a half of war and death and destruction. We may unfortunately wind up there, but we don't want to wind up there. We want to wind up with a peace deal that ends this war so Ukraine can go on with the rest of their lives and rebuild their country and be assured that this is never going to happen again. That's the goal here. We're going to do everything possible to make that happen if it's doable. It will require both sides to make concessions. It will require both sides to get things they're asking for. That's how these deals are made, whether we like it or not.
You know,
I mean, just fantastic in many ways. In the information offered, but the most impressive thing about that is that he's able to actually try to have a conversation without saying, "Hey, moron," because you know that's what he's thinking.
He framed it like such a gentleman. This is such a stupid media talking point.
Right.
He didn't call her stupid. He might as well have. But he did it exactly perfect. Like, he did it exactly as supposed to do it. What you're doing is stupid. The behavior is stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. So he managed to make his point without coming across as a bully. Fantastic work right there by Rubio.
Let's continue. Cut number 2. He headed over to ABC This Week, where Snuffleupagus wasn't in, and Martha Raddatz, who I think does it. Maybe she does it all the time, and short little Georgie. I'm not even sure if he does it anymore. I think she's on most weeks, and she's insufferable too. And another one who thinks she's smarter than she is. Here she is with Rubio.
Critics of President Trump will say the pomp and circumstance, the red carpet, the warm handshake, that President Trump simply lost that Putin...
Notice how she leads with critics of, meaning her, meaning this is what I think.
Right.
This is what I think, and my handlers who told me what to say.
What a silly narrative to create.
Gained there just by being on the world stage and walking down a red carpet with the president. Your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, critics of President Trump are always going to find something to criticize. You don't even pay attention to it anymore. But I will tell you this. Putin is already on the world stage. He's already on the world stage. The guy's conducting a full-scale war in Ukraine. He's already on the world stage. He has the world's largest tactical nuclear arsenal in the world and the second largest strategic nuclear arsenal in the world. He's already on the world stage. When I hear people say that, oh, it elevates him, well, all we do is talk about Putin all the time. All the media's done is talk about Putin all the time for the last 4 or 5 years. That doesn't mean he's right about the war.
You know who's elevated Putin more than anyone that Martha Raddatz wants to talk about? The Democrats, the Russia, the Adam Schiffs. All of the Democrats who lied to everybody for 10 years about Russia, that he was an asset of Russia, and all this Russia nonsense that we've heard, all the lies, all the phoniness from all from the committees to everything else. You think that's done more to elevate Putin than anything Trump could have done in his wildest dreams? I say so. That's who's elevated Russia and Putin, is the Democrats, the lion, thief, and weasel Democrats. That's who has.
Doesn't mean he's justified about the war. Put all that aside. It means you're not going to have a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine. You're not going to end a war between Russia and Ukraine without dealing with Putin. That's not That's just common sense. I shouldn't even have to say it. So people can say whatever they want. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to get the Russian side to agree to things that they don't want to agree to if we're going to have peace. If not, there'll just be a war. They'll keep killing each other, and life will go on in America and in the rest of the world, but not for Ukraine. So the president has invested a lot of time in trying to bring an end to this war. He deserves credit for doing that. He gets criticism for doing that. He could have just let this war go on. The president could have just said, this is Biden's war. It started under him. We'll do what we can for Ukraine, but we're going to focus on other things. He could have easily said that. But he's the only leader in the world that can get Putin to a meeting to talk about serious things.
Yeah, exactly. He's the only leader in the world that can get Putin to a meeting to talk about serious things. Something that you don't do on this morning show. Talk about anything serious.
How is that the best they have to offer on this? Remember when Tim Russert would come on and you get serious people having reasonable dialogues. What we're watching here now is just it's so over. It's unbearable. I really can't believe you sit through this nonsense. I really can't. I can't watch it.
Well, speaking of Tim Russert, of course, he was the host of Meet the Press, which is now Meet the Depressed, and it's Kristen Welker, and here she is with Rubio. She took her shot.
Terry, I want to play something you said about President Putin.
Gotcha.
This is right after the invasion in March of 2022. Take a look.
This guy lies, habitually lies. He's never kept a deal they've ever signed, and he lies all the time. And I don't know why, but he plays us like a violin in the West, because the West wants to believe that you can cut a deal with everybody. You can't cut a deal with guys like this. He's a professional, experienced liar.
Mr. Secretary, given that, what makes you think that if you are able to reach a deal with President Putin, that he would stick to it, based on, as you just said, he's a liar?
Well, that's the point. That's why the deal has to have enforceable mechanisms in it. That's why the deal has to have things like security guarantees. That's the point I was making a few minutes ago when you were asking me about looking someone in the eye. What's important here is actions, not words, not paper, document. Those are all important. Those are elements of a deal, but they have to be enforceable. They have to be verifiable. They have to be enduring. There's no point here in signing a deal that's going to be violated in 3 or 4 months. There's no point in doing that. It actually would make things worse. So that's why this is such a difficult thing. Not only do you need a deal, you need a deal that's verifiable, that's enforceable, and that's enduring. If you don't achieve that, then I think you could have a ceasefire for a few months, a few weeks, and then the war will start again and more people will die. That's not the outcome we're interested in. That's not the outcome anyone wants. So that's why this is so difficult.
All right. Secretary.
Yeah.
It's
so just great job. Rubio's just fantastic.
It really is fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm so impressed. It's just amazing to me and disgusting to me how these people are legitimately rooting for more war, more death.
Yeah.
Yep.
Corporate-sponsored murder is something that they thrive on. If it leads, if it bleeds, it leads. And these animals absolutely are hanging on to any rating they can.
3 absolute nitwits asking stupid questions on Sunday morning. All right, we'll do news with Paul and then sports with Slick when we get back right after this.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Well, sound like the blues on a Monday night, 17 past the hour. Do you think the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve is putting us behind the curve again? Well, can the Fed take the right action at the right time? Or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? That's the question. And what does it mean for your savings? Well, consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Or, and this is a pretty good idea too, you can buy some and just keep it in your safe. But the first thing to do is get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Just text the word America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Text the word America to 989898. Well, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one cell phone service that proudly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is our friends, of course, at Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights, our freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Now, don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who have made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. You can keep your number, you can keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call right now, 972-PATRIOT. Call 972-PATRIOT today, or you can go online to patriotmobile.com/RAV, R-A-V, patriotmobile.com/RAV. Now, if you use promo code RAV at checkout, you get a free month of service. What? I said if you use promo code RAV, you get a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT. All right, Paul Nolan's here. Let's see what's on his news radar. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, I thought this story was interesting. It's not getting a great deal of coverage, so I thought I'd bring you a little bit of news that's off the radar a little bit. But BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard are currently facing an antitrust lawsuit alleging they conspired to manipulate the coal market, artificially reducing output and raising prices. The lawsuit, led by the Texas Attorney General, claims these asset managers used their combined influence over the coal company stock to pressure them into reducing coal production in favor of green energy goals. The lawsuit claims the asset managers, through their significant ownership and force within the company, were able to stop the production of coal, which in turn made coal more expensive, which in turn made their assets in other energy fields worth more money, increasing their manipulation over the free market. So for me, anytime we could take down these big shots. To me, they really own the world. That's who politicians answer to. It's a win, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys want to comment on that, but I do believe that to see this kind of manipulation and absolutely no accountability whatsoever for these three companies that control half of the money supply in the world, and they all use BlackRock's Aladdin quantum computing, which really feeds off the social media aspects of the world, and they can really drive markets any way they want. So it's absolutely terrible, and it really shouldn't. It just really shouldn't and couldn't go on. So if you guys have a comment on that, if you want to discuss that, we can. But next, I wanted to talk about the body cam footage shows the drunk Democrat appointed as the Rhode Island assistant AG screaming, "I'm an AG." Now this lady, she said, I think in the video, 55 times, 5-minute video, "I'm an AG," resisted a detainment. Her friend yelled, "She's an AG," or "She's an attorney." These were two completely wasted, drunk, buffoon women acting like they had no accountability. They looked to me like the type of people who were given a silver spoon in their mouth their whole lives. Whatever they did, the cop who was in control there was an absolute rock star. Completely tried to help her, tried to talk her down, but they weren't having it. So
just try. You know what? It's they're giving you every opportunity to walk away. Here's your chance. I'm going to give you. Why don't we go over here and talk it away from the restaurant that doesn't want you anymore? No, I'm an AG. You have to turn off your body cam. You have to do this. It's these people that believe that they know everything about everything.
Or they're above the law.
They can host a Sunday morning show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's amazing. And the best part was, as he's handcuffing her after 2 minutes of listening to her nonsensical babble, as she's still yelling about being an AG, she gets the A out and the door slams.
Straight.
And he throws her into the back of the patrol car. Ha ha.
Yeah, and then her I can say jackass friend ended up doing everything in her power to get herself locked up. And then when it came, she cried like a baby. You can't do this to me. I am, I'm friends with an AG.
With an AG.
What did they do to get the cops there in the first place? I missed that.
They were obnoxious and drunk. They were in a restaurant.
Oh, so somebody called the cops and said, "Hey, we got two jackasses here." The restaurant said, "We want you out." They said, "You can't kick us out. I'm an AG."
Right.
And the husbands or boyfriends were with them, and they were all, every single one of them were so just creepy, and They're just nerds. Like they've never been punched in their face in their life, and they all needed to be punched in their face once in their lifetime to show some humility. They're just bad people, and their arrogance.
And where is she the AG? What state?
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
Of course.
Yeah, of course, up there.
So I also, speaking of energy, another off topic. I'll keep it short because I don't want to bore you to death. But there's a company called Ørsted, and it creates all kinds of offshore solar power, wind turbine power. And it's been subsidized by the government with way too much of your taxpayer money to support their nonsensical green energy BS that forces all of your other energy prices up, and you have to endure all the endless lies. Well, anyway, Ocean Wind 1, Ocean Wind 2, both off the coast of Jersey, have ceased development. These two large-scale offshore wind farms started in really 2020-ish, and as of 23, they can't keep their useless project going. The same project that washed whales up onto your shores in Jersey, because they're being held back all their fake corporate welfare. So another green energy scam.
Sounds like a good story.
Yeah, it's just another good story that we're getting rid of this nonsense, these eyesores off the shores of your coast, these ominous, ugly, useless, whale-killing, bird-killing BS. Give us some fossil fuels and shut up.
You know what this sounds like?
I just think let's watch the TV tonight, honey. Oh, the wind's not blowing. I can't watch my favorite president.
You know what?
Funny.
You know what's funny about that, Paul? Because this ties into that first story you were talking about, about the Vanguard stuff, where they were controlling, the green energy companies to get their stock prices boosted while keeping down the coal companies.
That's right.
It's all kind of locked in together.
Talk about everything. It's just this big scam, and you ain't in on it.
Let's watch TV tonight, honey. Oh, the wind's not blowing. All right, 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More sports and news with Delgado and Slick coming up right after this.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the two most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night, August 18th. Slick's doing sports. Nolan's doing some news. Delgado's got headlines coming up, but we'll do sports here in a second. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Delgado's laughing at something. I don't know what. What's so funny, Delgado?
Highlights.
We can't play this.
He's got ESPN WNBA highlights showing me.
All right, well, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, Ravens Lamar Jackson sparks outrage after posting conservative influences, Christians. You guys didn't cover this before I got here, did you?
No, we talked about it off air, though.
Okay. Jackson has been unafraid to share his religious beliefs. This is Ryan Gatos of Fox News. Baltimore Ravens star, one of the best quarterbacks in the game, right? Lamar Jackson faced backlash on Sunday night and Monday after he reshared a post from conservative influencer Charlie Kirk on X. Jackson, who is known to be outward about his Christian religious beliefs, reshared a message from Kirk, which read, "It's all about Jesus," right? Simple enough thing.
Amen.
The quarterback X's timeline is filled with religious posts and with him proclaiming that God is good. He also reposted Bible messages from different accounts as well. However, the seemingly innocuous post he reshared on X sparked a frenzy of hate toward the two-time NFL MVP, which I can't even read all these tweets because they're outrageous. But Jackson's political ideologies are unclear, but what has been crystal clear are his belief in God and Jesus. He has made a point to raise and praise the Lord before and after Ravens games. He said in 2023, upon signing a new contract with the Ravens, that he was unconcerned what outsiders were saying about him while he was negotiating the new deal. "It's not about what people say. It is about believing in yourself. At the end of the day," he said at the time via Sports Spectrum, "keeping God first, and without him, there is no Lamar Jackson. I'm going to tell you that now. It's far from the first time that Jackson has put his faith first, and it doesn't appear he will stop anytime soon." Kirk later responded to the controversy saying, "Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life." And Charlie Kirk also did respond as well, saying God is good. So, it's ridiculous, right? I mean, they got totally
what's the
blown
story
up,
here?
all because, the story is they don't like the fact that he reposted something from Charlie Kirk.
I know.
And they were saying, let him play for you. And a lot of nasty
It's all about Jesus. He didn't say Trump's the best president ever. He didn't say, God. Give me a break. People are nuts, man.
They're absolutely nuts. So, a couple of different nasty comments. But, the bottom line is, what's the difference, right? Charlie Kirk says something positive. He reposted it. I don't know if the both of them know each other or not, but it's just the point.
People just say, well, look, it's an affirmation of Charlie Kirk. No, not necessarily.
No.
Maybe he just liked what he wrote and he retweeted it. What's the big deal?
It's the world we live in, right? Social media crazy.
People are nuts.
Or better yet, it is an affirmation that he likes Charlie Kirk. So what? He should be allowed to like who he likes.
How dare he like who he likes here in America?
I know.
Mind control.
Oh, my goodness.
And Lamar is a good kid, man.
Great kid.
Good family. Like his mom, relationship with his mom. He's always had a great relationship with the Lord. He's always spoken up about it. He's been cut off.
Very humble.
He's been cut off in mid-sentence in a post-game interview. Well, they cut away when he was, praising the Lord.
God. I know that's the
pretty.
That's the network. It's disgusting.
And he doesn't get massages.
Right.
So
Well, it's a perfect segue into another story that won't go away. And this is Vikings male cheerleader strikes back at critics after backlash. This story's getting a lot of traction. I got to tell you, I'm easy on the punch.
You know what's so weird about this story? What people, I mean, there have always been male cheerleaders, especially in college and other places. And it's usually very good-looking, strong guys who stand there and help the girls do their thing. Right.
And launch them.
Right.
Yes.
But now what's happening is like everything else, this whole woke, we've got to be politically correct, and it's trans for this, and we got to, it's like now it's like just in your face. Now we're not going to be behind the girls. Now it's like we're going to be we have to be treated the same.
Yep.
We have to. That's what makes this so like. Come on.
They don't want to be. They don't want to be part of the team. They want to be the focus of the team.
Right.
They want to be the girl.
Because you've seen that.
We don't have any problem with male cheerleaders. We've had male cheerleaders forever.
When you see those guys launching girls, 20
those guys are in great shape.
Incredible. They're animals.
Yeah, I wish I was in the condition those kids are.
But this ain't that.
No, well, I'll skim through the story real quick, and then we're going to show you a cut that's going to show us what a real cheerleader looks like, right? A male cheerleader hired by the Minnesota Vikings cheer squad has clapped back at critics who blasted the team for hiring him and another man for the cheer squad. Males Blaze Schick and Louis Kahn were announced as some of the newest members of the Vikings cheer squad last week, and a backlash over the team's decision quickly washed over social media. Sheik, though, responded to the backlash by taking to his Instagram account by jokingly saying, "Wait, did someone say our name?" He added a photo of himself and fellow squad mate Kahn in Vikings cheer garb. The Vikings have also defended their cheer squad roster and noted that men have performed as cheerleaders in the big games for years. While many fans may be seeing male cheerleaders for the first time at Vikings games, male cheerleaders have been a part of previous Vikings teams and have long been associated with the collegiate and professional cheerleading, the Vikings said in a written statement, which I also read on Friday night. But in 2025, approximately one-third of NFL teams have male cheerleaders. Boy, I must be missing that. The statement continued, every member of the Minnesota Vikings cheerleaders program has an impressive dance background and went through the same rigorous audition process. But anyway, I'm going to show you a clip that of cut 4 that shows you what a male cheerleader is supposed to be. So hit that cut 4, Aaron, please. This is what a male cheerleader does. Like you said, that's a male cheerleader. Right.
He doesn't try to wear what she's wearing.
Exactly. Or move like she moves.
Right.
Look at this kid, though. Look at this girl. She's a sick athlete.
She's fantastic, too. Yes, I mean, gymnast.
Could you imagine that?
So, Big D, to your point, because I began the story, this is what we're used to seeing as a male athlete cheerleader. That, to me, is an athlete.
Yeah, nobody cares about male cheerleaders. You know, most male cheerleaders are just that. They're being male cheerleaders. They're not trying to be girls.
Right. Their support and their strength, and they give the girls a springboard, and it's,
Right.
So, but I thought that was a good clip. Kind of wrapped it all up. I don't want to talk much more about this. Let's get football season on. But the Vikings, bad decision, but
the Babylon Bee said this just in. The Dallas Cowboys are no longer the gayest team in the league.
I know.
Yeah, I saw that breaking news before. Yeah, I don't even know how to follow that. Let me just say, back to you, Big D. Hey, Big D, there's a tie-in, right? Dallas, Big D.
Yeah, very good.
There you go.
Calling you?
No, I'm not. No, Big D would be that guy.
What are you looking at me for?
Big D was an athlete. He would be that guy, like the male cheerleader, big guy popping the.
Now he's calling you a male cheerleader there.
Well, back then, that's not a bad thing.
Usually on an NFL roster, it's the third string quarterback is the cheerleader, right?
I don't know. I like that meme with Tim Walls, though, with the pom-poms. I said that on Friday night,
he's
right?
the next one they're going to hire.
Who needs pom-poms when you have tampons?
And who said Paul? Paul looked at it and said, I don't know if this is fake.
That was a beauty.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with everything coming out of there. So
that's a wrap.
37 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some more headlines. Rick Delgado's got them, brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, from the I don't want to go to jail news, this particular gentleman, former FBI Director James Comey, has been broken. Why do I say that? Well, when you post videos like this, you have been broken by President Trump. Here's cut number 5, James Comey. I don't know what to say about this, except that you're going to, not surprisingly, he's admitted he's a Swiftie. Cut 5.
But I don't want to talk about that bad dream this week. I want to talk about a truly inspirational public figure named Taylor Swift. Of course, I watched her podcast interview with the Kelsey brothers.
Of course.
You see, Taylor Swift and I go way back. I went to my first concert of hers 15 years ago. I've been to a second, and I have helped financially support the attendance of a lot of family members at others. I'm in a family's Swiftie group chat.
Of course you are.
Which is what makes me think about Taylor Swift.
Hold a second. Stop. I just want to ask this one time. Is this seriously, James? This is AI, right?
It's AI.
This is James
AI.
Comey. He posted this on his Substack.
I thought this was AI too.
This is not AI.
Are you sure?
This is really the former FBI director?
This is JC. This is James Comey.
Fran, if you confirm this, you're the only one I trust here when it comes to this stuff.
That's the truth.
Well, Fox
real?
News is reporting it, so take that with a grain of salt. But
who is?
Fox News.
Delgado, on your job, this is really him?
I'm telling you, this is really him. This is not just Fox reporting this. Everybody's reporting it.
All right, so start off. I'll pay
Real
attention,
Clear
'cause I thought it was-
Politics, HuffPo.
This is
Fox
the most
News.
embarrassing admission from an adult I've ever heard in my life, if this is true. Do it again, Aaron. Roll it.
But I don't want to talk about that bad dream this week. I want to talk about a truly inspirational public figure named Taylor Swift. Of course, I watched her podcast interview with the Kelsey brothers. You see, Taylor Swift and I go way back. I went to my first concert of hers 15 years ago.
Yes, he did.
I've been to a second, and I have helped financially support the attendance of a lot of family members at others. I'm in a family's Swiftie group chat, which is what makes me think about Taylor Swift. She's made clear that she sees Donald Trump for what he is. And last year, she urged Americans not to make the serious mistake of electing him. Of course, we're now living with the consequences of that mistake. But while our elderly, makeup-covered president is posting about whether Taylor Swift is still hot and declaring that he can't stand her, what's she doing? Living her best life.
He's
unlike
clown.
James Comey.
Shots fired.
That really.
You still don't believe it, do you?
There's not many times I'm at a loss for words. I am at a loss for words. If
I
that
can't
video's
believe
real.
you haven't seen that.
I can't believe how he described
I didn't
that.
see it either.
That's sick.
And the audacity of this I'll say D-bag.
Yeah, that's a good
to sit
term.
there and poke fun at the president, saying he's makeup covered face. Aaron, if you go full screen of James Comey, take a look at his face. Talk
Right,
about somebody
makeup.
who's got some extra whiteness around his eyes. Maybe they didn't get him all the
Are
way.
you kidding me? He looks like Charlie Chaplin.
Or maybe his tanning bed, his goggles are too wide. I don't know.
Oh, that could be a problem.
And he has a Substack that he puts these out on?
Yes, he does.
I mean, it looks like he used spackle to fill in those wrinkles.
Holy cow.
Boy, you've been working on those houses too much.
That guy. I mean, you think oh my God.
This video was actually 5 minutes long. I cut it down to about 50 seconds because I knew none of us could get
was
through
still
5
too
minutes.
long.
Yes.
Oh, man.
And I'm sure, I was sure Damon would have blown it up
I didn't overeat
had I
earlier.
gone over 60 seconds.
Well done.
But it's definitely James Comer, former FBI director, complaining about the president and trying to, I don't know, he's trying to connect with people, trying to be cool. Hey, I'm a Swiftie just like you. Please don't put me in jail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, but that. If that guy isn't broken, I don't know who is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a guy desperate, just desperate for to be liked in the court
Just
of
to be
public
liked.
opinion.
There's no
Go away.
background. You notice he's just standing in front of a wall. There's no background. Like it's almost like a hostage video. It's like, please love me. I like Taylor Swift. Please. It's terrible. He's just broken. So I can't believe you guys hadn't seen that. And yes, it's all true.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. We'll wrap it up when we get back right after this.
Let's see Damon do a cheer.
nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. So before we get to more sports and news, to wrap it up, one story I did want to get to, because we were talking about Wes Moore, I believe Friday night at the Warehouse.
Yes.
That he's going to be a Democrat.
He's the governor of Maryland.
He's governor of Maryland, somebody the Democrats might look at in the future. Young, African-American, checks all their DEI boxes and all their whatever boxes. Partner him with Josh Shapiro. People were talking about, well, there's a story in the New York Post today. Maryland Governor Wes Moore falsely claimed to be a Bronze Star recipient on White House fellowship application.
You don't do that.
Says it was an honest mistake.
Stolen honor. Valor.
And I said this morning on the stream, and I'll say it again. How is it an honest mistake? That's like me saying, on an application, I used to be the Pope. And then they come to me and they say, that's an honest mistake. I thought I was.
No,
somebody told me I was going to be.
Right.
And I acted before the white smoke came out. Sorry.
I meant to say I like to mope.
Democratic Maryland Governor Wes Moore claimed Thursday that it was an honest mistake when he lied about being a prestigious Bronze Star recipient on a 2006 White House fellowship application. I don't even need to read you the rest of this article because that is nonsense. It's only an honest mistake because now you got caught. And that's what you're going to say. There's no one who makes that mistake, honestly. You try to get by with it. Maybe you think you could sneak it in. No one's going to notice. but it's not an honest mistake. And then he goes and blames his superiors.
Stolen valor, man. No.
He says, my deputy brigade commander encouraged me to fill out the application. In fact, he helped me edit it before I sent it in. At the time, listen to this, he had recommended me for the Bronze Star. He told me to include the award on my application after confirming with 2 other senior level officers that they had also signed off on the commendation. Now, anybody who served the country in any respect, in any kind of official capacity, an officer, does that make any sense to anybody? That a commanding officer would say, hey, why don't you put down that you won the Bronze Star? But I haven't won the Bronze Star. Yeah, but I'm going to recommend you for it. And I'm going to, right. A and B above me have also think you'd be great for it too. Oh, okay, I'll put it down. What? Yeah. That's his story.
That's a very Blumenthal-ish, right?
Yeah, Tim Walsh-ish.
Tim Walsh-ish. Any number of Democrats who like to do that. It's amazing.
My deputy brigade commander felt comfortable with instructing me to include the award, he says.
My question is that deputy brigade commander, is that guy still alive? Because he could confirm or deny that story. Now, if he's passed away, well, then good luck trying to confirm it. You know what I mean?
Well, yes. If he's not here, it's going to be hard to confirm with him. Yes,
exactly.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 10 minutes to the hour. Let's do a little more news and sports. Any other news, Paul Nolan, that you haven't hit? It's on your radar.
Well, we just got a super chat. I want to just our boater Amanis, $20, $19.99, $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It really does a lot for helping us out. So I can't thank you enough for that. So. What was the other thing I saw? I'm sorry. Let me grab this.
All right, I'll come back to you. Delgado, any other headlines on yours?
Yes, one that you'd be very interested in, Damon. One of the greatest headlines of the day, I think, comes out of Washington, D.C., the Trump administration, as your favorite, Ed Martin. Did you see him on with Maria Bartiromo yesterday?
I did. I posted it.
And the
eagle has landed,
yes,
I said.
He has some developments and warns members of the J6 committee to be on the lookout. Here he is, cut number 11. Check this out.
Real quick, what about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee, and they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
Well, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America what his staffers did, not just with the auto pen, but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria.
Yeah, so there you have it. A lot of news coming from Ed Martin, who, again, we saw last week taking a trip into Brooklyn to have a look at some of the evidence of one case that he's working on that's focusing on New York Attorney General Tish James.
And by the way, big news today also, Andrew Bailey leaving Missouri to join Dan Bongino.
Yes, I saw that.
That is huge. Bailey is fantastic. So that's going to be huge. And I say Will Scharf. Let's get Will Scharf in there as the Attorney General in Missouri.
And that has to do with the January 6th bomber case.
Although I love Will at the White House as well, though. So, Paul, did you find that article?
Yeah. The illegal migrant truck driver who allegedly killed 3 people after making a rogue U-turn on a Florida highway was handed work papers under the Biden administration after they were denied during President Trump's first term, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Harjinder Singh crossed the southern border into California in September 2018 and was processed for fast-track deportation by the first Trump administration. The Indian national was previously processed for deportation, but was able to stay after claiming he feared being sent back home. Singh was later released on $5,000 immigration bond in January 2019, and he still awaits his asylum case. So he received his work permit in June of 2021. 2021, Singh was able to secure a commercial driver's license in California under Gavin Newsom. So,
and I saw that video. It's a horrific story.
Just brutal. So,
3 more deaths that didn't need to be.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. All right, Slick, anything left in sports?
Yeah, just a quick sweep of the scoreboard. Big Deep Monday Night Football preseason wrapping up right now. Bengals 28-14 over the Commanders. 14-27 to go in the third quarter there. Major League Baseball, Orioles 6-1 over the Red Sox, bottom of the ninth, top of the seventh. White Sox over the Braves 12-5. Royals lead the Rangers 4-2, bottom seven. Top five, Dodgers and Rockies locked in at 2. Reds 2-0 over the Angels, middle of the first inning there. Guardians and Diamondbacks no score. Giants blanking the Padres 4-0, bottom of the first. Actually, both of these games bottom first. Brewers, I told you earlier tonight, 7-0 over the Cubs. Tigers absolutely topple the Astros 10-0 there. Cardinals over the Marlins 8-3. Pirates 5-2 over the Blue Jays. Phillies 12-7 over the Mariners. Big D. And that's a wrap in sports there.
Hey, Aaron, let's play I want to remind everybody about AMAC. September 27th. Dave Kane joined us in the first half hour of the show. Boot Camp for Patriots, September 27th, 12 to 4 p.m. Let's roll that video that AMAC gave us on some of what the last one looked like. Roll that, Aaron.
That was a good event. I was there. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
So that's what you can expect down in St. Patrick Henry College, September 27th. Another packed day. Our own John Solomon, Dr. Gina Loudon, Michelle Backus, Ben Berkwam, and that's just the speakers from RAV. You're going to have other great speakers as well. Charlie Kirk's going to zoom in, so he'll be there, maybe do some Q&A. Oh, man, it's going to be just a great day. And you can get your tickets at amac.us, amac.us. And if you want to join AMAC, which all of you should, amac.us/Studio 6B. And I want to thank Dave for joining us at the top of the show tonight. Thanks, guys, on the show, as always. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. And, of course, as always, we salute all of our emergency personnel, everybody that keeps the country safe and moving forward. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, Tuesday. We'll see you then. Vinnie Mac will be here live from West Palm Beach Studios. Slick Rick and Rick Delgado will be with me. We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m. right here live from Studio 6B.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait.
It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We've all heard of the heckler's veto. Well, here's the terrorist's veto. I'm not sure if I like that anymore. Also, Lib Media is outraged over the United States, quote unquote, deporting U.S. citizens. Is that really what's going on? And D.C. crime statistics. You've all heard crime is down in D.C. Why would Trump have to do anything? Is it really down, or are they manipulating the statistics over there in the D.C. Police Department? All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, before we get into any of those stories and our fantastic panel, I want to remind you that you can email the show anytime you want. tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing all your emails. Send us memes, funny videos, articles that we should be talking about. We love seeing emails, even if you agree with everything we say or you're wrong. Doesn't matter. Every single email we like to see, tpt@tpusa.com. I also need to get into this story because it is fascinating. The libs in Texas who are trying to flee the state to avoid a quorum voting on the redistricting in Texas. We've all heard that story. They decided, hey, we're going to go back to Texas. Well, in response to that, Governor King Dictator Gavin Newsom, which I think is his official title, but I'm kind of fuzzy on that. I'm not entirely sure. Governor King Dictator Gavin Newsom said, we are going to respond by gerrymandering California even more than it's already gerrymandered. Here's the problem. He has to go through a bunch of different hoops and hurdles in order to do that. Unlike Texas, where it's controlled by the legislature, California redistricting is not. California actually is districted by an independent third-party redistricting consensus group. Now, is it slanted because everything in California is slanted? Yes, but it's made up of 5 conservatives, 5 liberals, and 4 no party preference listed people. 14 members in all make up the districting board. Now you can say, well, liberals outnumber conservatives in California 2-1. Well, then why are congressional representatives outnumbering in California by libs 5-1? All that is to say this. It's already extremely slanted. What Governor Newsom, dictator tyrant Gavin Newsom, is trying to do is attempting to make it more slanted. And how he does that is take the power away from the independent group that decides redistricting and moves it back to the legislature. In order to do that, he has to have a vote in the state, which he's trying to put on a ballot initiative coming up in this fall. Now, the good news is that Californians overwhelmingly support the independent redistricting body by 64% to 36%. Independents that aren't registered to either party support it by a stunning 72%. The bottom line is Governor Dictator Tyrant Gavin Newsom is fighting an uphill battle, but what he really wants is more power to redistrict in a way that makes him look better for the 2028 presidential run. Here to comment on that and so much more is conservative Aunt Anthony Raimondi and Hannah Faulkner, host of the Hannah Faulkner Show. Guys, thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks so much for having us.
Hannah, I want to start with you here. This is kind of convoluted, kind of nuanced, but this really is going to end up being an election battle to see whether or not the governor of the state and the legislative branch in the state of California gets more power away from a so-called independent body. Now, we can quibble about the independence of that body, but do you think voters in California are going to go for giving Governor Dictator Tyrant Gavin Newsom more power?
You know, I love your nickname for him, and I think that it is confirmed that he is a tyrannical dictator over California. And I think it's really important what we watch that happens in California, because it does set the precedent for all of these conservative states. I mean, even here in Tennessee, a lot of stuff that happens in California, you see almost the same exact pieces of legislation 2, 3, 4, 5 years later here in the state of Tennessee and in other conservative states. I don't think the voters are going to support what Governor Gavin Newsom is doing, or tyrannical dictator Governor Gavin Newsom in California, because he does just want more control. And I think the most important piece that we should be taking from all of this is they love to create more chaos and conflict over almost non-issues, things that most voters weren't even thinking of to begin with, to almost leave the voters confused on who is the right choice leading into the next election. So I think it's very strategic what a lot of these leftists are doing, creating a lot of chaos out of nothing to leave people ultimately confused in the end.
Hannah, I appreciate you using the correct terminology for his official title. Again, I think that's what it is, but I can't be sure. I'll have to look it up at some point. And I think this is really interesting. The redistricting thing, especially in blue states, is fascinating to me, because what they're assuming is everyone will continue to vote the same way. What I think, if I'm putting the shoe on the entirely other foot, is what they're going to do is they're going to take safe districts and split them up so they can win back those other districts that they don't have. And in turn, and this even could happen in Texas, they're going to lose what they thought were safe districts. Do you think redistricting as a response in the short term outweighs the benefit that the other side might get in the long term? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it's not going to work in their favor, if that's the question. I really don't think it is. I mean, we see things like this happen in places like Chicago, right? I'm originally from Illinois. This happens in Illinois. If you really break down Illinois, it's red. It's mostly red. But once you get to those city limits, and people can say, oh, population density, they can use all these different, but it's all of your different districts and aldermans and the money that they get from one guy and pass it over to the other, and then they hold these seats for a long time and then just assume that people are going to vote liberal. I have to say, the tongue twister of the name for Gavin Newsom, for me, I love that. I can't spit it out, but I agree with that. And also, we have to remember, guys, Gavin with the good hair, he's broken right now. Donald Trump broke him. And we have Spencer Pratt, boots on the ground, literally trolling Gavin Newsom outside of his once beautiful home in the Palisades in rubble, and it says Heidiwood on the back, and he's doing podcasts every day, and he's saying that Gavin Newsom will never be the president. This is great to me. I love to see people who were in Hollywood or who were in reality TV trying to take their state back and call out exactly what Trump said in his first term was the problem with wildfires in California. It is so nice to see. I love it.
I just want to also mention that then Mayor Gavin Newsom cheated on his wife with his best friend's wife, who was working for him in the mayor's office at the time. Now, commenters might say that's an unfair statement to make, and it is. I just wanted to remind people of that. Speaking of unfair, is how D.C. is being treated as far as crime statistics go. Now, we saw President Trump say, hey, we're going to clean up D.C. There were a bunch of protests throughout D.C. from people who I guarantee you don't actually live in DC, saying, no, the crime is down. We are safe. That was the big thing we heard from libs all last week. Hannah, this is actually really interesting. This has kind of been floating out there, but the mainstream is now just starting to pick up on this. Turns out DC is under investigation, so much so that a commander even got put on leave a couple months back for possibly manipulating the crime statistics. In other words, somebody got stabbed. Okay, well, instead of putting that as some sort of felony violent assault, let's just say individual injured went to the hospital and report it that way. Because if you actually look at this, if violent crime went down 60% in 2 years, my view is, well, geez, let's take those people and put them in charge everywhere. They're fantastic. But that's clearly not the case. Hannah, do you think, I don't know, do you think people are going to catch on to this whole idea that crime is down in DC?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely insanity. I saw that article and you almost want to laugh out loud because you really don't even have to be in Washington, D.C. to understand that there has been an extremely high rate of crime. I mean, I know people who live there who give me calls, who send me messages of things that they saw, of headlines they just read at local D.C. news stations. I mean, the crime has been absolutely outrageous. I know many people who don't even want to go to Washington, D.C. It used to be, this school trip, the annual school trip that high schools or middle schools will go to see all of the monuments and see all of the historical things that happen in Washington, D.C. And I know a lot of schools who've stopped doing that. A lot of parents who stopped sending their kids on these trips because of these skyrocketing crime rates. So it's very interesting to see the manipulation that they tried to do, because again, you don't even have to look at the data to understand that there's a problem, and what President Trump did is exactly what we the people want. And I think a lot of residents of Washington, D.C. also want that.
Yeah, I would like the dare to be put out to all of those libs saying, no, it's totally safe. Okay, cool. Here's a neighborhood. Go walk it at night unarmed by yourself. Anthony, I appreciate the visual representation of agreement there. I would love to let you off on like a no leash here. What do you think your favorite statistic might be manipulated? In other words, like it's not a carjacking, it's a temporary procurement of a borrowed vehicle with unauthorization.
Yeah. Well, it would be like, no, they didn't. They didn't take their wallets from them. What happened was they accidentally dropped it, but they had their ID on them, so nobody knew whose wallet it was. So they just took it. Listen, I was just in that area a couple years ago, and I was like, what are all these blue boxes everywhere? And they're like, they're emergency call boxes. By the way, don't walk around in DC at night because it's not the safest. I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay. So then when I hear this report come out of it being safe, I'm thinking that's interesting because I was told not to walk around. Also, I'm pretty sure I read a report just a few days ago that one of the protesters was actually robbed. So the paid protester got robbed. So that was super interesting to me. I was so super safe.
Yeah, I don't want to laugh at somebody else's misfortune, but just the irony there is just too dripping with deliciousness that it's hard to not. Like, yeah, it's totally safe here. By the way, please put the gun down. Yeah, wild to think about. I don't have a ton of time for this, but I got to get really brief reactions here. The lib media is going off on this story that the United States deported 3 child U.S. citizens, when in actuality, if you read the article a little bit, hey, their moms were here illegally and they sent the kids with the moms because that's what the moms wanted. They didn't want to leave their kids in a foreign country. They wanted their kids to come with them, but they're getting a ton of heat. Hannah, your thoughts on this?
Oh man, I think the last time I came on your show a couple months ago, there was a very similar story out there where the libs were losing their minds, saying that we and the Trump administration are deporting children. But again, like you said, we are sending these children with their illegal mothers that were here in this country illegally. Imagine if we just decided to leave them here and then put them into the foster system. Of course, the liberal media and the left would be losing their minds there. So there's no winning with the left. They'll just try to twist and put their twist on any headline that you have out there. But yeah, it's crazy to see the same article we talked about a couple months ago, just a little bit different individuals. But it's incredible to see how much mental gymnastics that the left has to use in order to justify their arguments.
It is good for their being able to limber up. Their flexibility is fantastic with the gymnastics. Anthony, let me just read you a brief line from this article in NBC News. Despite being American citizens, 3 children were swept up along with their families by immigration authorities and quickly sent to Honduras. I can't believe we're just deporting American citizens just willy-nilly there. Do you want to rewrite that line for NBC there?
It's like a telenovela special with them every single day. They wake up, they're clutching their pearls. They're like, oh my God, this is horrible. I'm only what do I do? No, this is great. So listen, if you come here and you're illegal, your children go with you. Okay, that's what happens. But see, liberals do this. I wonder if they wake up every day and they stretch. And the way that they stretch is they scream at the top of their lungs. There's a report that they're literally standing in Chicago outside of Lake Michigan, and they're having screaming parties. I can't imagine how their blood pressure and their overall mental health is. We already know we should make mental institutions great again. But yeah, they don't read the full article. They wake up with a whole bag of chip on their shoulders every day. And for me, this is great. I love this because they're not going to make it, you guys. They have 3+ years. They're not going to make it.
It is. I would love to see an Anthony predictions of here's what they're going to do next and see how many of them come true, especially considering the fact that libs do get out in front of the lake and scream until they can't scream anymore to release their feelings into the universe. Yeah. Anthony Head will be back after the break to discuss the new heckler's veto, which is terrible and awful. And, well, of course, mail-in ballots, there's safe and secure. Nobody would ever think to do anything that would obstruct that whole process, except for in a bunch of different places now caught on film. All that and more coming up after the break. Remember, tbt@tbusa.com. Email us anytime you want. We'll be back after this. Don't go away.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, might be the busiest person on the staff overall, considering all the things that are happening at the White House constantly and doing it in the heat. Monica, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
So obviously Friday, Trump met with Putin in Alaska. The fallout from that over the weekend in the media world was that Trump failed. Rubio went on the show. Secretary of State Rubio went on the shows, all the Sunday talk shows yesterday, saying this is a very complicated situation, and that complicated situation is being furthered today at the White House. But overall this week, how did the White House feel about President Trump's meeting with President Putin, or at least how are they projecting it to the media center in Washington, in the White House press briefing room that you're a part of, press pool you're a part of?
Yeah, sure. Well, for one thing, I mean, President Trump has done more to try and end this war than Joe Biden ever did in the last 4 years. And that's the truth of the matter. I don't really know where the mainstream media came up with the fact that they think that Trump got steamrolled by Putin back in Alaska this past Friday. I mean, if anything, President Trump showed what a true leader is, coming to the table and speaking with the opposition, speaking with both sides, and trying to come to some kind of consensus to end this war. Somebody's got to come to the table to try and end it, and President Trump was the one to do that. But here at the White House, all eyes have really been on the Oval Office this entire afternoon, just I will tell you, I have never seen a White House this packed. Oh, look, I think that's him leaving right now, actually.
Wow.
There he goes. Yeah, very interesting. You never know what's going to happen here at the White House. But yeah, it's just been so packed here. It has just been foreign press everywhere. I've never seen a White House this crowded, but everyone's talking about this meeting with European leaders today. Of course, you're going to get a lot of people that aren't too happy with the fact that Trump even spoke to Putin. I don't really know what people would want instead, President Trump not to speak with Putin, but essentially, this has just been the top story. I think this is going to be the top story for the next couple of weeks.
I was going to say, yeah, this week alone is going to be there's some chatter, and who knows if that's dissipated yet. But earlier in the day, that Trump, Putin, and Zelensky are all going to meet potentially even this week, which again would be nuts. And again, who knows if that story has changed since we've gotten on this conversation. But Monica, what is, I guess, kind of the intangible mood of kind of the European leaders that you've seen? Obviously, a bunch of this might be I think it is the biggest meeting of world leaders at the White House ever, really. What's kind of been the mood on the ground there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is the largest gathering of EU leaders here at the White House ever. And it's the leaders of Italy, Germany, Finland, UK, you got France, NATO Secretary General, you've got the European Commission President. They're all here. And the mood is kind of positive. I mean, Zelensky left this meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump. It seemed positive. It seemed like it was going in the right direction. Everything now is just kind of weighing on what the EU leaders want to do next, what those next steps would be. And after the activities are done for the whole day, which could be later this afternoon, then the president will speak with Vladimir Putin and decide on whether there'll be a trilateral meeting between Zelensky, Putin, and Trump here at the White House, maybe. That could be happening. And if that doesn't happen, then President Trump said the fighting is going to continue. So a lot of this is very dependent on if both sides do want to come to the table to put an end to this. We heard Zelensky in the Oval Office today. Somebody asked, what are some security guarantees that you'd want? And he said everything. So not entirely sure what everything means. I don't know if he's willing to give up some parts of Ukraine to Putin. I know that's kind of what's been on the table to redraw those lines. We'll see what happens, but it seems optimistic. It seems positive. It seems hopeful. It seems like it's going in the right direction.
Monica, as a person there who's been in the White House for a number of years, I think you were the first person that I talked to that said last time Zelensky came in February, hey, dude, wear a suit. It looked like he took your advice, so congratulations on your influence of the Ukrainian president. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thank you. I would imagine the libs, especially in the entertainment industry, wish this story got entirely missed, but I think it's worth talking about, especially here. Let's bring our panelists back. Hannah Faulkner, conservative Anthony Raimondi. Guys, this was really interesting. The Toronto Film Festival is one of your big film festivals where all of the big names go. It's like the opposite of Cannes, or the North American version of the Cannes Film Festival, those two big ones. Everybody goes. Well, the Toronto Film Festival was threatening to not show an October 7th documentary for crazy reasons. They said, well, we can't allow this documentary to be shown because they didn't get film releases from Hamas. They used those body cam footage of them doing terrible atrocities on October 7th. They said, well, you don't have permission from Hamas to be showing this, therefore we can't show it. Now, they've since gone back on that, but it turns out the real reason that they didn't want to show this movie was because they were afraid of pro-Palestinian protesters taking over the streets in Toronto. So in effect, we have a situation where it's not the heckler's veto, which is bad enough, but it's, hey, we're scared of these people destroying our city, so we're just going to avoid it altogether. Anthony, is this the way to handle things going forward? I know Canada isn't the United States. There are softer people, unfortunately, but I think this really should not be the precedent of, hey, we're worried that these people are going to be very mean to our event, so we're just not going to have it at all.
Yeah, well, the first thing that plays in my mind is I'm thinking, you guys are mad when people are mad that those protesters have gotten violent. So why are you not letting them do this, A? And B, I think that we should all pitch in and buy flights for the producers of this to go have the meeting with Hamas and ask them in person at a really nice little table and see how that goes for them.
Yeah, will you please sign our film release so we can show our video here? Again, Hannah, the film festival did say, okay, fine, we'll let it go. We'll let this film get in. But I guess, what does that say that they even considered, hey, again, we're really feeling threatened by these quote unquote protesters that'll probably turn into riots. I don't know. What does it say about the culture shift that says they would even consider not having this be put in the festival?
Yeah, well, I think it begs the question. I mean, really, they just answered it for us, that they are not the side of pro-peace. These pro-Palestinian protesters, the ones that show up saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Then you go and ask them, what's the river? What's the sea? They have no idea. What does that mean? Well, it means that they're going to wipe out everything from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea and the Jewish people. So I think what they're showing us, this Toronto entertainment facility, what they're showing us is that the pro-Palestinian side, they do not want peace. It's interesting that they even made the statement they were going to have to make negotiations with a terrorist organization in order to be able to play these clips in the first place, which I'll say this, I know a lot of your audience may or may not know this, but it's to kind of get into the whole Hamas ordeal. Actually, Hamas will not even commit any acts of violence without having a camera. They will actually walk away from the situation. It doesn't matter who they've got on target. If they do not have a camera, they will not film the violence that they're about to commit. So I don't even think they needed approval. I don't think they need to make negotiations or to attempt to get approval from Hamas. I think Hamas has already made that pretty clear that they want these videos spread far and wide.
Yeah, that's a great point. The ridiculousness of that whole situation continues to astound me. In addition to what continues to astound me is the idea that, you could just be able to drop off ballots wherever and elections will be fine. There's no harm done if people just kind of get sent ballots all over the place. In California, if you're registered and they don't purge the voter rolls, which is a whole different thing, you will get a ballot in the mail and you can just drop that off. You can have somebody take it in for you. There's so many different ways that you can turn your ballot in. And of course, there's no fraud. Well, there's this video that has emerged in Hamtramck, Michigan, which is a certain part of Michigan that we don't need to get into because I don't want to get off track here. Watch this video, guys, and we'll talk about what President Trump is now saying. I don't necessarily know because of this video, but in relation to the mail-in ballot fiasco that has happened since COVID. Watch this.
New video obtained by Local 4 shows two men in a black car days before the August primary. A passenger starts handing ballots to an unidentified driver who then stuffs them into the city's drop box, in total dumping 3 large stacks before driving away. Sources tell Local 4 the passenger appears to be current council member Abu Musa, the same council member that is currently seeking re-election and rose to the top with more than 1,100 votes in last week's primary. He's also the council member accused of not living in Hamtramck and the council member named in the 2023 election fraud case.
Anthony, here's my thing, right? There's a certain level to where it's so easy to manipulate the system that you do it. There is a level even on top of that where you do it yourself in the car. Like, at what level do you think it has to be at before some people start to go, hey, yeah, maybe we should crack down on this a little bit?
Well, they have no chill. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have no idea what they're doing. I mean, this guy, this is amazing. I mean, if this is real footage, like, how can you deny this? First of all, you have to get up out of your house and go vote in person. That is how it should be. If you cannot, then your vote is not, we're not voting. You're not counting your vote. It is what it is. It used to be a conspiracy, by the way. Remember, we were called crazy, and then we saw all the videos of all the ballots being stuffed and all overnight, and then they were lost. Woke up in the morning. Now Joe Biden's president. So this is great because now we have the footage, and yeah, I'm glad that Donald Trump is finally going to do something about it.
So yeah, Hannah, that leads great into what I was going to say next is President Donald Trump has decided, I'm going to make mail-in ballots, getting rid of that whole system, a part of what I want to do in the future going forward. You think he's going to have success with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think even more liberals are waking up, realizing that there was a lot of corruption. There's a lot of fraud that happened in 2020. It's undeniable, as you just said. and that you couldn't deny the footage. We have the footage right in front of us, all of the evidence. You can't deny it. It's absolutely insanity what we saw in 2020 and even in previous elections. And then, of course, now with these videos that are popping up all over the internet. So I think what President Trump is doing is very principled, shouldn't be controversial. Both sides should be hopping on board on and support of what President Trump is doing to get rid of all mail-in voting, even machines as well, and get back to paper ballots, get back to where it used to be, and just doing your civic duty as an American citizen, showing up to the polls, casting your ballot for the person that you care for and you want to lead this country. But unfortunately, of course, the Democrats know that they can't win because they don't have we the people's vote anymore. So in order to get it, they have to cheat through mail-in voting and people that are 130-year-olds now voting.
Yeah, I would like to see conservatives have the anti-push in that we say, don't let President Donald Trump cheat again. Demand voter ID and in-person voting. And all the libs will go, oh, yeah, we need to demand that or else President Trump will cheat again. And just have that be the campaign. And sarcastically make them do what we want them to do. Hannah and Anthony, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Coming up next here on Turning Point Tonight, we got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. And as always, you can email the show anytime you want. TPT, Turning Point Tonight at tpusa.com. We love seeing your emails, whether you agree with everything we say on the show or you're wrong. TPT at tpusa.com. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Okay, what is your life right now? You are a staunch former Democrat, and now you have a son who's bringing you to Charlie Kirk conferences?
Well, and in fairness, I brought him, but I think he may have discovered Charlie first, actually.
Your son got red pilled by Charlie Kirk on Instagram.
100%.
And so when you're going through this crisis of, oh my gosh, I've been a lifelong Democrat, now I'm starting to have, issues with the left and the way that things are going.
Yeah.
What was that like for you?
I fought for it for a real long time. And I hate to say this, but it reminds me of a kid who has an alcoholic parent. Not that I did, but I have friends who did. And they fight for their parent's soul. It's like, I can change you. I can get you to see. You could be the mommy I want. And you keep thinking if you gently push, if you explain, if you seek to understand, if you try to negotiate, that there will be change. And the reality is the left gets more radical. But the thing is, you need to do that because people like myself and Tulsi and RFK and Elon, for whether or not he's popular on the right anymore or not, end up also disenfranchised and being open to new ideas.
Your interview with Ana Kasparian from the Young Turks, I think, is one of the best podcast interviews, maybe of the last 5 years. It was incredible. And I sent that to everybody. I said, this is amazing, just podcasting. But listening to her story about how she was fed up with the left. And I mean, that was the last person I thought I'd hear that from.
Well, you know what happened to her? She was attacked by a homeless guy, sexually, luckily it didn't go too far, but sexually assaulted. Like, they came up behind her, grabbed her, dry humped her. I'm sorry, this is gross, but this is what happened. And she was horrified and talked about her experience. And then the left demonized her and crucified her for demonizing homeless people. And then they called her racist, and the homeless guy wasn't even of color. She's like, okay, you guys have lost it. And I think that's part of what happens to people on the left, is that you speak your truth, very common sense stuff, and they purge you. They call moderates heretics. They brand centrists as bigots, all the while claiming to want to expand their tent. But I guess it's like straight into socialism seems to be the area they're going these days. But that's actually what happened to Ana. That's what turned her around. That was her light bulb moment.
Do you feel politically homeless? Do you feel like, there's a chance I might vote for, someone on the left again? Or do you feel like, no, I'm a conservative now?
To be honest, I want to hold fast to the identification of independent, and here's why. Because if you look at who's swaying elections, it's the purple people in the middle. And I know that neither side appreciates it. And they're like, well, we don't really want you here if you're not like us. But the reality is, if you hold on to your independence, you're authentic and you hold each side to account. Because if I'm uniformly red, and let's say Trump does something I don't like, I'm not going to get behind it. I'm not going to compromise my integrity. I'll lose my ability to communicate with people I'm trying to win over because I've compromised my integrity. And maybe I don't want the next president to give people pardons that I don't think deserve it. So I think by casting off labels, if you will, and having core values that are true to you, you can really make the most impact at building inroads and building a coalition of people that just want what's best for all of us. We all want health. We all want affluence. We all want love. We all want to see a peaceful world. And we were just talking about the fact that bridging ideologies does not mean you're giving up principles. So I'm kind of in the middle.
You said you would eat a sandwich if Trump made you regret your vote. So far, have you had to take any bites?
No, I have not. I mean, of course, he's done things I don't like. But by the way, my wife does things I don't like and vice versa. I don't expect, people are, this is not what I voted for. And the reality is I got a lot of what I voted for. I got some of what I didn't want. But I can tell you this much, and I say this with confidence, and it's not a blue or red thing. I know I would have got a hell of a lot more that I did not vote for. if I got the Harris-Walz administration. I'm laughing, but it's actually truly terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you think about the guy that came before Kennedy, Xavier Becerra, how come we're not talking about the fact that this guy wanted to remove age limits on sex changes for kids? Like, where was the alarm when that was happening? So that's the true terror that I saw in that administration. And of course, so much more. Do I think he's perfect? No. Does he do stuff? I'm like, oh, no. Sure, all the time.
Sure, yeah.
But there are also things that he does that I am truly impressed with. I'll be honest. I wonder if it might not be some of the boldest, bravest leadership that I've seen. And it's things like what he's doing with Iran and Israel. I actually think this is not going to become a forever war. I have a Pollyanna opinion about this, that I think it will end up expanding the Abraham Accords. I think he will take the risk of nuclear weapons away from Iran. I think that's actually going to happen. I don't think this is going to be Iraq or Afghanistan. I also agree with the tariffs. I can't tell you that I think his strategy is best, but the reality is there are asymmetries. We are having a hollowing out of the middle class and the working class. We need reshoring. He's succeeding at that. There's a 454% increase in reshoring from 24 to 25. That's him. And we have national security problems without question that he's trying to address. Is all of it all at once the best idea? Maybe not.
But he also probably feels the pressure of, oh my gosh, I only have 4 years. Yeah. There's so much to do.
I believe in what he's doing. He didn't kick the can down the road like everybody else has. He wasn't pressured by globalists. I think that's brave. I think it's courageous. I'm hoping for the best.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep Teep USA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, you can donate to Turning Point USA anytime you want and get a free Big Gov Sucks cooler. I know you can just get regular coolers at the store. I understand that, but it doesn't say Big Gov Sucks on it. How are people around you supposed to know that the government sucks? I also, too, I feel like that's I realize it's a simple term, but how effective is it? Everybody knows the government sucks. Because anytime you have to deal with the government, it's not like a pleasant experience. Nobody goes to go, oh, guess what? I get to go to the DMV today. Oh, all right, I've got jury duty this week. No, like nobody ever says that at any point in their life. Nothing they do that interacts with the government is fun, is interesting, is satisfying in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, Big Gov sucks. It's the bigger the government gets, the more it sucks. Anyways, I've belabored for Big Gov sucking for probably too long. So tpusa.com, any donation of any amount gets you free cooler. Also, tpt@tpusa.com is where you can email us anytime you want. We see some fantastic memes from being sent from you folks, and I love them. I love all of them. We also see hilarious videos. This first video, I think, got sent to us on Facebook. Second video got sent through the email, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing your emails anytime you're able to send them. Without further ado, this is another addition to the album of How the Heck Is This Not Satire? I'm sorry I'm getting worked up. It's just how in the world is this not a sarcastic, satirical video being made by the Babylon Bee? How is this actually something that someone says, let alone thinks and records and put it on a video? Watch this.
In 2 years, I'm going to lose my housing. All because the guidelines for Section 8 have changed since you-know-who got into office. They're saying that if you have a child that is school-aged, meaning if you don't have to stay home with your child, you have to be able to obtain employment, have a full-time job, and you cannot be on Section 8 past 2 years unless you have a disability. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Can you believe that? God forbid I have the stress of being a single mother, right? I have to depend on the government to help pave my way because it's really hard raising a child on your own when the government is pretty much your baby daddy, you know? You know you're going to get that check every single month. You know it's going to hit every single month, so you don't have to stress about it. And now, in 2 years, I'm not going to be able to use the government assistance that I need. That's great.
I'm sorry for getting too worked up over this. How is this a video that somebody thought would be a good idea to post? How do you exist in a world where this lady thinks, oh yeah, wow, can you believe that? They're gonna stop taking my money and giving it to her for no apparent reason? I can't believe that those evil people would do that to this poor woman. Literally nobody thinks that. Nobody that I know, nobody that the people that I know. Even the libs. I live in California. I'm friends with a lot of libs. Even they watch that video and go, what the F are you talking about? I'm sorry. How is this not satire? And speaking of how is this not satire, I want you to watch this one because I thought this is also, again, I would like to get in the mind of some of these people, but at the same time, I think it might be absurdly terrifying. Watch this And again, with me, come to the same conclusion of, what? Check this out.
I'm leaving my kids, my family, my house, my job, my cat, and everything else just to drive to D.C. right now. I'm driving from Michigan to Washington, D.C. because 47 is a piece of shit, and I'm going to stick up for my fellow citizens. So you, MAGA. I'm on my way to D.C.
You can't complain about something that you don't have to do. I recognize this is probably not the best analogy in the world, but if I tell my wife, ugh, I'm so mad, I gotta take the trash out today. She goes, well, our trash day is Wednesday and it's Sunday. You don't need to take the trash out. Yeah, I do. No, babe, you don't have to take the trash out. I have to take it out to stand in solidarity with people who do have their trash taken out today. No, seriously, it's not going to get picked up today. You're going to have to wait till Wednesday regardless. There's really nothing that needs to be done today. Dude, you don't have to go. And honestly, I feel bad. I feel bad that you have to leave your kids, your wife, your cat, which he mentioned, and your job. All of those things, I feel bad that you have to leave that, except for the fact that you don't have to do it. Like, I hate leaving home. I don't like having to leave my wife and kids. That's not a great thing for me to do. I definitely don't do it if I don't have to do it. Sometimes obligations require you to leave home, and that's just, the reality of being a working individual in this country. But if I don't have to, I'm not going to. And if I don't have to, but I still do anyway, I'm not going to complain about having to because I don't have to. I don't know, bizarre world we live in currently. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Really appreciate you sticking around. Charlie Kirk is going to take us out. We will see you same time, same place tomorrow. God bless America.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
My country, America, became great as it is because of what we inherited from you, from Britain. When I hear the slogan, "Make America Great Again," I'm also hearing, quote, "Return America to its British roots." Great Britain has everything in the world to be proud of. But when I look at Britain today, I see a country where the ruling elites are in a race to abandon the very values, the values that made them so great in the first place. I wish I could blame this all on labor, all on the left, but I can't. This country just had its 14th uninterrupted year of so-called conservative rule. And what did they conserve exactly? Well, they didn't conserve the ancient British rights to freedom of speech. In Britain today, 30 people a day are arrested for offensive posts on social media, according to The Telegraph. Praying silently within 600 feet of an abortion clinic can get you arrested in Scotland, as a 74-year-old woman named Rose just learned weeks ago. Members of Parliament scold British citizens for thinking they have the right to say that they do not have the right to say things that offend Muslims. 14 years of conservative rule didn't conserve British prosperity. Adjusted for inflation cost of living, the average British worker makes less today than they did in 2008. Outside of London, the British have lower incomes than every one of America's 50 states, and it never used to be this way. British industry pays 4 times as much for electricity as America does. You have the highest electricity rates in the world, a consequence of a choice of going net neutral. Nothing will kill a modern economy faster than high energy prices. And the country that invented the steam engine now has some of the highest energy prices on the planet. But above all, 14 years of conservative control didn't preserve the British nation. This country's conservatives thought it was their moral duty to allow anyone from the third world to move here. They didn't need to hold Western values. They didn't need to have useful skills. They could go on welfare immediately. Just last week, Keir Starmer announced he's changing the law to make sure immigrants who commit crimes are deported, because the conservatives never actually bothered passing that law themselves. The dying out of the British nation means the dying out of Christianity. Britain is the birthplace of Baptists, Methodists, Presbyterians, Anglicans, Quakers, and more. I would guess that more Christian denominations trace back to Britain than any other country. But soon, Britain will have more practicing Muslims than practicing Christians. I think that will be a catastrophic change, and everyone knows it. That's why it's only Muslims moving to Christian countries, never the other way around. I don't want America to go the way of Britain. I want us to remain free. I want us to remain rich and innovative. I want us to remain Christian. I don't want Americans to be replaced. But forget what I want. This is what the American people want. And in a democracy, the people are supposed to get what they want. The very same people that lecture us about democracy have a lot of problems with the consequences of democracy when the people vote a way that they don't like. And that's where Donald Trump comes in. When I was growing up, people would say that Britain was where America would be 10 or 20 years in the future. What they meant was that Britain was more left-wing than America, but we'd catch up eventually. That's just how things were over time, and nothing could stop it. I don't hear people saying that anymore. Donald Trump is the reason why. Almost alone, Donald Trump has changed the course of history. He's destroyed the assumption that the left's victory was inevitable. Under President Biden, more than 10 million illegal aliens entered America. Guides were published on TikTok explaining how to break into America. Say some magic words at the border and nobody would stop you. Entire neighborhoods of American cities were turned over to migrants living on the dole. America was treated as a pile of wealth for the rest of the planet to plunder at will. Now that is all stopping. President Trump has cut border crossings, not 90%, not 99%, but 99.9%. For years, my country's leaders lied that the southern border was an unfixable mess. President Trump exposed them all as liars within weeks. But closing the door didn't fix the damage that Biden did. We have well over 10 million people in America who should not be in America. If somebody breaks into your home, you don't fix the problem by closing your door and locking it. Things aren't fixed until the burglar is kicked out. And President Trump has been fighting harder than ever to make that happen. But I'd be happy if we fought even harder. Of course, illegal migration isn't the only threat facing America. In Joe Biden's America, we had the tyranny of DEI. Even though America's Constitution explicitly forbids racial discrimination, our government ordered people to do it anyway. People were denied jobs and denied promotions. Kids were shut out of universities based on the color of their skin rather than their ability. Companies were denied federal contracts because their owners didn't look a certain way. People who didn't discriminate enough in hiring could be sued by the government. Every company in America lived in fear of their government deciding to target them for offenses against DEI. Trump has ordered DEI to be torn down, but I want him to tear it down faster. I want every university told that they're losing all federal dollars immediately if they don't stop racial discrimination. I want the Department of Justice to start auditing every federal contractor to find DEI and shut off contracts immediately wherever we find it. This is a kind of cancer that cannot be phased out. It must be ripped out from the core. The same goes for the toxic social contagion of transgenderism. In Joe Biden's America, public schools and medical organizations were co-opted into endorsing this insanity. They urge children just 10 years old or younger to take barely tested hormones and surgically alter their bodies. In some of America's liberal states, a parent who objects to their child's transition can lose custody. I've met detransitioners who escaped from this social poison. They tell me that getting sucked into the first place was the greatest mistake of their lives. President Trump has taken steps to stop promoting this lunacy. He's acted to protect women's sports, another POI I meant to make. She said it's only a couple dozen. 890 biological men have stolen awards, trophies, and championships from women in America. It's not a couple dozen. Over 890 women were displaced by pervert men. That's why I want Donald Trump's administration and why I support it. It's mostly what I've gotten, but I want more of it. I'll be honest. We, the American people, we want more deportations. We want more peace deals. We want more woke colleges defunded. We want more DEI parasites to lose their jobs. The American people voted to put America first. And you know what? You should all too. This is my final point. Do I have to stop? Okay. I mean, you should want to, no, it's fine. I don't know the rules. It's fine. You should want to preserve and restore the greatness of Britain. You should want the decline to stop, and you can make it happen. Starmer wouldn't be saying what he's saying without what President Trump is doing. If you were honest with yourself, if you want a great Britain again, not a mediocre Britain, if you want a Britain that you could be proud of, you should all be wearing MAGA hats and cheering Donald Trump on every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 73%, agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible. Only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position.
Russia is still unsuccessful in Donetsk region. Putin has been unable to take it for 12 years. And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen. And if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
On Crimea, again, as John just pulled out there's a difference between formal recognition of Russian ownership, sovereignty over Crimea, which the Ukrainians won't agree to. But they could make a counterproposal. They could, on that one, on the Crimea, they could say, look, we will acknowledge that you Russians now occupy Crimea. We don't like it, we don't accept it, but we acknowledge it. And we will not try to take it back militarily. The Ukrainians could say that. That could be a reasonable counterpoint. On NATO, they could say, okay, we agree that we're not going to go into NATO today, not now. But we won't agree that we can never go there.
You know there's concern from the Europeans that President Zelensky is going to be bullied into signing something away. That's why you have these European leaders coming as backup tomorrow. Can you
No, it isn't. That's not why they're coming as back. That's not true. No, but that's not that's not true. They're not coming here tomorrow to keep Zelensky from being bullied. But you said that they're coming here tomorrow to keep Zelensky from being bullied. They're not coming here tomorrow. Oh, this is such a stupid media narrative that they're coming here tomorrow because Trump is going to bully Zelensky into a bad deal. We've been working with these people for weeks on this stuff. They're coming here tomorrow because they chose to come here tomorrow. We invited them to come. We invited them to come. The president invited them to come.
Can you name any concessions that Vladimir Putin made during this meeting? Have any
I wouldn't name them on your program.
Have any concessions
I wouldn't name
been
them
asked?
on your program. Why would I do that?
Where is the pressure?
Of course, because you can't have a peace agreement. No, you can't have a peace agreement unless both sides give and get. You can't have a peace agreement unless both sides make concessions. That's a fact. That's true in virtually any negotiation. If not, it's just called surrender. And neither side is going to surrender. So both sides are going to have to make concessions. So, of course, concessions were asked. But what utility would there be of me going on a program and tell you we've wagged our finger at Putin and told him you must do this and you must do that? It's only going to make it harder and less likely that they're going to agree to these things. Well, first of all, the Russians are already facing very severe consequences. There's not a single sanction that's been lifted. And not one. I mean, they're facing all the same sanctions that have been in place today. All the American support continues for Ukraine. And ultimately, look, if we're not going to be able to reach an agreement here at any point, then there are going to be consequences. Not only the consequences of the war continuing, but the consequences of all those sanctions continuing and potentially new sanctions on top of it as well. But what we're trying to do right now is end the war. And in order to end the war, you've got to give every opportunity that exists. You have to be open to any opportunity that exists to bring it about. And here's the thing to remind everybody. And when the president says this is not our war, but let's be frank, this is not our war. The United States is not in a war. Ukraine is in a war, and we've been supporting Ukraine. We happen to be in the role of the only country in the world, with the only leader in the world, that can actually bring Putin to a table to even discuss these things. Now, the president has traveled, all the way to Alaska, all the way back, has dedicated months and months of work, him, our entire team on this matter, because we want to see an end to the war. But if tomorrow the war continues, life in America will not be fundamentally altered. So I think that what we have to understand is that this has been a priority for this president because he wants to promote peace. He wants to promote the end of a war. And I think we should be happy that we have a president that's trying to promote peace and bring a war to an end.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. Happy Monday. It is going to be an amazing week. We had an epic weekend. We are here at the Bitcoin.com studio. President Trump is about to host the EU leaders at the White House, including Zelensky, and they are standing by to welcome them. So we're going to be covering that in great detail throughout this entire program. Will be kind of left in suspense as more and more information becomes available. But first, we want to start with a very important topic, all about the courts and how do we navigate what we are seeing, which is this pattern of judges that are interfering with President Trump's agenda and the agenda that people voted for. Well, no better person to talk about that, and also more broadly, how to beat the left in court, is the author of the new book, On the Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court, by Senator Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri. Senator, great to see you. Please tell us about your new book.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's available on Amazon right now, Charlie. I think your audience is going to love it. It's really sort of a field manual of what it's like to be on the front lines battling this left-wing lawfare machine and winning. When I was Attorney General in Missouri, we saw the landscape. We took on the left, whether it was the vaccine mandate case, the COVID vaccine mandate case, we took that to the Supreme Court, we won. The student loan debt forgiveness case, Missouri took that to the Supreme Court and we won. We filed the Missouri versus Biden case that exposed this vast censorship enterprise. In the book that's available now, you can read about the deposition of Anthony Fauci, the deposition about Elvis Chan, the deposition of somebody from CISA, who most people have never heard of that organization. They were working to suppress speech. The CDC working with the federal government to suppress speech. So I just thought it was important to sort of talk about what our playbook can be, what it was like to win those fights and really hold the line until President Trump could get back into office. And now what does that playbook look like as we fight the battles to make sure that the will of the people actually is able to move forward now that President Trump kind of broke this fever dream that we were in for 4 years.
Let's read this from the book. Quote, history will show the Biden administration brought the most aggressively liberal, authoritarian, and anti-liberty excesses of government that America has ever seen. This book tells the story of how Eric Schmitt and his small but mighty team held the line during those dark days until the cavalry arrived. Tell us more about that, because you are really holding the line. And I mean, from Fauci to censorship, it's also a model how one state attorney general's office in Missouri could have nationwide implications. Tell us more, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Charlie, the first part of the book, which again, you can go on Amazon right now and order it. The first part of the book, I think there's a tendency to sort of, now that we're kind of on the other side of that fever dream I talked about how this was all inevitable, right? That it was inevitable that President Trump would get back. But you got to go back 4 years or so into those dark days, post January 6th. This was the time of, lockdowns. This was compulsory COVID shots, forced masking of kids, ESG, DEI struggle sessions in this vast censorship enterprise. And what you needed was courage. So like, for example, when we brought these cases, they were ridiculed. They were called, sort of lending to quote unquote conspiracy theories. But really what it takes right now is authentic leadership to stand up and fight back. And so we did that. And I'll just take the student loan debt forgiveness case. If Missouri hadn't brought that, we had the standing because Missouri had some loan servicing agency. If we hadn't brought that case, Biden would have got away with $500 billion worth of student loan debt forgiveness that the waitress and the truck driver would have had to pay for the student loan debt of a theater professor from Harvard. I mean, this was insanity. This was, playgrounds being, roped off with police tape. This was 5-year-olds being forced to wear masks all day long. This was parents being investigated for showing up to school board meetings. I think it's important. There's a Czech writer, Milan Kundera, who says that basically the struggle against power is the fight between memory and forgetting. And I think it's important to remember where we were at, the courage that it takes to stand up and be that last line of defense, which is the title of the book. And ultimately, the cavalry did arrive. The American people rejected the excesses of the Biden administration. President Trump was able to come back now with this band of disruptors and all the good things that we're seeing right now. But really at that time, in that 4-year period, it was really left to some unknown folks, I include myself in that, who stood up and said, you know what, this is craziness, and we're going to use the law and common sense to beat it back.
Yeah, and so Senator, what now is the blueprint for some of the lawfare that we're experiencing from these judges? It's a different type of lawfare, right? But they are preventing President Trump from doing the most essential actions of his presidency. We have well over 80 to 100 of injunctions, I think 20 nationwide injunctions. It is about delaying, it is stalling, so it's a little bit different. But how do you, as a legal mind, how do you recommend that this administration accelerate and push through? Because what it does is it creates a sense of demoralization where they come up with a great idea and then they'll say, well, if we do it, then a judge is going to strike it down. They want to try to demoralize the creativity and the forward boundary pushing mandate that this administration has. Senator.
Well, I think it's important to understand the difference. What we were doing was we were fighting against the excesses, the overreach of government, and the suppression of individual rights. What they're trying to do now is to reimpose that. They want that government, they want the administrative state to be empowered again. They want the individuals. I mean, they're totally fine with, by the way, censorship as long as it's conservatives being censored. So I think it's a very different perspective. By the way, the American people are with us. So the question is, how do we win? Well, if you look at it now, interestingly, my Solicitor General when I was Missouri Attorney General was John Sauer. John Sauer is the Solicitor General of the United States of America. Now, President Trump brought him on. He's doing a great job. And as you look at these cases, as they make their way up from a random district court decision to the appellate courts and ultimately the Supreme Court, we're fighting back and we are winning. You look at the nationwide injunction issue. Early on, there were a bunch of them. The Supreme Court finally stepped in at the urging of President Trump and his legal team to say, you know what, there's been this abuse of nationwide injunctions. You can't do that. You can really only confine your decision to the district by which you're ruling. You look at the deportations. President Trump wanted to get rid of the temporary protective status. The Supreme Court has said, yeah, the president has the ability to go do that, even though district courts said you couldn't do it. You look at programming and personnel. Think of the DOJ stuff. The president is certainly within his authority as the leader of the Article 2 branch to make those kinds of personnel decisions. And the Supreme Court has affirmed that. So if you look at one decision here or there, it can be depressing in some ways. Like take Boasberg, for example. That was really, he took a case he never should have had and ruled against President Trump. But time and time again, these district court judges now who are really radical have been pushed back as you make your way through the court system. So the lesson here is we have to have the courage to fight back. I think for a long time, conservatives, those on the right, we sort of ceded that territory to the left. They called it a living constitution. They had their activist lawyers. They had their judges. Now President Trump has put in 200 plus judges in his first term. We have a conservative Supreme Court. He's going to be appointing more, but we have to have courage to stand up in that Article 3 branch, and we can win if we do it.
The book title is The Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court. 1 minute remaining, Senator. I'd love to keep you for another segment. What did you learn about Anthony Fauci and that entire gang of medical elitists when you had a chance to depose him and look a little bit into that rather sinister empire that he was controlling?
I think people love this part of the book, that Elvis Chan, the people we were able to take the depositions of. But one thing that was really striking with Fauci, he claimed he was the science on one hand, then said he didn't remember 174 times. The court reporter sneezed. He asked her to wear a mask. I mean, this is totally insane. But he sent, this wasn't revealed before, he sent his chief deputy over to China at the beginning of COVID to look at what the CCP was doing, and he loved this lockdown model. And then when people questioned him, he would silence them. He helped write sort of papers that dismissed natural immunity. There's a lot in here, I think, that adds color to what we knew all along, that this guy was a tyrant, and that the Fauci candles now, the light is dimmed on that, and it's exposed in this book that, again, Last Line of Defense people can order now. It's just, I think, an important history lesson, but also a playbook for us to win moving forward.
Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court. That is Last Line of Defense. Senator, let's keep you for another segment, because I do want to now touch on the Zelensky, Ukraine, Russia stuff, because the U.S. Senate is heavily involved in that. Okay, let's go to Legacy Box. You know that old box in your closet full of old tapes, dusty photo albums, even reels of film? It's time to do something about it before the memories fade or get damaged for good. Look, I want to tell you about Legacy Box. Legacy Box we use, and it's a great way that we are able to digitize old family memories, whether it be football memories, basketball memories, weddings, going to Cubs games, whatever it might be. You can go to legacybox.com/KIRK. If you have all these little pictures and film reels all over the place, you guys can send them in and it digitizes it. You save 50% when you go to legacybox.com/Kirk. Write it down. That is legacybox.com/Kirk. They digitize everything safely and professionally, give it back to you on the cloud, easy to watch, easy to share, easy to pass down to future generations. So check it out right now, legacybox.com/KIRK. That is legacybox.com/Kirk. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Check out the Senator's book, The Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court by Senator Eric Schmidt. We'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I want to tell you guys about YRefi. That is YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefi is amazing. I was just with them this last weekend. They help support our campus tour. They help support our Student Action Summit. They help support our Young Women's Leadership Summit. If you know anybody that is in serious private student loan debt, you should refer them to YRefi.com. If you go to YRefi.com, you could read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. If you have a co-borrower, YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. Go to YRefi.com, call 888-YRefi34, or log on to YRefi.com. So check it out right now at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Let's face it, if you have a distressed or defaulted private student loan, nobody is coming to bail you out, and bankruptcy is not an option. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. They can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%. So go to YRefi.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Check out Senator Eric Schmidt's latest book, very important. The Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court. Senator, right now, Zelensky is preparing to visit the White House. We had the Anchorage summit back on Friday. Your thoughts as a U.S. Senator on what President Trump is trying to accomplish here?
I'm just really grateful that we have a president that's engaged in diplomacy. That's what this whole thing is about. President Trump is trying to bring the parties together. He's trying to get to a peace deal. This thing is a meat grinder right now. It's a war of attrition. Over 1 million people have died, tens of thousands every month. And so he's trying to find some resolution. And I do think it's interesting. I was on Fox News Sunday last night and yesterday, and Jake Sullivan was on before me. And the criticism you hear from those in the mainstream media and on the left are coming from people that have been wrong about almost every foreign policy issue of the last 30 years. Jake Sullivan and the Biden administration presided over the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the actual invasion of Ukraine in 2023. And if you remember, he was also the one that was sitting there on the stage on October 2nd, 2023, and proclaimed that the Middle East was as quiet as it's been in decades. And 5 days later, you saw what happened on October 7th. So these folks have gotten it wrong. The plan under Biden was just keep sending American money over there without a plan and have a blank check, no accountability. Don't ask the Europeans to step up. And President Trump has changed that, thankfully, to say, you know what? We need to bring this war to a negotiated peace. Step one was engaging Putin. Step two now is engaging Zelensky and other European allies. And then I'm sure there'll be a step three here where the parties come together and hopefully something can work out. But this doesn't happen overnight. As you know, Charlie, this is like real work. This isn't some white paper. Mm-hmm. This is personalities. These are national interests. And he's trying to bring the parties together.
And it's very telling. Putin flies all the way across the landmass of Asia to come to United States soil. The response from the media, of course, they're undermining.
Yeah.
They're consistently undermining President Trump's attempts to try and seek reconciliation and peace. Let's play cut 326. I want you to respond. I know you have to be very respectful in this way. Respond, though, to your colleague, Senator Chris Murphy. He had a completely different reading, a different universe, and I do think it's worthy to have your response here. Play cut 326, please.
That meeting was a disaster. It was an embarrassment for the United States. It was a failure. Putin got everything he wanted. I mean, first of all, he wanted that photo op, right? He wanted to be absolved of his war crimes in front of the world. He was invited to the United States. War criminals are not normally invited to the United States. President Trump said he wanted a ceasefire. It appears the ceasefire wasn't even seriously discussed. And then third, there's no consequences. Trump said, if I don't get a ceasefire, Putin's going to pay a price. And then he walked out of that meeting saying, I didn't get a ceasefire. I didn't get a peace deal. And so Putin walks away with his photo op with zero commitments made and zero consequences. What a great day for Russia.
Okay, first of all, how does he know any of that? He was not in the room or associated. Your response, Senator Eric Schmidt.
I mean, the Democrats on this point in particular are totally intellectually bankrupt. They have no ideas. They don't have a plan. The follow-up question should have been, Senator Murphy, what do you propose we do about it to bring the war's end? They don't have an answer. I sit in the Senate. I listen to these guys talk on the Senate floor about how, you need to stand up to Putin and we need to do, their way hasn't worked. Like, Ukraine's not on the verge of victory here, right? This is a meat grinder. Sadly, that is the deal. So there have to be like adult conversations, and you have to be willing to engage people that you don't want necessarily to date your daughter, right? Like, that's what the real world is. And that's what real diplomacy is. And I think what they're really objecting to, Charlie, is a shift in foreign policy here from this kind of Wilsonian adventurism, this globalist view that America should be the cop on the beat everywhere. And we don't have our own core national interests. What the president is doing is reorienting all of that to say our role here is to try to bring these two parties together. Because in the United States, life will go on. This is not, President Trump wants peace here. But having the European allies step up a little bit more, if you really believe that Vladimir Putin is some existential threat to Europe, then you ought to be acting like it. You ought to be providing more for your own defense. And, our subsidization to the degree that's out of balance of NATO has to be rebalanced. We basically subsidize their social welfare programs in Europe. All of that has to change, and President Trump's that change agent. And so I'm glad that he's willing. To me, it's a demonstration of strength and confidence that an American leader would take that on. Joe Biden, first of all, couldn't stand up to even do that. His handlers wouldn't do it because in many ways, all this invasion happened on their watch and they had no real, plan. So anyway, I just think this is all part of Trump derangement syndrome. Whatever he does, they take the opposite view. They're for crime in D.C. now. I mean, It's just insane.
We got to go.
So.
Senator Eric Schmitt, thank you so much. Check out the latest book by Senator Eric Schmitt. It's terrific. It is on the last line of defense, how to beat the left in court. Thank you so much, Senator Schmitt. We're going to talk more about NATO, Ukraine with Matthew Whitaker next.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. The eyes of the world are on the White House right now as several world leaders already there meeting with President Trump. We're told that a number of European leaders have already arrived at the White House. This is a live look. As you can see, the honor guard is in place to meet Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky is expected to arrive at any moment now in order to talk about negotiations for a potential peace deal with Russia. President Trump, of course, on Friday, met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The commander-in-chief also claiming, quote, big progress on Russia for today. Proposals on the table reportedly include Russia relinquishing small pockets of Ukraine in exchange for Kiev giving up Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. Major cities like Donetsk and Luhansk are in that region, which is already under Russian control. Zelensky argues the region was taken unjustly. But Sunday, top Trump administration officials taking to the Airways to explain the process and progress being made.
That the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
Our goal here is to have a peace agreement to end this war, okay? And obviously we felt, and I agreed, that there was enough progress, not a lot of progress, but enough progress made in those talks to allow us to move to the next phase. If not, we wouldn't be having Zelensky flying all the way over here. We wouldn't be having all the Europeans coming all the way over here. Now, understand and take with a grain of salt, I'm not saying we're on the verge of a peace deal, but I am saying that we saw movement, enough movement to justify a follow-up meeting with Zelensky and the Europeans, enough movement for us to dedicate even more time to this. You talk about the sanctions. Look, at the end of the day, if peace is not going to be possible here, and this is just going to continue on as a war, people will continue to die by the thousands. The president has that option to then come in and impose new sanctions.
And here's another live look at the White House as more and more world leaders are continuing to show up there. We'll, of course, have live coverage throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. Make sure to stay tuned for the very latest. For now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming in The Charlie Kirk Show.
Great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. In just a second, we have the ambassador to NATO, great man Matthew Whitaker, joining us. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. I want to tell you guys about how we are able to go so viral. We have a video going hyper viral this weekend. Do we have a little taste of that? I don't think we do, but it is a video that is, I think, has well over 20 million views in the last couple days on just TikTok and Instagram. I want to tell you guys about the economic impact of TikTok. TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We've used it to go viral and reach billions and billions and billions of views. Like Dan O. Seasoning from Kentucky, who's TikTok to reach new customers, to grow from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people, pay them well, thanks to the foot traffic TikTok brings in. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com to learn more. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. The success means jobs, support for families, and stronger local economies. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. The stories behind the stats and portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are sponsored and brought to you in part by TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Ambassador Matthew Whitaker, U.S. Ambassador to NATO. Thank you so much, my friend, for making the time. You have a very difficult job, and so you are navigating it brilliantly and really honoring the president's directive in NATO. Ambassador Whitaker, give us an update of how the president is thinking about this, and will Ukraine be able to join NATO?
Yeah, well, first of all, Charlie, it's good to see you again. Great to be on your show. First, I think President Trump's been very clear that there currently is no path for Ukraine to join NATO. And it's not just a matter of snapping your fingers either on who joins NATO. There's 32 members. Everything we do is done by a unanimous decision. And so right now, there's not 32 people at the table that would vote for ascension. And that would assume that Ukraine could even qualify for membership. That would include some real rigorous anti-corruption efforts that I'm not certain that they would reach right now, and many other steps. But remember, the one thing that we need to understand about Ukraine is right now, they're the second largest European army. That's actually the largest European army, because Turkey, who is in NATO, is the largest army. And so Ukraine does bring some advantages, and their defense industrial base is by far the most productive currently. And so Europe, I'm encouraging all my European allies and friends to buy from the Ukrainians once this peace is reached by President Trump, because they're going to need that hard currency to rebuild their economy. But they have a lot of things to improve before it would ever be on the table. But right now, President Trump has been very clear that they're not in line and not going to be a member of NATO. But ultimately, that's all up to the 32 allies.
So Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that there's talk about Vladimir Putin being open to security guarantees for Ukraine in return for not being in NATO. Would those guarantees include U.S. troops on the border of Russia and Ukraine?
I would be surprised. Ultimately, that's up to President Trump, who's mediating, as you know, this war and trying to bring it to a truce and hopefully an enduring peace, because as he says, the killing and the slaughter need to end. It's a complete meat grinder where tens of thousands of soldiers every single week are dying on the battlefield, together with the collateral damage to property and to civilians. And so it needs to end. President Trump is trying to do everything he can, obviously, to end this war. But at the same time, Secretary Rubio, when talk about security guarantees, I think that any boots on the ground, any security force is the coalition of the willing, which is currently being led by the Germans, the French, and the British. And so I don't think that there would be American boots on the ground, certainly not in any kind of significant kind of way. There might be some command and control. There might be some other things that only the U.S. can bring to that. It would be outside of NATO, Charlie. I think that's the other thing we got to make sure, because people are using this Article 5-like guarantee. And I think that's very dangerous when you talk about, Article 5-like guarantees, because that makes people think that NATO's involved. NATO won't be involved in any security guarantees. In fact, they will be specifically out of it because, again, there wouldn't be 32 allies that would agree to that framework.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The perspective of my audience and from me is we don't want America involved at all. We think this is long past exhausted and tired. And I think the president's perspective has been amazing, which is defy the national security establishment and the mainstream media and sit down and work this thing out. So what can we expect today? Let me tell you where our perspective is. And you're the ambassador to NATO, and so you have to be very diplomatic, and you got a tough job, and you're doing a great job. But let me tell you my thoughts, and you can navigate however you want. This looks as if this is a full court press by European leaders that want to continue this land and kinetic war in Ukraine and are very mad that President Trump might cut a deal with Vladimir Putin, because for the European Union, they view this as existential. You got Giorgia Meloni, you have the Germans, you have all the big players of Europe that are in the White House right now that are likely trying to, and Keir Starmer, that are trying to paint a completely different picture and potentially continue this war. You could almost say the European leaders are here to chaperone Zelensky through this entire thing in case there would be another blow up. And so tell us about the meeting, and then I'll have a follow-up question. What's going on today? And can you give our audience some hope that America won't be involved and this thing can be ended?
Well, first of all, Charlie, I want to, on the beginning premise, like you, because we were running into each other, since 2019, there's been nobody like you and I and so many others, Kash Patel, that were out there, supporting the president, including, in 2021 when there weren't a lot of people supporting President Trump. And so, I have met a lot of your listeners and viewers. I have spent a lot of time with them, gone to, your events, so many other events in the movement. And so I have, like you, as a sense of what, the base and what President Trump supporters expect. I don't think, this is my perspective as the U.S. ambassador to NATO. I don't see that Europe wants to continue this war. And one of the great things that President Trump did and that I'm involved in is the selling of U.S. equipment to our European allies, so they're paying for it, and then they can supply it to Ukraine. That changed the entire dynamic, where under Joe Biden, we were just sending American equipment and munitions to Ukraine with no payments, no promises, and I think President Trump dramatically changed that situation, and so the bearing of European security is now on the shoulders of European taxpayers, and President Trump got that right, and I was proud to stand with him shoulder to shoulder and work on that, and that's part of what we agreed to at The Hague a couple months ago, and the 5% of European security. It's gonna make a huge difference. And on the war in Ukraine, you're right. I mean, this is ultimately it is a European's interest. It doesn't. Secretary Rubio, I think, said it really well yesterday. This is not America's war. This isn't Donald Trump's war. It would never happened if he had been in office in 2022. And so, a lot of this is at the feet of Joe Biden. Now, that doesn't mean that as a peacemaker, Donald Trump can't come in here, having, already settled about 6 other conflicts, come in here and try to mediate this and get to a position where the killing and the fighting ends. But, ultimately, those decisions are going to have to be made by the Ukrainians and the Russians because they are the ones that are fighting this war, and they're going to have to come to some agreement. And I think President Trump's just trying to see if there's a set of circumstances where he can bring this to an end.
You are correct. It is not our war, but here's the fear, is it can quickly become our war because we're funding it, we'll send armaments, and before you know it, we're involved in another quagmire. I mean, Joe Biden spent over $200 billion in this, proxy conflict with Russia. And so Ukraine's position is a little unclear. Is it, some European leaders are saying you can't give any of the land back to Russia, even though Russia has won it. Can you comment on the land here? Because the land component of this is major. Russia took Crimea. They shouldn't have invaded. It was wrong that they did it. That was a immoral action by the hands of Vladimir Putin. But they did win significant gains in Ukraine. How is the land factoring in all this? Because security guarantees, Article 5, we got NATO off the table. Security guarantees is very, very murky because you can get. Basically, the way we look at it is like, okay, you'll get the spirit of NATO without NATO, so not thrilled about that. But what about the land? I mean, there's a lot of clamoring about this. Please, Ambassador Whitaker.
Yeah, well, Charlie, first of all, there is a lot of clamoring, and to some extent, right now, what's going to happen soon here at the White House is the conversation with the Europeans and with President Zelensky as to what Putin put on the table in Alaska, why President Trump determined that we could take a step forward in those negotiations and in trying to get to a peace deal. But, I think a lot of it is yet to be determined. I think even, we talk about security guarantees. I think there's a lot of meat that needs to be put on those bones. I just don't think that there is a complete agreement among the coalition of the willing. President Trump has said that the U.S. would be involved. I don't think that means American troops in Ukraine. Now, obviously, they would love that, especially if there is an attack on one as an attack on all, kind of a treaty or an agreement. But right now, I think President Trump has earned the space to try to negotiate this.
I agree.
And he's mediating it, Charlie, as you know. And so mediators oftentimes see how far people can come, try to get their best and final, and try to bring both parties to a deal that's a deal. It's not a great deal for either side, but ultimately
I agree.
Gets the killing.
No, I think that's right.
So
look, he more than earned everybody's confidence after the Iran-Israel masterclass. I mean, that's and so we just got to let the master do his thing. The fear that we have is all these other European actors that are going to be lying to President Trump along the way. I know that you got to deal with them, but they got a whole separate agenda. And President Trump had a Truth Social about this earlier. He said, I'm convinced if Russia completely surrendered and gave up all the land, that the fake news media and their Democrat partners would say this would be a humiliating day for President Donald Trump. And so just in closing here, Ambassador Whitaker, can you just give the audience some faith and confidence that America First will be resolutely defended, that we are going to have a commitment to this realignment of foreign policy while also in the pursuit of peace? Because our audience is a little bit uneasy, not at President Trump, not at you, but at the European actors that are trying to keep this thing unnecessarily going. Final thoughts, Ambassador Whitaker.
My final thoughts, Charlie, are quite frankly, I think, President Trump represents the America First movement. I'm with him and have been there from the beginning, as you know. And so, we are fighting hard every single day for America First and for a resolution of this war. And I would not listen to a lot of the noise that you hear from the mainstream media and a lot of, kind of the chatter that's coming out of Europe, because, again, that's not the deal that President Trump's going to cut. He's just going to see if he can get a deal done that is in the interest of the American people. Because, again, this is not his war. It's not America's war. We're not fighting this war. And so ultimately, I think President Trump, like I mentioned, and I know you agree, has earned our trust to try to land this plane if it can be landed.
He has. And in their discussions, just reiterate it, no U.S. troops. That is a very serious salvo here. That is the last thing that we need. Thank you so much, Ambassador Whitaker. Keep up the great work. Right. You have quite a challenge ahead of you. Thank you. What do we have, guys? Alan Jackson Ministries. Check it out right now, Alan Jackson Ministries. I'm excited to tell you I'll be speaking at the Culture and Christianity Conference at World Outreach Church just south of Nashville, Tennessee this September. I'm inviting you to join me. My friend, Pastor Alan Jackson, organized this conference so we can address the issues we're facing in today's culture, but through the lens of God's truth. When you attend, you'll gain insight and valuable perspective on what's happening in the world today. Learn how to recognize truth from deception. Join me, Pastor Alan Sage Steele, Dr. Bill Lyle, and my wife, Erica Kirk, and many more September 19th and 20th. Registration is now open. Go to alanjackson.com/Charlie. That is alanjackson.com/Charlie. Check it out right now, alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have several pieces of tape that we can throw to here, but I got a lot more I want to talk about, all about the Russia-Ukrainian situation. But we're actually going to take a detour, and we're going to talk about a driver, an illegal immigrant driver who killed 3 people this weekend with no remorse. It is a shocking video, and it should be a major news story. It just goes to show the carnage and the cost and the consequence of what happens when we when we allow the third world into our nation. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and get involved with Turning Point USA. We have some amazing episodes coming up. We had a great conversation with Scott Jennings. We had some great conversations with Dr. James Orr, and so much more. So make sure you guys subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We'll be posting them on our podcast menu very soon. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, this story happened over the weekend, and of course the media is ignoring it. This goes to show we're the Bitcoin.com studio, the cost and the consequence of illegal migration in ways you don't even always recognize. So there's a guy by the name of Harjinder Singh. He is an illegal immigrant. He came into this country illegally. Now, he's not Mexican. He's not Nicaraguan. No, he is from, I think he's from either Bangladesh or from India. Anyway, I think it's India. Yeah, India. The truck driver, he made an illegal U-turn on Florida's turnpike that led to the passing and the death of 3 Americans. He illegally entered the U.S. through the southern border in 2018. Harjinder Singh has been charged with 3 counts of vehicular homicide. Singh got his commercial's driver's license as an illegal immigrant in the state of California, according to the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. By the way, Florida didn't do their job here. I'll just be honest. Florida never should have allowed an illegal immigrant in their state. Why are we putting up with this? He's a Sikh, and you can see in the B-roll, he tries to do a U-turn in the middle of a highway, and the car behind him just gets obliterated. 3 people died. And look, in that video, Harjinder Singh is just kind of watching, deadpanning, while, he did an illegal U-turn, and, look, he's just kind of like, I guess I killed somebody. Unfathomable that a person got a commercial license doing this, unless you realize what's actually going on here. California will give a driver's license to anyone as long as they are illegal. They want illegal criminals here. And you're just so casual about it. People say all the time, well, Charlie, what about the law-abiding ones? Aren't they doing well? Law-abiding ones become, unfortunately, responsible for mass carnage. He's just like, oops, I guess I killed 3 people. This is your guy, Harjinder Singh. If you are a Democrat, that is what you believe in. Here's a full DHS background. By the way, why have we got to find more of these. We got to ramp up the deportations, everybody. Enough. We got to have more ICE in the streets. We got to find more of these, or else this is only going to continue. On September 20th, 2018, he entered the United States. This is under Donald Trump, without being inspected, admitted, or paroled by an immigration officer. It's not Trump's fault, by the way. It was a whole different set of circumstances. U.S. Border Patrol arrested Singh and was served near an I-80 and processed as an expedited removal for credible fear. But then the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service issued a positive fear finding and noticed a notice to appear. He was arrested 7 years ago and stayed into America. He got a bond and got a CDL and got a job. In 2019, an immigration judge set a bond for $5,000, and then he just kind of escaped. No one followed up. The Executive Office for Immigration Review recalendars hearing to April 15th, 2021 in Seattle, Washington. Again, the courts delay it. Harbinger Singh is a criminal. He committed a crime. He was arrested, but he was allowed to stay in the United States. And now an IJ grants change of venue from Seattle to San Francisco. And then in August of 2025, San Francisco placed an I-247A immigration detainer for Singh with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, but he was in Florida, and he had a driver's license given to him by California. Red states must start removing any reciprocity agreements with California for CDLs immediately. Florida, you got to step up here. Florida, you're a great state. Enough is enough. And that goes for all the mass Muslim immigration that's coming in this country as well. Enough. We got to close the loopholes, and we need mass deportations. We need more people deported. The federal government needs to wage war on sanctuary states that do this. Why are we not arresting mayors that are allowing sanctuary cities? Why are we not arresting the people that are involved in sanctuary states? Texas, Utah, Florida could render CDLs from California null and void. Now, what is a CDL? A CDL is a California driver's license or a commercial's driver's license, either way. A commercial driver's license or, it also works both ways. A California commercial's driver's license, it works both ways. So this guy gets a commercial driver's license. Let's show the video again. And just casually does a U-turn, resulting in 3 people being killed. How many more Americans have to die at the hands of illegal criminals like this guy, Harbinger Singh? Is he an American? Is he the best of our country? Of course not. Nothing about him is an American at all. And by the way, being an American is more than paperwork. As I've said before, Zohran Mamdani, he is not an American. Omar Fattah is not an American. Ilhan Omar is not an American. There's something else. They might have their paperwork, but just because you have your paperwork in order does not mean you are an American. American requires assimilation. It requires loyalty. It requires commitment. This guy's added no value to our country. And the Democrats always say they do, and now there are 3 dead Americans because of him. They love the chance to virtue signal by showing how forgiving they are of foreign illegals and killers. And nothing about him is an American at all. And now 3 people are dead because of Harjinder Singh. We need mass deportations. We need millions of people a year. We got to ramp it up. We got to get aggressive. We have to empower President Trump to do what he needs to do and go after the Democrats and remove the blue state barrier. Second hour coming up.
What water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being along for the ride. We're keeping an eye on the White House, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to arrive at any moment now. You're seeing a couple of views of the south and north side of the White House. A color guard is in place right now, and we're expecting that Zelensky will arrive here quite literally at any moment. A number of European leaders who are part of his entourage, if you will, who will be joining him for today's negotiations over some sort of peace deal with Russia, are already at the White House, presumably meeting with President Trump. Many of them arrived within the last hour. Volodymyr Zelensky expected to arrive, as I said, here within the next couple of minutes or so. Hopefully we'll still be on the air when he does arrive, so we can show you his arrival and his greeting from President Trump. All of this, of course, coming on the heels of President Trump meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. A number of concessions were made during that meeting on Friday that led to today's meeting. Guys, if we can keep these shots up full so that our viewers can see them, please. Let's keep the shots up full. Thank you. Again, President Trump having met with Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska, and the Trump administration says that a number of concessions were made during those meetings, which led to today. Now, to be clear, the president's saying that he doesn't expect, a peace deal to come today. But this is a big first step towards that peace deal. A number of negotiations will be had today, specifically as it relates to Ukraine ceding some of its land, specifically the Donbas region. That region, of course, is currently occupied by the Russians, and part of the negotiations are going to be to see if Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will give up that land, will cede that land, which again is currently being held by the Russians. The administration also saying that it is going to be responsible or offer some security guarantees for Ukraine, which would potentially, keep Russia from continuing its push into Ukraine and continuing its offensive. Here's what some of the Trump administration officials had to say on those two fronts over the weekend.
That the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
Our goal here is to have a peace agreement to end this war, okay? And obviously we felt, and I agreed, that there was enough progress, not a lot of progress, but enough progress made in those talks to allow us to move to the next phase. If not, we wouldn't be having Zelensky flying all the way over here. We wouldn't be having all the Europeans coming all the way over here. Now, understand and take with a grain of salt, I'm not saying we're on the verge of a peace deal, but I am saying that we saw movement, enough movement to justify a follow-up meeting with Zelensky and the Europeans, enough movement for us to dedicate even more time to this. You talk about the sanctions. Look, at the end of the day, if peace is not going to be possible here, and this is just going to continue on as a war, people will continue to die by the thousands. The president has that option to then come in and impose new sanctions.
So again, just to clarify, we are waiting for Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, to arrive at the White House to be greeted by President Trump and then go into negotiations with the president. Also party to these meetings will be several European leaders. The president of Germany, the prime minister of Italy is said to be on hand, the prime minister of Great Britain, also French President Emmanuel Macron. A number of major NATO leaders are on site at the White House to be part of these negotiations, as many of those European leaders are also stakeholders in a potential peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. That peace deal very likely won't be reached today, but as you just heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, today's discussions could set the stage for a peace deal, and there's also reporting that if today's discussions go well, there could be another trilateral meeting. That would be a meeting that would include Ukrainian President Zelensky as well as Russian President Putin and President Trump. If today's meeting goes well, there could be a trilateral meeting between those three parties as soon as late this week or potentially early next week. So a lot at stake here at the White House as President Trump awaits the arrival of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We, of course, will have live coverage for you here on Real America's Voice as President Zelensky arrives here at the White House. In the meantime, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled program.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, live from the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Of great American. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, thank you for taking the time. So I want to explore this with you because we had the Putin meeting on Friday. We now have the Zelensky, European chaperone operation where Zelensky is being chaperoned by his European parents. So I don't want to get into all the kind of like lower level stuff and people attacking Zelensky's wardrobe. And I want to go deeper, okay? I want to go to from what I understand, there are 3 sticking points: the land, NATO, and security guarantees. Those are the 3 sticking points. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, how are you thinking about this war and our path to peace?
Yeah, so first things, I want to make sure, because I think that I've watched social media and a lot of the regular media talking about this. For everybody, this war began in 2014 while President Obama was the president of the United States of America. And in fact, the time frame was February of 2014, right after the Sochi Olympics. So this war's been going on a long, long time. And it is just worn out Europe. It's worn out, certainly the Russians. I mean, we can go into the details, but like you say, Charlie, that's number one. During that period of time, Russia, this is in 2014 while Obama was the president. During that time, Russia attacked 2 of the eastern provinces, Donbass as they call them, of Ukraine, and they also attacked Crimea. And since about March of 2014, they've held that land. So you mentioned land, right? When Trump comes in, then Trump basically puts everything in a hold, and Putin basically kept everything as status quo, and there was a lot of back and forth going on. And then when Biden comes back in, the war then began to rage in earnest. And this is where the reason why it raged in earnest, because the Biden administration really threw fuel on the fire of this Ukrainian war by basically funding it to the tune of, the congressional numbers are around $170 billion. The actual numbers we think are closer to $500 billion. So, if you look at it from the interest of Russia, what Russia wants is no further NATO expansion. And now I understand that Russia would consider some sort of NATO security guarantees for Ukraine, but not Ukraine joining NATO. So there's some wiggle room right there based on the conversation that Trump had with Putin this past weekend, right? This past Friday at the Alaska summit. The security guarantees and NATO, I think what people need to understand, and this is again, these are lessons that we have forgotten. NATO is a defensive chartered military organization. And that means if one is attacked, that, then all others are attacked, and then something has to happen. It was designed to protect itself from, principally Europe, from the former Soviet Union. It is not an offensive organization. It is not an organization that was designed to do offensive things. In 1994, there was an agreement that said there would be no further NATO expansion. The United States signed off on it. Russia signed off on it. At that time, Gorbachev. The French signed off on it, and the Germans also signed off on it, and Great Britain signed off on it. Since that time, and at the time of that signature, there was about, roughly, let's just say 20 nations that were part of NATO. Since that time where we said there would be no further NATO expansion on the Russian frontiers, there's like another 25 countries that have joined NATO. And so now you have this expansion east against the Russian frontier. So, that's kind of where, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of Russia, not the perspective of NATO or the perspective of the United States, because I think that we tend to forget we must look at these types of gives and takes from the perspective of those who we are about to sit down with, right? I also think in terms of Trump looking at, you got a picture of Trump and Zelensky up there now. What are in the best interests of the people of Ukraine, right? The people of Ukraine are worn out, and we are now tapping into 60-year-olds to fight in the military, for the Ukrainian military. The war itself, from a loser and winner perspective, and I've written about this, and people can go look at what I've written about in the last week. The war itself is a lost war. So Ukraine has lost this war. Ukraine has lost terrain. They have lost significant prestige. And we also know this, and we know this for a fact, Charlie, that Ukraine is also filled with corruption. We have seen the corruption in the previous Biden administration in many ways. We've seen it with human trafficking, with weapons trafficking, with the biolabs that are in Ukraine. I mean, these are things that matter, and they matter in a deep, deep way with the other side, meaning the Russian side, right? We also have on the frontier, on the border of Russia, we have Ukraine asking to be a member of NATO, and you have these handlers of Zelensky that are there now, the Russian, parents that you called them. They're really handlers for Zelensky that are going to try to convince Trump that we've got to defeat Russia. We've got to have Ukraine join NATO. Well, that would be like saying, to Mexico or to Canada, or in this case, the Cuban Missile Crisis, which we tend to forget in our history lessons, right? Mm-hmm. We almost went to nuclear war over the Cuban Missile Crisis because Russia at the time wanted to put weapons into Cuba.
But let me ask you, that ties in. Do you think there is a scenario we can end the war without us giving security guarantees?
Yes, I absolutely do, and it's not going to be a pretty ending here. So in 2022, those eastern Donbasses, those eastern provinces, eastern states, if you will, for those that don't understand provinces and Donbasses, those eastern states of Ukraine voted. They voted which direction that they wanted to go, and in 2022, they voted to be aligned with Russia because the majority of the majority of them are Russian speakers, anyways. Now, the interesting part about this is Crimea, because Crimea, there may be some negotiating space there where we allow a portion of Crimea to be used by what's called the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation, right? So Russian Navy has access. You can see the Sea of Azov. You can see Black Sea. I mean, that's a great map right there because that's an area of serious contention. But I actually think that we can use that as almost as a trade zone, if you will, vis-a-vis like the Hong Kong issue. But now Hong Kong, even though it's going back to China, there was a long period of time. I think it was either 30 or 60 years where it was a trade zone. So there's some smart ways to slice this thing, up where Ukraine, sees and the Ukrainian people achieve some modicum of peace. There's going to have to be some zone of separation, and this is not a ceasefire. Ceasefires never last. This has to be a legitimate long-term peace agreement where that zone between the Russian borders and these eastern provinces and Crimea, there has to be some sort of agreements within there that allow the people that live in there to make decisions for themselves. And what we have learned in 2022 is those people decided that they wanted to be aligned with Russia. I mean,
Hold that thought. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, hold that thought. Let's go through the breaks, guys. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn has a lot to say, so we want to maximize his time. But first, relief factor. Have you ever been in a bad relationship? The kind that just wears you down? Well, you settle in, and even though deep down this is not how it's supposed to be. That's what daily aches and pains can feel like. You could stop expecting to feel good. You start thinking, man, maybe this is just life right now. With ReliefFactor.com, you could break up with pain, just like Anthony did as he writes in. I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been talking about Relief Factor for 2 months. I have felt the difference. A lot of people have as well at ReliefFactor.com. It's 100% drug-free, and it targets inflammation that causes pain so you can move better, feel better, and live a better life. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Again, a lot of people love it, and you should check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, we're going to go through the breaks right now. As we are speaking, President Donald Trump is meeting with Zelensky in the White House. It's quite a day. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast right now. I was just checking. We are number 7 in Apple Podcasts. We really had a surge this weekend. So thank you, guys. Subscribe to a couple podcasts, and we'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checker. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Okay, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn continues this. I cut you off. Sir, please continue.
Yeah, so a couple of things. And I think that Trump has been really an extraordinary in terms of wanting to sit down and to meet with Putin, to meet with Zelensky, and to continue this dialogue, because we should never back a nuclear power into a corner. I mean, one of the things that I want your audience to understand is that, you know, despite what they think about and what the media has described Russia to be, there was a great poll that was done about a year ago where 80% of the Russian people want to have a stronger relationship with the people of the United States of America. And I think Trump has not been able to, and this goes back to his first term, he has not been able to really deal with Russia in an equal footing, certainly geopolitically, because of the Russiagate, situation that happened during his first term. And we've learned a lot about that. I mean, so what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to be really magnanimous here. He's really trying to rise above it all. And he's saying, hey, look, Russia is one of the great powers on the planet. They're certainly one of the top. In fact, they are the top nuclear power on the planet. They have more nuclear capabilities than we do. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to stop the killing. That's sort of, to use Trump's phrase. But we cannot think that we are going to defeat Russia. We're going to defeat Putin. We're going to what? Regime change Russia? I mean, this is a large country. It's one of the largest geographically on the planet, 11 time zones. And NATO is not a cohesive organization right now. There's a lot of disagreements going on inside of NATO. There are people that are members of NATO that are not in agreement with the direction that this war is going. The bigger picture, the bigger strategic view, Charlie, is that the war is not going well for Ukraine. When you look at the comparison of forces, when you look at the comparison of economies, when you look at the comparison of the alignments geopolitically, the big winner here is not Russia. The big winner here, and it's not Ukraine. The big winner here is China. And I keep going back to that because when we made agreements back in 1990, and I'll tell you, James Baker, I wrote it down here. Secretary of State James Baker promised in 1990, and they signed an agreement to this effect, that NATO would not move, quote, not 1 inch eastward.
Yep.
West German Foreign Minister at the time, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, he repeated the assurances. The 4 leaders at the time in that period of our history, recent history, all agreed to that. And yet here we are talking about NATO on the border of Ukraine. Now, when I look at the makeup of Russia, and again, for your audience, just to give a little class here, because I think people need to understand this. Russia has a population of about 140 million. They're almost 1-to-1 male and female. I mean, Russia is essentially a declining population, although they've maintained a strong military force. And certainly they are the top nuclear power on the planet. We have talked about nuclear weapons. The Biden administration talked about them. President Trump recently talked about the realignment of our nuclear submarine forces. We should not be talking about nuclear capabilities like this at all, because that is too dangerous. If this war continues, if there's not success coming out of this meeting, and then going back to where Trump probably brings Zelensky and Putin together, and I believe that he wants to do this very soon to end this thing, to come up with a legitimate, not a ceasefire, but a peace agreement, a long-term peace agreement, where it's not going to be one of these everybody wins. There's going to be some winners and there's going to be some losers. The losers right now, to me,
hold that thought.
The biggest one is really President Zelensky, because President Zelensky, most people don't know, Charlie.
Hold that thought. We'll be right back. One sec. Okay, you said Bitcoin.com studio. You said President Zelensky, most people don't know. Finish the sentence.
Yeah, most people don't know that President Zelensky has declared martial law in his country. He declared martial law in his country. And the reason why he declared martial law is because he didn't want to stand for another election, because he would have probably lost. And so he declared martial law, and he's essentially, they're under a state of, internal siege, if you will, but they're under a state of martial law inside of Ukraine right now. And that's because the guy doesn't want to hold an election. I think if they held an election, he would be out. You would have somebody going in there, and there's a couple of members of the Rada that have aspirations to be president of Ukraine, and they also have great ideas about stopping the war and coming to a peace agreement, because they know that they cannot continue with this war. One of the things that Russia does not want to do, and Russia cannot do, they cannot militarily do it, other than go on a nuclear exchange. Russia has no ability, no military capability like they used to when they were the Warsaw Pact, to cross the plains of Europe and seize all of Europe.
Nor do they have either the ambition or the capacity to govern all those areas. Keep going, please.
Exactly. And I think people need to understand that. You have the neocons, you have these people that are pushing us to war with Russia, and the only outcome, Charlie, is going to be a potential nuclear conflict, because Russia will not allow itself to be put into a position, to be backed into a corner where the survival of the Russian nation is at stake. And I believe that's where Putin actually is sort of intellectually right now, and I do believe that they feel that, and with Trump's basically stepping into this role. Thank God that he's the president right now. With Trump stepping into this role, he actually is the guy that I believe Putin trusts, and frankly, I think the members of Europe are going to have to trust, because Trump actually has some ideas about what to do with coming to a legitimate peace agreement. We'll see what they come out of today. It's going to be this is monumentally historic for what is happening right now in the White House, in the Oval Office, and what conversations are going to take place, frankly, over the next week. We cannot afford to go to war against Russia. The United States of America cannot do that.
And Russia doesn't want that either. Let's be clear.
And
they
Russia
don't want that.
it.
And so it would be inviting a war that both sides don't want, which is the ugliest of all things, actually.
Exactly.
And so,
exactly. And the big problem there, Charlie, is the idea of nuclear weapons. And I just don't want that to be on the table. And the more these neo cons and people on the left as well, these people that want this, that just have this hatred, and that, I don't know where it drives from. It, a lot of it's power, control, and money, but this hatred of trying to get rid of what, Russia? What are you then going to have? I mean, it's not going to happen. It is unrealistic. We have to think much more geopolitical. I actually would throw in a lot of other points of discussion where we sent some of this, but where Trump talking to Putin about some of the other issues that are in play geopolitically. I mean, there are other aspects of the world that matter, like the Middle East, like South America, like Venezuela, like Cuba. These are all things that the United States ought to be having conversations with Russia about. And, here what Trump has to do first steps first is we've got to come up with not just a ceasefire, but we have to have a long-term legitimate peace agreement. And that's what this is about. And anybody that thinks that we're going to continue this war with Russia is on a fool's errand. And the consequences for a continuation of a war are so bad for the rest of the world. And they will only
1 minute
result
remaining.
in a nuclear
If you had to
exchange.
rank it, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, 1 minute remaining, what would be the greatest sticking point that you are concerned about?
I think the greatest sticking point is, I think Putin's over the hump here, is a long-term security arrangement with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. I think if that is part of it, and if Putin is accepting of that, then I think that those powers to be in Europe, and I frankly think the Russians need to be at the table, as well as a legitimate president, a duly elected president of Ukraine, not one that's declared martial law. Then I think we can have a long-term peace agreement where we can allow peace to break out, and we can get on with economics, we can get on with trade, we can get on with geopolitics, and we can get on with dealing with the rest of the world. I mean, and frankly, the wolf closest to the sled, and that's China, Charlie.
Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, thank you so much for your commentary. Please plug whatever you'd like. 20 seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, I have a great book out, Pardon of Innocence, a brand new book, talks about what's going on with Russiagate, and they can go to generalflynn.com, or they can go to Amazon and buy Pardon of Innocence. It's a bestseller. It's a great book. And thank you so much, Charlie, for allowing me a few minutes with you.
You're excellent. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, we'll have you back on.
God bless.
Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Jack Posobiec live from Pebble Beach. No, he's not in California. He's on the White House lawn. We'll be right back.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free Rider's Guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
You're listening to the future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Welcome back, everybody. I was just listening to President Trump. We're Bitcoin.com studio. It's one of my favorite things when he tells stories is, I have a friend who hasn't left his house in 4 years, and now he can go out to dinner because we have the National Guard. I love it. It's so good. And it's true. What do we have, guys? My Patriot Supply. MyPatriotSupply.com. I actually have a really good email to read about that. MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. The summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns are underwater, and roads are washed out. And in every crisis zone, the same scene. Crowds standing in line, waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way. Wait again, but what if it's not? What if it takes days or doesn't come at all? You think the system is built to protect you? They can barely handle one emergency, let alone dozens. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. It's giving away 4 weeks of emergency food. Just go to MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. So check it out right now, MyPatriotSupply.com/Kirk. That is MyPatriotSupply.com/KIRK. That is MyPatriotSupply.com/KIRK. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by My Patriot Supply. The most improved foreign leader award goes to Vladimir Zelensky, or Volodymyr Zelensky. He goes to the Oval Office wearing a suit, so that was kind of a sticking point last time. He thanked Melania for her letter to Russia on behalf of Ukrainian children. Very smart. Thanked America for its massive financial support, and President Trump for his efforts to achieve peace. You see, there's a learning curve here that is quite dramatic. Constantly and always improving. Be grateful. Be positive. President Trump likes it. We're going to have Jack Posobiec here in just a second, but let's also frame this entire thing. Look, Ukraine is not going to take back Crimea. That is a fundamental truth. We are getting into that, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Not going to take back Crimea. They're not taking back any territory that has been overrun thus far. That Europe needs to swallow that pill. You could blame Donald Trump. You could blame Joe Biden, but you shouldn't blame Trump. Are you kidding me? You should blame Biden. For the past 2.5 years, this war is consistently and entirely of Russia gradually grinding down Ukraine. Let's go to cut 347. This is live new from the Oval Office meeting. Play cut 347.
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in the Post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, which is it?
No, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that. First of all, I think President Trump just likes saying trilat because that's like the coolest thing ever. He just kind of throws it in there. Yeah, well, the trilat. I love it. He means a trilateral meeting, which, by the way, if you were in that seat, you'd be saying, yeah, we'll have a trilat. We'll see if we can have a trilat. This just kind of rolls off the tongue. What would a trilateral meeting be? President Trump, Zelensky, Putin. Where would it be? It's a good question. Maybe you go back to Alaska. Maybe you go to Zurich. Maybe you go to the Middle East. Or maybe you go to Guam. Just kind of say, hey, guys, frequent flyer miles, we're just going to go all the way down to the Northern Mariana Islands. All kidding aside, a trilateral meeting is how this thing would end. That would, by the way, now we're talking history in a way that President Trump would be in the history books. To end this murderous slaughter, and it's very interesting. Both Putin and Zelensky are saying this war has to end. Who has the better cards? Play cut 349, then welcome Jack Posobiec. 349.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards? Right?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
Peace is the prize. Joining us now is Jack Posobiec live from the White House. Jack, great to see you. What is the breaking news, the energy, the vibe? The European delegation is there alongside Zelensky. Bring us into the context right there on White House grounds.
Well, Charlie, I'm here. We got to see President Trump just meet President Zelensky, bring him there into the Oval Office, talking with officials all morning about this. And certainly the stakes are very high, but I definitely felt a looseness in, just sort of the conversations I was having with a number of White House officials here. People understanding that, look, the president is very clear on what he wants. His goals are America's goals. America's goals are for the war to end. Obviously, there's going to be these questions to go back and forth between the Russians, between the Ukrainians regarding on contact line and various issues of the oblasts and borders, this and that. But when it came to the president, it seemed as though his red lines were set and that he was going to be delivering that message to Zelensky and to the European leaders today. Although we already know that he's held a series of phone calls with them throughout the entire weekend, including what we were told, a tough phone call on Air Force one that even after we landed on Saturday morning, Charlie, President Trump stayed there on the plane. Caroline Levitt came back to us and we said, hey, we landed. What's going on? Are we heading out? They said President Trump is still on the phone. He's still working. It's 2:30 in the morning. This guy has not stopped because he is explaining to them what the deal is going to be and getting their side of the picture. So this is something that the president has really been working on all weekend. And now I think we're getting close, potentially, to an agreement here from the European side as well as the Ukrainian side. But of course, time will tell. And of course, President Trump saying as well that the goal for later today is a press conference between himself, Ursula von der Leyen, and President Zelensky.
Yeah, as you've mentioned before, Jack, you flew with the president from Joint Base Andrews all the way to Anchorage and back. What was a component of that meeting that you think the media really missed? Something about what happened in Anchorage that you wish would have been covered better, that would have further contextualized and got us closer to some approximation of the truth of what happened in Anchorage?
Well, Charlie, I think something that the Russian side was able to discuss with the president, and this has come out a little bit in media, look at some of what Axios has been writing over the time, is that really that the Russians' statements have not changed as much in terms of their root causes, but the idea that they are willing at this point to pull back on some of their claims, make concessions in places like Zaporizhia and Kherson, some of these regions where the fighting is still going on. And the fact that they were at least willing to sit down while they do currently have the upper hand militarily here is absolutely huge. Look, you don't see this. Go back to World War II. You didn't see the two sides holding meetings during the war or things like this. And so the entire gravity of that moment, having a little bit of decorum, having a little bit of respect for the moment is something that I talked about. I certainly tried to while I was there. I wish that other members of the media had done as well, because there's a lot of very sensitive issues that were being talked about. And then plus when Putin brought up the shared sacrifice of Russians and Americans in World War II, then visited that military cemetery afterwards, going and laying the wreath, meeting with members of the Russian Orthodox Church in Alaska, which has a very strong foothold because of the history there. He's really asking, I think, and the Russians are really offering, not like Hillary Clinton said years ago, but an actual potential reset between Russia and the West.
And that will require President Trump to kind of steamroll the European elite, if you will. It's going to require him to kind of push back on this. What do you have to say? So we've been told that there is no security, there's no NATO security guarantees. It's kind of like diet NATO. The land is going to be the sticking point. Let's go to 322, though. Let's go to 322, please. Let's play that.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you.
They're just screaming and yammering at Vladimir Putin. What was this all about?
I mean, Charlie, I was standing right there when it was happening, and maybe it's the way I was raised. Maybe it's having been an officer in the Navy. But, when you get brought in front of two commander-in-chiefs of their respective countries, I was always told that you wait till you're called on before you start asking questions, or maybe you raise your hand, something like that. We get in, they start yelling things. Why are you killing children? When are you going to stop the killing? I just felt that it was inappropriate. I thought it was inappropriate for the moment. I thought it was inappropriate and an absolute breach of decorum. I mean, this was a very special diplomatic meeting between the presidents of two respective nations that are certainly on opposite sides of the war. Now, President Trump, of course, didn't start this war, but he's working very hard to complete it. That's why people are saying, why was he talking with him? Why did he give him the ride in the beast? Why did he, have these conversations? Clearly, as I reported at the time, it looked like they were speaking in English. And it's because he's working hard for peace. And while also at the same time highlighting, and I posted the video that's now been seen around the world with the B-2 bomber and Putin's double take as it flies over his head. So he's doing an incredible job on behalf of the American people to hold to his promises during the campaign and actually try to deliver a real peace for Ukraine, which is a place I've visited multiple times since this war has begun. It is a war-torn country. And you'd think that the rest of the media would try to at least show a little bit of respect for everything that's going on between then and now.
Finally, Jack, what would you say? I asked this question of Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. What would you say is the biggest sticking point that you are most worried about? Like a sticking point that could get in the way of this deal, that could blow it up, and that could keep this war going? What would you say is the element, the little the sleeper component, if you will? Jack Posobiec.
Well, Charlie, one of the biggest pieces that I think a lot of people are missing on and sleeping on is the rebuilding effort. Is Ukraine going to ask for reparations? Is BlackRock going to come in? Who are getting the deals on this? This is something I discussed with Secretary Bessent quite extensively while he and I traveled to Kiev back in February. And Bessent had actually said at one point that he does not want China to be getting involved, that he doesn't want any country that was a party to this war getting involved in the rebuilding, although we've heard things from the Ukrainian side that they may want China to come in. So the rebuilding effort, I think, is going to be a huge and really unfocused on portion to all of this.
Jack Posobiec, thank you. Will you be here all day? Give the audience some update of your plans, because you've really been on this. Please, 30 seconds.
Well, I will be here all day. Human Events Daily will be here live from the White House grounds, and I'll be if we make it to the press conference, I'll be there.
President Trump just said, I don't think you need a ceasefire. We can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. He also said, quote, President Trump will speak to Vladimir Putin after this meeting. He does not need to be doing this. President Trump does not need to be doing this. I think President Trump cares about the humanity of every single human being made in the image of God, and also he knows that this will be an unbelievable legacy builder, the likes of which is hard to grasp. Jack Posobiec, thank you so much. Z Factor, let's go to zfactor.com. If you guys want to get better sleep, go to relieffactor.com. Z Factor goes beyond melatonin, and Z Factor uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. Once you fall asleep, it helps you stay asleep. It's 100% drug-free. It's safe to take regularly. No groggy feeling when you wake up. Z Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Right now, pay $19.95 for a 30-day supply of 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Z Factor goes beyond just melatonin. So go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We might touch on a little bit more of the breaking news from the Oval Office meeting with Zelensky. There's some breaking news, but honestly, a lot of it is just, hey, it's going to be worked out privately, and that's okay. My thing I'm most worried about, it's not Zelensky as much. It's his European chaperones. Those European chaperones, they're a problem. We'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have several videos going viral right now. And by the way, our podcast is doing quite well. If you wanted to listen to our whole show, which, by the way, was incredible, and you're here on Real America's Voice, and you were watching the President Trump press conference, which, of course, that was top priority. You should subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast because there's so much that we covered. We had Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. We have Jack Posobiec and so much more. So type in Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We are number 7 right now in Apple News. We're the 3rd largest conservative podcast. Goes Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and then boom, we are right there. And I take it. That is a great spot to be. And so great friends of mine, and we are all in on the same team. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I also want to encourage you guys, if you want to get involved with our campus tour, in little over a month, we will be back on campus, and it is going to be the highest profile, most fun campus tour we have ever had. We're going to go all across the country, well over 30 campus events, if you count the evening events that we're also doing. It's going to be amazing. So we're excited to see you guys back on campus. And subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We deeply appreciate it. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You have a lot of choices for cell phone service, with new ones popping up all the time. The good news, though, is that there's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. You can switch today without sacrificing quality of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. If you're worried about coverage, don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major U.S. networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. If you're stuck in a contract or owe money on your phone, then no problem. Patriot Mobile has a contract buyout program. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie. Get a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT. I turned my phone off yesterday, but before I did, because we had a busy Saturday, I wasn't able to take the traditional Sabbath, but I sent out one tweet. I said, it's all about Jesus. That's what I said. Seen by 1.2 million people. And someone who I watch and who is honestly a freakish athlete, and I say that in the most positive way, is Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is probably one of the most impressive raw talents ever to play quarterback in the National Football League. From his speed, his agility, his acceleration, his arm angles that he throws. I think he could throw like 75 yards or something just outrageous. Lamar Jackson decided to retweet or repost my post on X where I said it's all about Jesus. Lamar Jackson reposts it. And right on cue, the left loses their mind. Front page of FoxNews.com. Ravens Lamar Jackson sparks outrage after reposting Charlie Kirk's Christian message. People were going nuts all Sunday night, saying that this is terrible. How dare you do it? Now, they're saying they're getting mad that Lamar Jackson reposted Charlie Kirk's message. Okay, fine. Maybe it's the South Park image that really bothered them. Maybe that's it. And you could put 352 up on stage. And literally all I said is, it's all about Jesus, which, by the way, is metaphysically, theologically true. And even if you don't believe that's true, that shouldn't be offensive to you. Just keep moving on. Keep your head down. But no, the fact that Lamar Jackson, who I believe won the MVP 3 or 4 years ago, where's Brian Farnsworth when I need him? Brian knows all the football trivia. Nate knows it pretty well, too. Nate's running around. I believe Lamar Jackson won the MVP 3 or 4 years ago. That a conditional, I'll get a fact check on that, NFL MVP shared, he won twice. Thank you. My memory is right. He did win. He won 2 MVPs. Legitimately one of the best, if not the best football players. And someone says, Lamar Jackson out here retweeting Charlie Kirk. Hope he continues to choke in the playoffs. I mean, the left has completely overstepped their bounds in a way that is kind of breathtakingly remarkable. Another one. Guys, I'm very aware that Lamar Jackson probably has zero idea who Charlie Kirk is and solely retweet because he talks about his faith. But it's still wild to see your favorite player's name right above the second spawn of Satan himself. Yeah, the second spawn. It's funny. How am I the second spawn of Satan himself while I'm also touting the word of Jesus? That one's a little strange, isn't it? However, this is part of a bigger picture. Forget the left reaction. There is a revival happening in the West, everybody, especially in America. Gen Z men are more likely to attend church, of course, than Gen Z women. Gen Z women need to follow the trend. Barna Research Group reports that Gen Z teens are more interested in learning about Jesus, with younger cohorts leading the way in the growth of new commitments. Top music out there, Forrest Frank is more popular than Drake. Forrest Frank is a Christian musician, and people really like his music. The American Bible Society found an increase in Bible use and engagement. According to the Wall Street Journal, Bible sales have spiked, driven largely by first-time buyers. Finally, Christian entertainment has been seeing a remarkable surge from The Chosen to The King of Kings. Worldwide music streams of Christian music are up 60% the last 5 years. Nietzsche famously said in the 1980s, God is dead. But what if I told you that Gen Z is bringing God back to life? I mean that all metaphorically. God hasn't gone anywhere the last 150 years. But I mean it metaphorically. The West decided to turn its back on God in the late 1800s. And now we are seeing younger people are far more religious than some of their parents. It is a youth-led revival in this country because of all the BLM stuff, the COVID stuff, the lockdowns, the vaccines, the masks, the lying, the duplicity. the capacity. They can't own homes. They're looking for something ancient, something true, something that lasts, something that won't change, something that elevates, something divine, something that allows the human soul to flourish, something that is rooted in the natural law, something that acknowledges male and female distinction, something that allows for normativity and says that it's woven all throughout nature. They do not want this postmodern pile of trash. They want something beautiful, something good, something higher, something ancient, something unchanging, something unending. They want Jesus. And praise God for that. God bless you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed. You are not.
Maybe yours is much better.
I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners.
All right, folks, this is Jack Posobiec. We are back live here, Washington, D.C., on the north lawn of the White House, just steps away from where you can look just behind me there in the Oval Office, the West Wing of the White House. President Trump and President Zelensky are now holding Chapter 2, Part 2, the Anchorage Accords, now being conducted. On Friday, we were accompanied with President Trump. We were embedded with his delegation up to Anchorage to meet with the Russian side, Vladimir Putin. Now we're here at the White House to explain what's going on with President Zelensky and President Trump. I want to give a huge shout out, by the way, to Patriot Mobile for making everything that we're doing in terms of this reporting possible. So go and support them. Make sure you're supporting our sponsors, because that is who keeps the lights on. That's who allows us to do this kind of travel. Go and support them. PatriotMobile.com/POSO or 972-PATRIOT. Again, PatriotMobile.com 972-PATRIOT. Think about it, folks. You have so many options out there when it comes to your mobile phone service. We've all got them. We all need them. In today's economy, in today's social life, you need a cell phone. But why would you be giving your money to people who hate you? We've seen where all of the big three are spending your money. They're spending on wokeness, on CRT, on DEI, and ultimately on things that do not comport with the values of American patriots. So that is why it's very simple. There is now a Patriot phone service that's set up for patriots, and it's called Patriot Mobile. So check them out, patriotmobile.com/POSO, patriotmobile.com/POSO, or give them a call at 972-PATRIOT. Now, folks, getting back to it, as we're here, remember, it wasn't that long ago, just 1 year ago, where President Biden was talking about how the United States would be escalating the war in Ukraine, talking about escalation in terms of missiles, long-range strikes, sabotage attacks deep within the Russian backfield, the Kursk incursion going across the line into Russia proper, pushing the Ukrainians to do that. Back in 2023, that summer, 2 years ago, the incredibly failed summer counteroffensive where Ukrainian troops were smashed against Russians in places like Mariupol and Melitopol. This was the issue that President Trump came into when he came into office. President Trump didn't start this war. President Trump was a private citizen when all of this was taking place. I'm now looking, there's numerous White House officials. They're coming by as we go. And folks, President Trump has always been against war. He's always pointed out that it never should have happened. And in fact, President Putin said this to him when he was meeting at that meeting in Anchorage, that it wouldn't have happened had he been in office, because they would have found a way to have that one-on-one deal, that one-on-one conversation between President Trump, President Putin, and then, of course, President Trump also being able to go and have that sit down with Zelensky. And in fact, he's always been sitting down with Zelensky, all the way to the fact that even one of his phone calls with President Zelensky became the basis for an impeachment back in 2019. It's very clear here, folks, that Ukraine represents, to a number of the Atlanticist interests, the globalist interests, something far more than just the people on the ground or even the leaders in Kiev. It represents what they have been working on for over a decade, a project, Project Ukraine. And that project, unfortunately, has been to pit them against the Russian Federation and to escalate this to the point where they could foment a war. Now, the globalists, the Atlanticists, will tell you that if they are able to achieve this, that it will force regime change in Russia and it will force President Putin out of office. However, that's not happened at all. In fact, far from it. We're seeing the Russian army, the Russian military, is now on the advance. They are the ones who are currently on the march. They're encircling Ukrainian troops in the Donbass as we speak. They're creating these operational cauldrons, and they're cutting off the supply lines. As we said, and Human Defense said, you can go back, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer, when we've had him on, other analysts we've had on, All of these things have been taking place keyed up on when? The end of July, beginning of August. We told you that this would be the time that it all came to a forefront. Why? Because what we're now starting to see is a rolling collapse of the Ukrainian military on the battlefield. And that rolling collapse means that the Russians are now poised to break out, not just beyond Donbass, but even all the way up to where? The Dnieper River. And the Dnieper River really bifurcates Ukraine north-south, going from all the way in the north, from Kiev, all the way down south to the Black Sea. And that's what this has all been about, that Black Sea. Now, there are people, by the way, in Russia that do not want this deal. They're saying, why sit down with the Americans at all? There are hardliners to the right of Putin who say, we want the entire thing, or at least the entire coastline. Take all the way up to Odessa and leave behind a failed rump state of Ukraine. That's what the Russian right is saying. On the Ukrainian side, they're saying no deal. Don't negotiate with a country that invaded us. Don't negotiate with a country that's come in and started this killing, that started this shooting, that started this aggression. They are the aggressor. Why would we negotiate with them? So it's President Trump who's now coming in here, and he's divvying this up. Now, I've heard from a lot of people saying, look, we don't want to see American boots on the ground in Ukraine. Everyone I've talked to in the administration, that is the furthest thing from any of what they are saying. Now, these questions, though, I know I saw this going around yesterday. Article 5 like security guarantee. What does that mean? Well, on the Russian side, in fact, the Russians have always agreed that Ukraine should have a security guarantee. The question is, who are the guarantors? Are the guarantors of that going to be NATO? Are they going to be European nations, or perhaps a consortium, a coalition, if you will? That's what you're hearing from the Ukrainians as well the Europeans and the G7 members that are here, that are meeting here today, the NATO leaders. They're saying, why not a coalition of the willing? Russia, on the other hand, has said we'd be willing to join such a coalition and perhaps even involve the Chinese Communist Party. So all of these factors are playing into the meeting that President Trump, the series of meetings that he embarked in last Friday in Anchorage, now today in the Oval Office in the White House. I want to get in now. We've got a couple of minutes till the break. I want to get in now some of the Real America's Voice team. I think we have Bo and Emily down there in West Palm. Guys, you there?
Yes, we are, Jack. It's great to see you on the North Lawn there. Jack, if I could, I'd love to touch base with you here on a topic you just touched on before you have to jet. With respect to Donbass, my understanding is that there's economic value to it, but there's a defensible reason that Ukraine wants to keep this, because the terrain is different. And if you open up that territory to the Russians, then it's basically flat farmland all the way to Kharkiv and Kyiv. Is that why a place like Donbass is so critical in these negotiations?
Well, I mean, pretty much all of Ukraine is really that low flat land, that low flat farmland coming off from the Black Sea. The Donbass, yes, it has an extent of terrain to it, but it's really not that much. And yes, to your point, the key geographic formation that would include any kind of military barrier after the Donbass really is just that Dnieper River. So there aren't really any. And again, it's just these Remember, Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe, and it certainly was the breadbasket of Europe prior to the war. That black soil that they have in Ukraine is incredibly arable land because of its proximity to the Black Sea. That's why the growth there is so incredible, and it's also why companies like Monsanto and other GMOs have been looking to get into Ukraine from the very beginning. So there's, to your point, not just a military reason, but also an economic reason.
And Jack, what would be the best possible scenario coming out of today in that meeting right behind you?
Well, you know, the best possible scenario would be a peace deal today, and I certainly think that each side is going to have some consternation. Each side will have to make concessions. The Russians have been willing to say that they don't need to get all of the provinces that they're claiming. They're sort of positioning that as a concession, whereas the Ukrainians are saying we want just up to the contact line and nothing else, so up to the current front line. But really, it's about getting a peace deal as quickly as possible for President Trump, for the administration. I think that's what they're driving towards, and one that, again, isn't just going to be a ceasefire that could fall apart. They want an actual lasting peace deal that could perhaps set a new framework for relations between the United States and Russia and the entire West.
Jack, walk us through what the rest of the day is going to look like there at the White House. We know that Trump and Zelensky are meeting right now, but there's also European leaders, 7, if I'm not mistaken, that are going to be meeting with them as well. So what can we expect to hear there? I understand that Zelensky had his own private meeting before meeting with Trump today with those European leaders. What can we expect to see?
That's right. So they're going to move from this meeting into a wider meeting with the President Zelensky and the European leaders. And at which point, if that goes well and if all goes according to plan, that they're going to move to a press conference where you're going to see President Trump, President Zelensky, and likely one of the EU leaders. I think we're coming up on a quick break here. We're looking for that press conference as a positive sign. Coming up, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, live from the White House.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Cable TV transformed how we experience the world. 24/7 sports, breaking news, and endless entertainment, all from your living room. You're paying a premium for your TV service, but behind the scenes, just a few massive corporations control most of what ends up on your screen. They flood your provider with their own content, leaving little room for fresh, independent voices. That pushes out the channels you actually want, like the one you're watching now. Accurate weather that keeps you prepared, inspiring messages that lift you up, popular podcasts that keep you informed, real news that doesn't follow a script. All of it is at risk of disappearing, but you can help change that. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent programming matters. Let's bring fairness and choice back to cable. For you, your family, and your freedom to choose. More voices, more choices, more creativity. Act now.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
If Vladimir Putin is going to be offered land that he has not seized yet, but negotiates his way into, doesn't this set a dangerous precedent that the United States now accepts this concept that it is okay to seize land by force.
But this is not about acceptance. This is about what Ukraine can accept and what Russia can accept. They both have to accept it. Otherwise, there won't be a peace deal. Okay? If there aren't concessions, if one side gets everything they want, that's called surrender. That's called the end of the war through surrender. And that's not what we're close to doing, because neither side here is on the verge of surrender or anything close to it. So in order for there to be a peace deal, this is just a fact. We may not like it. It may not be pleasant. It may be distasteful. But in order for there to be an end of the war, there are things Russia wants that it cannot get, and there are things Ukraine wants that it's not going to get.
Russia is still unsuccessful in Donetsk region. Putin has been unable to take it for 12 years. And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen. And if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
All right, Jack Posobiec here, live outside the White House. We're on the North Lawn. It's called Pebble Beach. Not too many pebbles here right now, but there is a little bit of drizzle, a couple of drops of rain hitting. We knew that we were going to get rain at some point today, but I said, guys, we got to do it. We got to be out there. So I'll be out here. Even if it's pouring rain, I'm not going anywhere, because this is what it's all about. Stakes higher than ever. The war in Ukraine, the war in the Donbass, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying it very plainly that neither side is willing to surrender here. And in fact, both sides are willing to continue fighting. After all, this is Eastern Europe, and that's exactly how it goes over there. They're not into surrender very much. But perhaps a peace deal could become to. And something that I think a lot of people may have missed is that when Vladimir Zelensky, when he was first running for president all the way back in 2019, so 3 years before the war began, one of the things that he said that he wanted to be able to achieve during his time in office would be to find a way to normalize some kind of situation with Russia. Because for folks, remember, the original Donbass crisis goes all the way back to 2014, go to the Maidan revolution. That's when you see those territories break away, become autonomous. Then the Russians move in. So this conflict really goes back over a decade to that point. And it's something that Zelensky talked about quite a bit when he first ran for office. So we'll see whether or not he's interested in going back to his original position there. I want to say I'll be here for a couple more minutes. We're going to hand it off to the rest of the Real America's Voice team, because I've got to run inside at the end of the segment here for the press conference. I believe we have Steve Gruber, though, with us.
You do, Jack. I'm here, standing by, ready, willing, and able to pick up where you're leaving
Steve.
off. Jack.
Steve, what do you make of the day so far?
It's a remarkable day, Jack. And, you know, I was reflecting on your video in the middle of the night here the other day. I ran it on my morning show here on Real America's Voice first thing this morning, because the point that you made is really important. Donald Trump worked all the way home from Alaska. He didn't rest on his laurels. He didn't say, hey, we had a good meeting here. He was on the phone, working the phones with European leaders, NATO leaders, Zelensky, all of them. It is remarkable that this man, 79 years of age, is going to work his fingers to the bone, literally, dialing the phone, hooking up and putting together these relationships and making it happen. You were right there at the front row. I'd like you to reflect on that a little bit. I mean, to me, it's a remarkable display of grit and leadership. And I think that's what it's going to take to maybe close the chapter on this war. Your thoughts?
Well, Steve, not only that, but he went golfing just a few hours after. So we get there. We landed at the tarmac, and I don't know if I quite expressed this. It was, 3 a.m. So, and I've been going through how many time zones I couldn't even tell you. But we're on the tarmac. We land, though, at 2 a.m. on the tarmac, and we're sitting there, and we're ready for the movement. We're ready to get into the motorcade, and suddenly we're waiting. And we wait a little bit longer. And then we see the Secret Service, which is in the compartment ahead of us. They all sit down. We said, wait a minute. When the Secret Service sits down, that's probably a sign you're not going to be moving anytime soon. Then Caroline Levitt comes back to us. She says, folks, we're actually holding here on the tarmac. What are we holding here on the tarmac for? Is there some situation? He said, well, President Trump is currently on the phone with a NATO leader, doesn't want to hang up the phone call. So he held the entire delegation, held Air Force One there on the tarmac for probably about another 45 minutes to an hour in order to finish that conversation, didn't want to hang up the phone. And at that point, we headed back to the White House. So for people to realize that when he's up there in the air, Air Force One, that is a total working airborne White House. He's got his airborne Oval Office. He's got his Situation Room, full communication suite, ability to contact anyone in the world. And he was working from the moment that he got on board to the moment he disembarked, and he still got up and went to golf in the morning.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And yeah, what an experience for you to be lucky enough to see that from the front row where you were. A pretty incredible experience. You know, I want you to weigh in on this, Jack, because we've talked about this obviously since February 2022. My opinion has been and continues to be that I'm sorry, as angry as you may be, that Putin's going to be rewarded for his illegal invasion of Ukraine, but he probably is. He's not giving Crimea back. He's not giving back those naval bases or those military airfields in Crimea. That's been in the hands of Russia since 2012. And the Donbass and those regions on eastern Ukraine probably not coming back either. That's been my opinion for a long time, and I think it was framed properly by Peter Doocy, who asked it right out of the gate today. Are you willing to redraw the maps of Ukraine, or do you want to spend another 2 years having people get killed? Look, as our colleague Steve Bannon pointed out numerous times, 1.5 million people killed here or wounded. That's more than the people killed and wounded in the first 2 years of World War II on the European continent. This war has to end. Will it get done today? I don't know. But the war has to end.
Well, I think that's exactly right, and it's been obviously one of the most powerful wars that European and really the world has seen since the end of World War II. Will it get done today? I hope so. Just from that perspective. But again, anything could take place. Sure. But I would say this, as we know, President Trump has been working the phones all weekend. We know that a lot of these decisions, a lot of these conversations were held even before anyone showed up today. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of this had already been hashed out. All right, Jack Posobiec, I am going to head inside to the press conference, turning it over to the Real America's Voice team here live at the White House. Human Events Daily.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Welcome back to Human Events Daily. I'm Bo Davidson alongside Emily Finn. Emily, it's a hopeful day. We would call this a hopeful day in the progress towards a path to peace. Vladimir Zelensky and President Trump are meeting right now as we speak. We can only imagine what's being said.
Yeah.
But we hope it's a path to peace. That's the hope.
Absolutely, Bo. And I think, as Jack was mentioning throughout the show, it's really part 2 of that hope. Last Friday, when Trump met with Putin, that was really the first step in the right direction with all of this. But as we've been discussing throughout the show, I mean, it just seems like the two sides really are hesitant to give up what they want. On the Russian side, being that Donbass region, that land that 88% of it is already controlled by Russia 3 years into this war. And on the other side, Zelensky wants those security guarantees, but what does that mean? So I think that's what he's talking with the president about as we speak. They will be meeting with those other European leaders, as we've been reporting on as well. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni included in that group. We know that Zelensky talked with them earlier in the day, had a private side conversation before all going in on a unified front to talk with President Trump today. So that is something that I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on, because I think that's going to give us some cues as to where the negotiations really do stand.
Yeah, and there's no deal till there's a deal, right? That's what President Trump has said. Vladimir Putin probably raised his issues and what he wants. Vladimir Zelensky will do the same. But remember, as Marco Rubio said, not everyone is going to get everything they want. That is why we have something called compromise. And that's something that just has to happen in this path to peace. And Donald Trump has worked tirelessly. Jack Posobiec gave that anecdote of what happened on Air Force One, working tirelessly to speak to European leaders, as he will do shortly. I do want to talk also, Emily, about the lack of popularity of this war. There's an attitude that has changed in terms of what the Ukrainians feel they should do, and putting their trust in their fearless leader, Vladimir Zelensky. So let's go to a SOT right now we have from CNN that talks about polling that has changed from 2022 up until now.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 73%, agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible. Only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this
Emily,
position.
the results speak for themselves. That is an entire flippage between 2022 and now, in terms of the mentality towards this war and whether they want it to end or whether they should agree to peace.
Absolutely. And let's think about the mindset behind that, Bo. I mean, the Ukrainian people, at the very beginning, it was so unfair. They didn't want their region to be invaded by the Russians. They had a lot of fight in them to not want to accept any kind of negotiations, not accept any kind of a deal. But 3 years later, the Russians are still holding out. And it feels like that probably is a huge inspiration behind those that flippage in statistics that you see on your screen here. It is not a popular war. There are a lot of people, obviously, from Europe as well, over at the White House today that want to assist in getting this war ended. But the United States they're really coming to the table and trying to get both sides together. President Trump talking about how he's going to call President Putin after all of these meetings today and, kind of fill him in and get an update on where negotiations stand from the Russian side. And Trump, when he was meeting with Zelensky earlier, said that a trilateral meeting and getting that scheduled is the goal after all of these meetings today. So I think that would be the next step looking forward, Bo.
That would be the goal. And we've got a lot of peace deals that Trump has brokered. Trump is the great peacemaker. We've got Armenia and Azerbaijan, Rwanda and the Congo, India and Pakistan, Cambodia, Thailand, Ethiopia, Somalia. Somalia and Israel and Hamas. These are major, major peace deals that he's brokered. I would like to bring in Steve Gruber, the great Steve Gruber, the encyclopedia, the human encyclopedia Steve Gruber, who knows so much about the tireless work that Donald Trump has done. Steve, I would like to ask you about the effect of the European leaders that are there today. What effect are they going to have? Are they a buttress? Are they chaperones? Oh, we don't have Steve. Okay, well, we'll go back to Emily then. Are these, Steve Bannon called them the chaperones, basically, of this agreement. Sure. A lot of these are NATO countries, okay? So how do you do a deal that's NATO-like in nature, but that does not involve NATO? I think that's a fascinating component to this particular negotiation.
Bo, I think you are absolutely spot on. I mean, this is going to be some pretty challenging conversations for everyone to have today. Everyone wants to make sure that, both sides are getting something out of this deal, but it's just going to be extraordinarily difficult. President Trump really hesitated earlier to say, didn't say that there was going to be necessarily U.S. boots on the ground, but a potential partnership with some of those other countries that are present at the meeting today. So going to be keeping a very, very close eye on that. Maybe weapons that he will be assisting, sending over as well. So like I said, Bo, got a lot of very high-level conversations happening today at the White House.
And let's mention those leaders again who are there. It's Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. You have NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Keir Starmer of the UK, Emmanuel Macron of France, Giorgia Meloni of Italy, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and Alexander Stubb of Finland. I do believe we have Steve Gruber back. Steve, I called you an encyclopedia, and you weren't even there for me when I needed you most. But let's talk about these leaders that are there. What effects, Steve, do they have on this negotiation?
Well, it's like having camp counselors there, I think. You've got the little kid at camp, and they've got the counselors there circling him to make sure he doesn't do something wrong, like set the barracks on fire or whatever. That's kind of what he did the last time he was in the Oval Office. I think that's a concern. Yep. I want to go back to you were doing the CNN polling there a moment ago. Mm-hmm. And to me, the Ukrainians were all for fight till the end a couple of years ago. Now they're like, you know what? Let's just be done with this. We'll negotiate our way out of it. It reminds me of Mike Tyson. You like sports analogies. Yeah. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the nose. Well, let's be honest. They've taken a big punch in the nose. 1.5 million people killed or wounded. And like Peter Doocy asked today, do you want to redraw the lines, or do you want to have another 100,000, 500,000. He didn't put a number to it, but I will. You want another 1.5 million people killed and wounded? I mean, Ukraine's not a big country. It only has so much to give. And it's a terrible price that they're paying for a war that's going nowhere. It's been basically at this standstill, grinding back and forth, almost akin to trench warfare. And it's just damn sad. And so I give a lot of credit. I listen and I hear these people on the left screaming, well, Donald Trump, is meeting with Putin. He's his puppet. Well, they didn't say that when George W. Bush met with Putin, or when Barack Obama met with Putin, or Hillary Clinton met with Putin and did all these different things. It's only when Donald Trump meets with him that it's a problem. And the problem here is Democrats know this. If Donald Trump is able to help facilitate an end to this war, and I pray that he can, he's a shoo-in for the Nobel Peace Prize. You can't deny it at that point. You can't. If he's able to facilitate a peace here, you cannot deny it. And if you do deny it, then you know that it's all garbage and nonsense, and it's a meaningless award. I mean, Barack Obama was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for stopping exactly 0 wars, from what I recall. Donald Trump, I think this will be number 7 or 8. I lose count. I mean, he's bringing peace at a fevered pace around the world. It's remarkable to watch. It really is. And I go back to what I said to Jack. I don't think you get out of this without redrawing the lines. I think Peter Doocy was right on the question. I think that the Donbass is probably lost. And look, I get it. People do not want to reward Vladimir Putin for his behavior, for his aggression. I get it. But there's no way around it. You're not getting Crimea back. You've got, let me see here. You got the Sevastopol naval base there, the Baklava submarine base, the Vardinsk military airfield. All of those things have been reinforced and upgraded since Russia took that piece of real estate in 2012. So, look, this is where we are. We can either stop the war and cede some territory one way or the other, at least Crimea at a minimum, because it's been gone for 13 years, or this meat grinder can continue for another year or 2 or 3. Nobody wants that. And how this plays out, by the way, also has the attention of Xi Jinping in Beijing. There's no question. This is an important outcome for what happens next on the world stage. What does China see out of this? These are all important questions. I think that Donald Trump has projected himself of American strength and diplomacy and leadership. And again, I pray that we can get something done here today.
And Steve, it kind of goes back to what President Trump said to Zelensky before. You don't have the cards. You just don't have the cards.
He doesn't.
And here's the other thing I want to ask you, too, about this poll. It was mentioned that there haven't been elections in Ukraine in several years. Do the Ukrainians have faith in their leader to be able to broker proper peace, no matter what Zelensky's ego says? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Do they have faith to get it done? That he can get it done?
That's a great question. You know, because again, you have all of these folks on the left pontificating about we must save democracy in Ukraine. What democracy are we saving exactly? The one that canceled all of its elections? Let me tell you something about American history. In the throes of the War of 1812 or the Civil War or World War I, World War II, we never canceled elections in this country, ever. It didn't matter what the United States was up against, even when we were fighting brother against brother in places like Antietam and Gettysburg. We didn't cancel elections. So there's no excuse in my mind at all to cancel elections in Ukraine. If you want to be in the civilized nations, you hold elections. You have leadership. I mean, Winston Churchill got thrown out after winning World War II. A few months after winning, he got tossed out by the Brits. I mean, but you stand for re-election. You don't cancel the elections. Not in my opinion, Bo. Not in my opinion.
That's 100% right. Well, Steve, we appreciate your commentary, and as you are the human encyclopedia, as we all know, bringing us some great Civil War references as well. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. And we will be returning. Emily Fenn and I will be just in a few moments back with more Human Events Daily in just a moment on such a hopeful, important day.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Cable TV transformed how we experience the world. 24/7 sports, breaking news, and endless entertainment, all from your living room. You're paying a premium for your TV service, but behind the scenes, just a few massive corporations control most of what ends up on your screen. They flood your provider with their own content, leaving little room for fresh, independent voices. That pushes out the channels you actually want, like the one you're watching now. Accurate weather that keeps you prepared, inspiring messages that lift you up, popular podcasts that keep you informed, Real news that doesn't follow a script. All of it is at risk of disappearing, but you can help change that. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent programming matters. Let's bring fairness and choice back to cable. For you, your family, and your freedom to choose. More voices, more choices, more creativity. Act now.
Welcome back to Human Events Daily. I am Bo Davidson, filling in for Jack Posobiec, who is at the White House right now. We're getting a live look at this family photo with European leaders. You can see Donald Trump front and center alongside Vladimir Zelensky, taking photos with these wonderful European leaders who are not. This is not NATO that you're seeing. I think it's an important moment, Emily, to consider that these European leaders are there, and this is not NATO, because it's been a hard line for Russia that Ukraine cannot join NATO. And maybe this is the foundation. Maybe this is the answer that is not NATO. And I think that's an important thing to consider today, is Donald Trump has coalesced all these European leaders that are not NATO and said, we may have a different way forward.
Definitely taking a different approach to this, Bo. Looking at that scene right there, Zelensky looked very, very happy. He had a big smile on his face. I know that those conversations are going to be continuing right now, broadening out to the rest of the group. It was just Trump and Zelensky earlier. And so I'm sure that these NATO conversations will be a big part of that, Bo.
Yeah, and I think we have Ben Bergquam, our RAV correspondent, who is the guru of all things borders. I spend so much time at our southern border. Ben, I would like to take this conversation to you in terms of borders, language, culture, things that Zelensky wants, things that Putin wants. We've got a coalition of European leaders there, and this isn't NATO. And maybe this is a signal, Ben, I'd like to get your thoughts on this, that globalism is not the answer anymore, that Donald Trump has found a different path forward to create world peace that's not NATO run.
Yeah, well, look, just real quick on NATO, on the United Nations, on the World Economic Forum, all of these organizations have been taken over by communist globalists. And you look at what they've done, originally set up for good. They've been bastardized basically to do evil at this point. They are not the answer. And really, NATO was the cause of the problem to begin with. We go back to 2014. You look at the mainstream media's coverage of this over the last weekend and basically saying, well, Obama was right because he gave a stern look, and Trump's wrong because he smiled at Putin. These guys are clearly out of touch with reality of how things actually get done. I think you're absolutely right. Now, my concern is I don't think Keir Starmer is the answer either. I mean, he's not somebody that is a coalition that, or if I was building a coalition, he's not the guy I'd be putting on there. You look at what radical Islam and the woke agenda of the global reset, inviting the invasion of Islam back into Europe. So Europe's screwed regardless, both Western and Eastern Europe. But actually, Eastern Europe's doing a lot better than Western Europe right now because they've actually stopped a lot of the globalist, leftist, United Nations push for all, basically no borders, no walls, this whole idea that we have of the left in America. They go around chanting no borders, no walls, no USA at all. Well, that's the same mindset, the same model that you have in Europe. And England is basically being Islamized as we speak right now. And so there's a whole bunch of other problems going on as well. But what I think this is President Trump showing you don't need all of those. You don't need NATO. You don't need these organizations that are really against our best interests. You just need a strong leader in America. If we have a strong leader in America, we are that shining beacon on a hill. We can be that vacuum. We can fill that vacuum, the power vacuum globally, if we choose to use the power that this nation has. And we only do that when we have a president like President Trump. Joe Biden had 4 years to do it, and instead of actually helping the situation, he heard it. Barack Obama had the same. He was what led us into this position. President Trump, in his first 4 years, stopped any new wars. And you actually had Vladimir Putin say, if President Trump was in office, this would not have happened. I mean, for him to come out and say that. And then the media attacks Trump for all. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. We're living in this paradigm where people are living, one side of the world is living in cognitive dissonance. The other side, we're living in reality, and we're watching all this happen saying, there's a solution and you guys aren't it. You're the problem. So I'm really hopeful. I mean, in the end, whether or not President Trump gets a Nobel Peace Prize or not, he deserves it. You look at what's going on. Again, you've been talking about it all day. Jack's been talking about it all last week and before. Everything President Trump is doing, moving from a position of strength, is the answer. It's the model in order to achieve these goals that we have and that I believe he has as well.
Well, thank you, Ben. We're going to dip in right now. President Trump is sitting live with these European leaders right now. Let's take a listen in.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, good. Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. Special place. White House is special no matter where you're from. Represents so much, and it really is beautiful. And thank you for all of the wonderful things that took place today. We've had a very successful day thus far. And important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal. Very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory, and I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished. Put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this. So I'm honored to welcome NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's a great gentleman, great political leader in Europe generally, but now he's the NATO Secretary General, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, our friend and my friend, and doing really well, and people like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning, one of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one. And I like him even more now. That's pretty good. That's unusual. That's a pretty unusual thing. Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, who's a really a great leader and an inspiration over there. She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Huh? Where? Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska Summit reinforced my belief that while difficult...
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Cable TV transformed how we experience the world. 24/7 sports, breaking news, and endless entertainment, all from your living room. You're paying a premium for your TV service, but behind the scenes, just a few massive corporations control most of what ends up on your screen. They flood your provider with their own content, leaving little room for fresh, independent voices. That pushes out the channels you actually want, like the one you're watching now. Accurate weather that keeps you prepared, inspiring messages that lift you up, popular podcasts that keep you informed, real news that doesn't follow a script. All of it is at risk of disappearing, but you can help change that. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent programming matters. Let's bring fairness and choice back to cable. For you, your family, and your freedom to choose. More voices, more choices, more creativity. Act now.
Within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad, actually, to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, also, you have President of Ukraine, who is, you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. We got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295. Cable TV transformed how we experience the world. 24/7 sports, breaking news, and endless entertainment, all from your living room. You're paying a premium for your TV service, but behind the scenes, just a few massive corporations control most of what ends up on your screen. They flood your provider with their own content, leaving little room for fresh, independent voices. That pushes out the channels you actually want, like the one you're watching now. Accurate weather that keeps you prepared, inspiring messages that lift you up, popular podcasts that keep you informed, real news that doesn't follow a script. All of it is at risk of disappearing, but you can help change that. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent programming matters. Let's bring fairness and choice back to cable. For you, your family, and your freedom to choose. More voices, more choices, more creativity. Act now.